where we left off in Farm Sim today. We have made some really solid progress, but before we recognize any of that, we got to do the important thing, which is to pet the dog. And then feed the dog. And then to sling the ball out into the distance. I think I might have just slung it off a cliff. It's okay, the dog will figure it out. The dog can fly, so it's fine. Yep, so obviously the elephant in the room of the first thing that we got done, which is we got a working windmill. So the windmill has been fully built, and for those who didn't see, the windmill on this map, -1 dare drop, they take back the key. The windmill is actually a functioning grain mill. And the thing is, it does have, like, it still does have, like, an operating cost, but it seems to be cheaper. But if we look at what we put in to build this thing, I would guess we put maybe 100,000 or something in here. So it's like getting a cheaper but higher labor, grain mill. And I have no idea what the capacity is, but we put an entire field of sorghum in there, and I didn't dent it. So that's encouraging. We got our stonemason and quarry. They're just now running automated. I just top off the water and let it go. We're still making our plank and beams because they still need to build the castle. And we've got a greenhouse that I'm noticing I'm going to have to top off the water on. Do we have any sales I care about? Some of the other things we did is we've got the castle. And the castle at this point is at stage 34 out of 65. And is just trucking along. Pretty much, I think I've got literally everything that this entire castle needs to finish, except wood beams. Maybe wood planks. And so that's just a matter of getting those. We also got ourselves our really big tractor here. I want to say it's like 450 horsepower. So we did upgrade our tractor so that we have everything we need to get all that going. And we do have our harvester. It is the little guy again, because it's what I could afford. And we also have our very own field, which as you can see is going to need to be fertilized again because we did just do a harvest, and that's just how that works. I don't have my planter though, and the planter we want runs about 200,000. I don't need it till April, fortunately, so we got a little while to that. Now, the first thing we need to do is I'm going to get this trailer out of my way. But it looks like the greenhouse is low on water and all that. And honestly, I could just park you like right here next to this. Okay, that's absolutely adorable. You checking out the brand new greenhouse or windmill? That's a good boy. I just looked up and I was like, oh, the dog's just checking out the windmill. Fair enough. That's a very real-life dog thing to do. You've got this new place to explore in your domain, as it were, and you're like, I want to see the new thing. I'm curious. So the things we're going to be working on is, one, raising money, which is going to be what we're doing until we're done, like with the entire run. Just going to perpetually be raising more and more money. The other thing we're going to be doing is I need to start getting the production lines set up for fish. We are working on that. That windmill was the first step because I need flour, I need oil, and I need soybean. So ultimately, crop-wise, that is sorghum. It'll be sorghum, sunflowers, and soybean. Because that way I can use a planter, and I don't need to worry about having like a planter and a seeder and a this or that. I can just use the planter. We are planning on buying a planter that's 200-ish thousand that does direct drilling and fertilizing, so that when it comes time to plant, I just cruise across the field and that's fine. There doesn't have to be like a really... Okay, I'm curious about this one. Hang on. I want to see what happens here. Hey Ben, I'm taking your contract. Because Ben wants me to harvest sorghum and deliver it to my windmill that I own. And check out the absolutely fantastic content creator. Been doing some camera stuff with the hamsters. My brain was saying gerbils. Hamsters. So this is genuinely just a curiosity thing. I've never had a contract delivered to a place I own. I don't know what happens because I don't get paid for it. But if I am delivering material to the place I own, in theory I should be getting flour from it, or it just disappears into the ether, which is also, I guess, fair. You might want to turn to your left. There you go, buddy. Don't do it, Bus. Don't do it. You'll kill us all. Alright. I understand. Don't you dare. Don't box me in like this. Have you heard of yielding the right of way? We could all go home. I don't think you can actually get out of here right now. There, we can make this work. Maybe. I'm struggling to get over this rock. Okay, when we checked last time, this wasn't very deep. We're good. We're fine. It's not that deep. Alright, well that was cursed. Normally you'd be dragging a trailer behind you. We didn't buy the trailer because at the time I was like, I'm not going to take the harvester away from that field. That's just silly. Why would I do a thing like that? I only own the field down there. And I probably wouldn't have taken this contract, except I'm very curious functionally how it works. Thank you, Basset. I'll have to check after stream. It does, even, for whatever reason, Twitch even will, mute clips from the same channel. I need to go in there and adjust those settings. But that's good. I really appreciate when people clip, like, the various fun things that happen. It really helps me out. Because then I can go, you know, shoot them off as, like, YouTube shorts and TikTok videos and stories on Twitch and all that. And there's a lot better discoverability on all that kind of stuff versus, while the long form is what gets people to stay and, helps really kind of build a community and whatnot. The short form is what gets their eyeballs here in the first place to then, hopefully stick around and realize they like what they're seeing. Or they hate what they're seeing, but they also like to hate what they're seeing or something. I don't know. They just like being mad. Perfectly reasonable response to the existence of the world. Alright, so I'm going to get this in place, and we're going to start to get this one harvesting. This will also be good because this will put away supposedly like $9,000. There is a possibility this contract bugs and I eat the loss. But I'm willing to risk it. I haven't ever had a sell point. I mean, to be fair, it's very rare I own a sell point. I find it very interesting they consider, for the purposes of this, the windmill as a sell point. Because for me, it's not a sell point. For me, it is a building that I process stuff. Like it's a grain mill. For my purposes. Because that could also give me a very interesting circumstance. Because if I can take contracts, harvest someone else's field, get paid to do so, and get paid for turning their crops into flour that I sell for my own profit, one, that feels broken, but also two, that feels highly abusable. Now granted, it's one of those things that's RNG, you don't have control over it because I have no idea how much they're going to have anything. Okay, so while that's doing its thing, we'll keep filling up the greenhouse. Yeah, it's a big cedar, but... Oh, actually, that had... Oh, it's too much horsepower for me. Oh, right. This is like the giant monstrosity. This is the Plains and Prairies DLC. This is the one major thing it gets. It's the largest cedar the game has ever had. It's like 25.3 meters or something like that. And it's direct drill on top of it. So, like, cedar-wise, it's absurdly good. But it is the thing that just kind of keeps unfolding out farther and farther and farther, and you're just like, alright, this is an unwieldy beast. So not useful for small fields, but for large fields it's good. And it's not quite like the Nexat, where good luck using it at all if it's anything less than the perfect conditions. I'm also quickly pulling up the dare drop because I forgot to give out one of the keys I was going to give out yesterday. Yeah, so I've got just the Nexat DLC to give out. Alright. I might hold on to that key and not do the giveaway for that one today, and just wait till I get a couple more keys. Because we should be getting, I believe, one more copy of the base game by itself. 2 copies of the base games with the expansion we're using now. And then 1 copy of the base game with the Year 1 Season Pass. I think is what we might do. Because if we just do the 1 key giveaway, then I run the situation where if I do it in the morning, I leave everyone in the evening out. Vice versa, you get the idea. That's what I'm leaning towards. To be fair, it's the Nexat DLC. The Nexat DLC is it's one of those ones that, like, it's a really cool and interesting DLC, but from a practical level, it's not very useful. You have to have, like, just the fields have to be in just the right, you know, condition. They got to be squared, they got to be flat. If it's got any bumpiness to it, any elevation changes, it is a very difficult to use piece of equipment. It'll have a high tendency to center high and that kind of stuff, where it beaches itself. But in those situations where you've got, like, the perfect field, it's extremely efficient to the point of being the fastest at a lot of tasks. Because it's like every single thing, it's like 30-something meters wide or whatever it is. So all of those things, it is that wide. So it always has that kind of coverage. And then for some of the processes that you see that you're like, oh, well, the Nexat isn't quite as big. Like the cultivator. There is a cultivator bigger than the Nexat. But at the same time, the Nexat does have it where you can take the cultivator and hook up a slurry tank to fertilize as you cultivate. So by taking that extra whole process out, it's still more efficient. But again, the problem is if your field's not perfect, it just struggles. Yeah, to be clear, I haven't gotten the keys, which is why I haven't promised this. There is a lot of times when they give me those keys where they say this is the base game plus the Year 1 pass. Usually they will ultimately give me 2 keys. 1 for the base game itself and 1 for the Year 1 pass. So when we get to those giveaways, if it is separate keys, then I can have it where if someone already has the base game and they could take just the DLC, and then, you know, I could give on the base key to someone else. We've done that in the past. That's how they've done it in all the past ones, but, you know, until I physically can see the keys, I can't promise that. Not that it would matter, because I would still ultimately need to, I'd still ultimately not be able to give away the keys till I have them. Okay. Now, the things we need to do to earn those keys. Probably the last one I'll do is make a drawing using the onions. Like, make a drawing in the ground by planting onions and then harvest and sell them. That'll be the last one, because then I gotta buy the harvester, and that thing's like $500,000. Then I've got 3 that are tied up to the fish industry. 1 for making fish food. 1 for breeding fish. And then the last one for there's like this big netted area you can take the fish from the little fish to the big fish. So all of those each have a dare drop associated with them individually. And then the castle. The castle is the last one I need to do. You like the idea of raising Scottish Highlands and farming fish? Yeah. Well, the good news is, of those keys I talked about, the 2 that give you this expansion directly as part of it, those will get you that, and then the one that gives you the year 1 pass will also give you that. So, of the keys I will have left to give away, it's sounding like 3 or so of them will have what you're looking for. And check out Bassett, our content creator on the platform. Were you still playing Little Rocket Lab? That's the word. Was playing Little Rocket Lab recently. Was also playing the Digimon Detective game before that. So if any of that sounds good, you can find it over there. Alright, so the harvester's filling up. And we just finished topping off the water, so let's grab this. You didn't shoot it because you've been crying all morning? Yeah, no, that's fair. Like, there's definitely a thing when you're streaming to recognize you're in a day you're not in a good headspace. Like, I know the stuff you've got going on. It doesn't even need to be that extreme. Like, if you're just down and, like, just a down mood, that's a valid enough reason to be like, you know what? I'm not going to be entertaining today. I'm better off just not streaming. And it's a very difficult thing if you go full-time and you're like, well, if I don't stream, I don't get paid. And my bill collectors don't care if I had a sad day. But it's always a juggle that you can go into streaming and be in a day where you're just not in a good headspace. You know, it can end up pushing people away from your channel because they're there to, you know, be entertained, relax, whatever. And then you pop in there and make them even more, like, stressed or sad or whatever, and you're not offering what they want. Like, not in a bad way, like, we're all human. But the big part of it is escapism, about having that relaxation, conversation, good vibes, whatever you want to call it. You know, we need to be human and also be willing to be vulnerable and whatnot. But there's a balance. But the big point of that was recognizing when you're like, hey, I'm not in a situation I could provide that balance. Like, I'm not in the headspace I can do that. Alright. So. Let's see, I had 3 sets of grandma, because mom was placed. You only have 2 grandparents alive today. But you don't have a car to go visit them. Yeah. Nah, I hear you. And then, like, for a lot of us, it's not even the car that's the problem. Like, it's like, oh, the other grandparent lives half across the country or whatever. So even if you had a car, it still wouldn't do you any good. It's tough. Let's get you back to work. You feel bad because of it? No, I mean, you shouldn't feel bad. Like, people have to be understanding that, like, hey, it's like, especially, like, for example, like, when me and Toom got married and all that, you know, she's got her family over on the West Coast, mine's on the East Coast, and you can feel bad for, like, feeling like you're not including one family or the other kind of thing, but, you know, you're not there for Christmas or whatever, but it's not really a thing you can do. There's a practicality around some of that stuff. And that doesn't mean it's, like, bad or inconsiderate or whatever. It's just a reality that you can't be in two places at once. You may not... Like, even without that, like, you could just have work, and that work can keep you from being able to visit. The world's a complicated place. We can't always do the things we would like to do for others. Like, if you don't have a car, you don't have a car. You lack the opportunity to do the thing. You both can't drive? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, I'm not saying it is what it isn't, like, you know, whatever. But it's just kind of one of those things that others have to be accepting that that's the situation you're in. You know, whether you can't drive, or whether there's, like, a health thing where you couldn't leave the area, or whether you had, like, work obligations that you couldn't really step away from without, you know, significant ramifications, or... You get the idea. There's enough completely and understandable valid reasons. It still sucks. Like, you want to be there for each other, that kind of thing. Like, it still sucks and all that. But, you know, we can only do the best with what we have. Like, and I know it's not the same, but you can't visit, but you can always call. And, like, I fully acknowledge it's not the same as actually being there, but it still demonstrates that you're thinking about a person, all that stuff. Hi there, you made your driver's license with 43? I mean, are you saying you got your driver's license at 43? My brain is assuming you meant ich as in the German word for I. Okay. You made your drive. Yeah, I'm assuming you're trying to say you got your driver's license at 43. Yeah. Yep. Well, that happens. Like, I actually know a very, very large number of people who just aren't getting their driver's license early on. Like, that was just a thing when, you know, I was in high school, is you got your driver's license. The moment you're old enough, unless you had, like, a super ridiculously over-the-top protective parent, you got your driver's license. That was just what you did. But that's not the way the world works. Because understandably, a lot more people are starting to recognize that cars are expletive expensive. Like, even if you don't drive your car, you're probably going to end up with a car payment, which means just having that is a thing, and then you have car insurance, which, especially when you're young, is astronomically expensive. And then you're not even getting into gas and maintenance and all that. That, for a lot of people, buying a car where they're at just makes literally no sense. I had a buddy break it down to me because, you know, it was just not a usual thing for people in my generation. You got your license. If you could, you did it. You know, obviously, if you had some disability that you couldn't do it, or for whatever reason you weren't able, fair enough. But if you were able, you know, you would get your license or whatever. And they broke it down to me, and they're like, well, here's the deal. So, for the context, the reason this discussion was happening was about why they didn't have, you know, a part-time job or whatever. And they're like, here's the deal. I can get a job at, you know, the local Sizzler, or the, you know, McDonald's or Taco Bell or whatever. And, you know, the wage was just, you know, like, this is before some of the places have been changing their minimum wage, so it was like $7.25 an hour or whatever it was. I don't have the exact number. I'm sure I'm off by $1 or something. And they sat there and said, okay, well, if I go in, the typical, you know, hours they give you at this location are about 5-6 hours a shift. And, you know, realistically, you're going to be driving 10-15 minutes each way to the job and back. The likelihood of being able to, at least where I'm at, to bicycle or walk is not good, because I live in a very not walk-friendly area. They're like, okay, so I go to work. I'm gonna have, you know, 30 hours a week because they want to make sure you don't go full time, more than likely less. And each day I'm going to have that. So let's look at the day cost. So I have to drive to work. You know, it's 10-15 minutes each way. So if you consider the, 65 cents per mile estimate that it costs to drive, and that's, you know, your cost for gas and maintenance and all that garbage. And you go, okay, so I drive, and realistically we're talking 5-10 miles. I'm going to do 10 because it's just easier math. So that's $6.50 each way, as a very rough estimate. By the time, again, gas, oil, you know, tires, maintenance, all that stuff. Okay, so that's $13 gone out of your paycheck. So if we consider about a third of the money they're going to get, it's going to be gone from income tax and all that kind of stuff. You look at that shift, and I can sit there and do the calculation. We could do math. I'm waiting on this tractor anyways. We could do math. So if we assume for a moment they're making $77.50, and we're going to go ahead and just assume 1/3 of that's gone from taxes, because that's actually not unusual for that. So it does mean for each hour they work, that's $7.50 or whatever it is, becomes about $5. Now, we then go and say, okay, I was going to say a 30-hour shift, but let's say a 6-hour shift. That means they're going to take home, supposedly, a total of about $30. And they're going to lose about, you know, what do we say, like 10 miles each way kind of thing is a fair estimate. And that's, you know, 65 cents. So that's going to be another $6.50 off. So we're at $23 and some change for the day they've made for a 6-hour shift. But they also are going to have to eat lunch because they're not going to be at home. If they eat at the restaurant, it's probably going to cost them about $10, $12 nowadays. They might be able to cheap it down to like $6. Needless to say, that doesn't make sense. So they baggy up a meal. Well, even bagging up a meal, it's going to end up costing them what? $5, $6 by the time you get yourself, you know, something to actually eat and drink and all that. And so we make it, and we be a little bit conservative. We say it's like $6. You had yourself a deli, like you had yourself like 2 pieces of bread with salami and a slice of cheese in it, and a veg. So for $6, you're making $17. And that's not counting. You have to have car insurance on top of that to drive the car, which is not part of your cost per miles in the car. You get where this is going. You get there to the end of the day that the person was like, yes, I would technically be making money if I worked this job, but I work an entire month to get like $13. Or I cannot take the part-time job and try and sell art or go into streaming or to all that thing. And the sad fact is, for as abysmal as your odds are making and doing stuff like streaming, a lot of the cases when you're talking like getting a minimum wage-ish job, this is a more sound strategy, and I'm not actually encouraging this. Streaming does not pay well. But it is the nature of the beast with a lot of those jobs that they don't do part-time, so you don't get benefits. But a lot of times the cost of the cars completely consumes any benefit of working the job to get it. And it's not the way it used to be. But that's just a matter of things are more expensive, and that's even before our inflation nowadays. We did all that back in like 2019 we started talking about those numbers. And to be fair, in a lot of places minimum wage has gone up. But not everywhere. Like, I still have people walk up to me, it's like, well, now the minimum wage is $18. You're like, what are you talking about, man? It's not $18 minimum wage. Federally in the US, I don't think it's gone up hardly at all. There's individual locations like California and like Orange County, Florida, and a bunch of areas like that. Individual states have bumped it up, certainly. But on the federal, I think it may have gone up a tiny bit. Yeah, federal minimum wages, yeah, it's still like $7.25 or whatever it was. That's what I say. But I'll still have people who yell at me and are like, well, minimum wage is $18 now. I was like, no, it's not. Minimum wage in, like, San Francisco might be $18. I don't know. But no, it hasn't changed. Like, I remember it was a big deal when I was, like, first starting out working. I think they bumped up minimum wage. I think it was, like, $6.75 or something. and people got upset that they were going to move it to 725. Or, again, whatever the actual number is. I'm sure I'm off. Yeah, the same here. The gas is way more expensive. And getting licensed is about 2,100 euro. Yeah, so getting a license here in the US is actually very cheap. Like the actual license part. Now, for your car, you have to get a title. And, you know, the title, it'll vary tremendously by state. That's one of the things that Florida actually gets you for. Where we've talked about in the past that people are like, Florida, no income tax, it must be so cheap. Those are like the nickel and dimey ones that we actually have a fairly expensive cost for getting your plate tags updated and all that. It's something like $200 or some nonsense. I can't remember the amount. It's a lot. When, you know, and it's a one-off thing. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of those ones they just kind of nickel and dime you on. No Man's Sky's a new expedition? If I remember correctly, Luxray, it doesn't have a new expedition. They made the expeditions that came out this past year. All of them are now available for, like, 2-week increments. That way, if you missed an expedition, you can go back and do them. Because I know we did Breach, which is the new one they came out with, like, a couple weeks ago. Yeah, and they've done that last year as well, and I think it's a great thing. I actually really wish we could just go back and do any of the past expeditions. I understand there's a possibility that some of the old expeditions would need to be reworked, that enough has changed about the game that they'd break. That kind of stuff does happen. Is there another contract to be doing while we're waiting on that thing? Because the harvesting ones... I can hop over and do a Deadwood. That's what we can do. I just do a really fast Deadwood while we're waiting on that to fill back up. Yeah, you plan to get an electric car because you have the solar roof? Yeah, no, I know eventually my car is going to be a problem. We ended up talking about the other day that the car I had, unfortunately... like, it wasn't known at the time that I got it, but, it has a high failure rate for its transmission. Like, it's got basically a poorly designed transmission. And there's nothing you can really do about it. You just kind of wait for it to fail. And it's not really worth fixing. Like, when the transmission does fail, because they don't have, like, a not error, like, problem-prone transmission. And it's getting up there. I've got over 100,000 on it and everything. And while I certainly don't have the budget for it now, even remotely, I do know at the point I am stuck getting a new car, I definitely want to move to an electric car. Because especially for, like, my use case, I mostly just drive around town. Like, I'll go visit my folks and all that, and it's a little bit of a trek. But it's not that far. And I know it's one of those things, like, whenever I talk to my dad, like, but what if you need to go, like, what if you need to go and drive over to, like, Ohio or something? Like, well, then I'll either rent a car or I'll take a plane. It's like, how often do you think I drive across the country like that? What if you gotta go and drive over to Louisiana? Again, I'll rent a car or take a plane. I do that so infrequently. Like, I don't need to, like, plan for that for my daily thing. And hell, some of those places these days, you can just get a train ticket up there. Do you know the German word? I do not know that word. That is not one I'm familiar with. Are you going EV for the next car? Yeah, probably. I hopefully will not need to do so anytime soon, because it is definitely not in the budget right now. But yeah, no, I've wanted to go with electric vehicle for a long time. It's the fear of low reach of the car. Yeah, no, I understand the concern about, it's like, but what if you have to drive really far? It's like, well, the reality is kind of saying, it's like, but how often do you do that, and how often do you do that where you're doing so spontaneously? And that's kind of the real thing there. And for me personally, like, how often do I do that spontaneously? Pretty close to literally never. And even then, like, most electric cars, you still get, you know, over 100 miles range pretty consistently. You gotta go for, like, pretty budget one. You don't buy new stuff anymore. You definitely look at some 10-year-old electric cars in the future, though. But yeah, that's kind of one of the things now. That's kind of one of the things nowadays, is actually when you look at it, people are like, oh, well, you know, electric cars are brand new. I'm like, actually, electric cars have been around for a long time now. The original cars were steam, actually, but they were, you know, you got their, like, we had electric cars before we had gas cars, in a lot of cases. And then, you know, even counting only modern ones, we had the EV1, which was, what, 20 plus years back now? And then even if we're only counting just the current wave of those like electric cars, those would be like the 2008, 2010 that we started having the very first kind of like wave of modern electric cars. So they've been around for over 10 years now, that they've been continuing to go with all that. Yeah, where I'm at, we fortunately have charging stations like all over the place, and there's certainly ones that charge, and then there's a whole lot of places where you can get free ones or super cheap ones. Let's see, you got you a BRZ and love it. I don't know the BRZ. Stage 1, tune, bunch of mods. Can't beat it for the price. Yeah, no, I don't know the BRZ. You got a Polestar 2 and you love it. I don't know the Polestar. For the record, I haven't done my shopping around. I did some shopping around a while back when the Leaf was being, like, first introduced. So, you know, 7, 8 years ago. Was being introduced as a PEV. But, I haven't shopped then since. But, sooner or later that's gonna come up. Yeah, no, there's definitely an opportunity situation when it comes to the solar, like the electric charging, that, you know, when you're in a situation like apartments and condos and dorms and stuff like that, you're kind of at the mercy of whatever the situation is there, and that can kind of be rough. For your personal house, you know, you can get the wall chargers for the fast charger and everything else. Even without that, they'll usually have it where you can kind of charge off of the, at least here in the US, it'll be the socket that you use for your, like, washer and dryer. Or your dryer, more so. The 3 or 4 prong. And that can be relatively decent. I do think, though, if you're, like, buying it, you get the wall thing. It's the Subaru version, the FRS Scion, GT86 is Toyota, epoxy engine sports car, gas. Gotcha. Yeah. Now, for me personally, like, I've used straight gas cars forever. And I'm ready to just be able to, like, recharge my car in the evening, that kind of stuff. Get the extremely cheap by comparison, because the gas prices keep going up. Now, granted, there's been like a little bit of a lull there, but power is way cheaper than gas. We have solar on the house, which means I can save even more on that. And honestly, with the battery-operated cars, you can actually use them. It's not a thing here in Florida because how we do it, but places like California, they charge you different rates for your power depending on if it's a high demand time and a low demand time. And so you can actually use your car as a means of mitigating that. So that you charge your car when it's cheap, that kind of thing. Florida, they just kind of do a static, like, you know, X watts went in, Y watts went out. What's the difference? That's your charge. Because you had an empty 50 amp circuit run for your charger. And about 600 for a hardwire and 800 to run a line. Yeah. No, like there's a cost there, but it's not that bad to get the chargers nowadays in your home. Not like when they first introduced it, where they all wanted to do like the battery wall thing, and they wanted to charge like $20,000 and garbage like that. But these days, it's like the cost for getting an inverter to turn your AC to DC, at least here in the US, and then just like kind of labor to do it. I mean, that's basically what it is. You're just kind of putting a glorified inverter with a circuit board to, you know, make it smart enough to not fry anything. Okay, so let's see what happens. Because this is the only reason we took this contract, is I'm curious, because the ship point for it is we're harvesting someone else's field, and the drop-off point I'm supposed to sell it to is property I own. Which makes me very curious how that works. Because one would assume, because I am putting the sorghum in here, that sorghum is going to be made into flour for me, because, like, this is my windmill. So before we go in here and we check anything, we have about 14,000 sorghum in there. Okay, so we don't get free sorghum. So we're basically just deleting sorghum from existence in the universe. I was curious how that would work, because I was just looking at it being like, if I get to keep this sorghum, this would be the most broken thing ever. Because it'd be paying me like 9,000 bucks to sell the sorghum, but instead of paying him, I would just get the sorghum. So he'd be paying me to pay me, and then I'd get flour out the other side. I'm like, okay, there's no way it works that way. Now, realistically, what's going to end up happening here is realistically, I'm ultimately going to have it where we get like the 80% harvested or whatever, or dropped off, and then I keep the rest of the sorghum. And it's just so that normal one where you get a couple thousand extra dollars for selling that little bit of sorghum, I'm going to chuck that in and I'll get to keep that. Which is reasonable. It means it works effectively the way it always works. It just so happens, instead of converting it into cash because I'm selling it right there, I'm dumping it into storage to make it into flour. But I'll still keep the 5,000 liters or whatever the amount is. Okay. Yeah, no, for me the promises of electric over gas is I've done a lot of car work in my life. Like a lot of car work. My first car was a $300 piece of junk. That I kept roadworthy. When I bought it, it had well over 100,000 miles, and I put an extra 100,000 miles plus on it after that. Then I rebuilt that engine too many times. Because the previous owner drove it like a complete a-hole. Like it was their personal race car, and it was not a race car. So, jacked up the transmission, jacked up the clutch, jacked up the valves, rear-ended a school bus, which certainly didn't help the car at all. But it was $300. That's a good price when you're a broke teenager. And I certainly, and for all the credit, for all it's worth, as much as that car was a piece of junk, it almost always got me to A to B without involving a C. It certainly got dicey sometimes. Like I had a problem for a long time where I would have to hold it in first and third gear, or it'd kick the shifter out and I'd go out of gear. But second and fourth would stay in. How do you not see a school bus? Oh, it's simple. You drive like an a-hole. Hey, Aaron, thank you for the 40 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, no, he just drove around like it's a race car and was an idiot. I'm guessing with how cheap he was looking to sell it. I'm guessing his parents basically told him, like, you're done with this, no car for you. Because he's just gonna kill himself in a car. At least that's what I'm hoping. I don't know. I never really did pay attention to his car things, because the guy was a bit of a jerk in the first place. Yeah, mine was, it was an 87 Honda Civic hatchback with 3 different colors of paint on it. It had the ugly bronze that was like super popular in the mid to late 80s, so it would hide dirt. It was spray paint gold on the hood. It was like the skyish blue color for the front trim that that Honda also came in. If your first car was an 1986 Toyota Celica GT with 240,000 miles on it. Yeah, yours is super reliable, and is going up in value, keeping it forever. Do you want to get a cheap backup vehicle for later, though? Yeah. Now, mine, that thing was definitely not going up in vehicle's value. You have to have something that's like rare or collectible or something like that for that to happen. Versus Honda Civic, not exactly a rare car. Let alone one that someone had run through the ringer. Oh, I know I haven't told this in a while. So what ultimately got done with that car after because like I got to a point where what I was going to need to do is open it up to go in the valves and redo some work. I don't remember specifically what I was going to have to do in there, but basically I was going to have to, you know, pop the cover of the valves and do a bunch of stuff under there, and I had already done that like 3-4 times with that car's life because, again, I was babying a car that needed to be put out of its misery. And I kind of just looked at it, and like at that point, I had a full-time job that paid me fairly well, and I was like, you know what? This car. Just this car. And went on to buy, like, you know, a little convertible, little like 2-seater convertible, like not anything like nice or fancy, like not like a BMW or an Audi or something like that. This little Miata that I got used, and just got rid of that car. But I had a different high school buddy who liked to drag race, and so he had this idea he wanted to try, and so he bought that car from me. It's like, I gave it to him for like $200 or so. I don't remember what it was. It was like nothing. I was just over that car entirely. So I sold him that car, and he ripped the engine out entirely. And I think it was, he put in the back, in the hatchback part of it, he did, I think it was a Dodge Ram engine, direct drive to the back axle, and then just put a big weight in the front of it. And drag raced it. So you had like, you basically had a giant engine with some like tinfoil wrapped around it. And he drag raced that, and he used to do pretty well. Until the entire rear axle assembly ripped free from the car during a race. Because, shocker, a Honda Civic wasn't designed to have a Dodge Ram engine direct drive to the rear axle. I'm actually curious. I never did ask him how he hooked up the entire front end. Because they'd have to have redone the entire, like, they'd have to have redone the entire steering. Never thought about that till now. I never got to see him race it, I only got to see the videos. I don't know where it is anymore, but he did actually have on video where the rear axle ripped free from the car. It was like you watch the car, it's almost like it went over a speed bump, and it just kind of went boom, and then just stuff ripped out from underneath it, just drug behind the car. I know he went on to buy another 80s Honda Civic hatchback and did it again. I don't know what happened to him after that. Kind of fell out of touch. He was into all sorts of ridiculous projects. Okay. We can get our Deadwood contract money. I just did that to mix it up. Yeah, so I don't mind that we did the experiment with the harvesting. I think it was good to test. Could actually do the plowing. It's not near our field, though. Or not the plowing. God, I don't want to do plowing. The hoeing. I think we ignore it. Because at 6,000, we'd get through it relatively quickly. But we're close to done with this field. And it would mean me driving this vehicle over to grab the plow direct, because my plow is over on the kind of middle bottom. I need to grab that, take that over to the west bottom, and then meanwhile this thing will be filling up, so it'll be rotating around. It'd be easier just not deal with it. Your first car was a 1989 Chevy Cavalier Z24. Yep, my first one, like, my cars early on. The car I drove first was the family. It was a, Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. I remember, I didn't drive that car very many times. Because, like, I actually got my car pretty early. As a teenager, I was fiercely independent, often to a fault. Quite often to a fault. And so when I turned, I think it was 15 was when I was legally allowed to work here in Florida. Like, I immediately went over to, like, the local grocery store and applied and got a job. Didn't discuss it with my family or anything, just went right over and applied and got a job. Didn't have a car or anything yet because, you know, I didn't have money. That's what's there to fix. And all that. So, you know, I'd ride my bike over there a lot. Once in a while, I would borrow the car to go over there. I think that only happened like 2-3 times the entire time I was there. So I did that the entire summer. Then I quit that job because it was just like a summer thing. Then I ultimately like switched over to working tourism stuff because that was available in the area. You know, and then that just kind of kept steamrolling into more stuff. Opened my own business and did IT solutions and like computer repair, networking, all that kind of stuff. And I pretty much worked consistently from then all the way till now, except for like one tiny window of like a month that I wasn't actively working a job. But so it meant I was a high school student. You know, I didn't have a cell phone yet. Those weren't really a thing that was around much. I didn't get my first cell phone until like 18, 19, which again was one of those things I didn't consult my parents or anything. It's like, I'm an adult now. I have money in the bank. And I got myself a phone. They were very mixed feelings about that. Like, on one hand, they're like, okay, this is good that we can now reach them if something happens. This is just kind of the way things are moving. He's got the money to pay for it. Also, not a huge fan of, like, all of this, but, you know, little a, little b. It's not like nowadays where you can do so much in the phone. That first phone was like that Samsung brick. And then, you know, then I got all like fancy. I got my Motorola Razr flip phone. Your first and only car was a 1970s Mercedes hearse. That'd be an interesting car to drive. Like as your day car. It sounds better than the gaming laptop you bought when you first got your job. Don't buy gaming laptops. I had a gaming laptop I used for a while. Because it was around that same time. One of the other first things I bought was I bought like a Dell desktop. Like I couldn't tell you what it was. It wasn't like any high-end anything. It was like really baseline model like that. That was another one that I didn't really talk to them about. I just bought it. That one was another one that was kind of mixed things. Because on one hand it was good. Because we had my dad's computer, then we had the family computer, which is basically the kid's computer. And there was a lot of squabbles over the computer. The internet was picking up to become a thing, and there was all that kind of stuff. And so I got that Dell computer. And like I said, it was like an Intel, I don't know, it was like an Intel 2 or something like that. Barely enough RAM for anything. So like it was fine. But I got that for myself, and then the other computer became my brother's computer effectively. Until eventually, I actually don't remember when they got their own computers. I think literally the way they got their computers is I went and decided I wanted a nice computer because I started getting into computer gaming. And I, again, you know, I'd been working, so I had some money, and I still didn't really have any bills to mention, because literal teenager. And so I couldn't... What was my second computer? I'm pretty sure I built out my second computer part per part. And, like, and that time, that was still a relatively new thing to do. Like, you've always been able to do it, but it wasn't a very common thing. Wasn't the thermal take case. That came later. I genuinely don't remember what that computer looked like. I remember it was a black case. No, it wasn't a black case. That's right. I think I still use that Dell case, and I think I gutted the parts, got a new motherboard and CPU and everything. Video cards weren't really a thing yet. Like, I think Voodoo existed, but, like, it was just kind of big money spending for something that really wasn't needed yet. But I took apart the Dell case and I took all the plastic pieces because I wanted to mod it. So I got out the Dremel and cut out a window for, like, putting the plexi in. I got a set of lights that you'd put in a car, and a second power supply I put in the case to run them because I was scared of putting them on the same power as the more expensive electronics. And set it all to be, like, sound activated lights and everything inside the case. And did all that nonsense. Vinyl dyed all the plastic parts from that ugly beige that was everything at the time to black. Vinyl dyed all the plastic on the monitor. And that was another one of those ones that you could see my dad just, like, skin crawling. Like, he's like, okay, he's learning a lot of useful stuff. Like, he's learning how these things go together. Like, these are good skills, but also he is effing up his computer. Which, for the record, everything went fine. I didn't have any problems with it. But I wouldn't go, like, I would be in the same thing looking at someone doing that exact same stuff now, taking apart the monitor's plastic pieces and vinyl dyeing it black and all that, putting it back together. I'd be like, just leave it alone, man. Or buy a black one. Don't do that. But I did all that stuff. And then the next one after that was, like, my first nice computer, where I got this, like, big server tower thermal take case. It already had a window on it. It had, like, the entire thing where I could control the fans on the front of the tower and everything. You know, at that point, video cards were a thing, so, you know, I had, like, a really nice video card for the time. I don't even remember what the name of the website was, but they had websites for, like, overclocking and all that, and I remember I got myself up on, or, no, it wasn't, I think people overclocked a lot on the website, but it was, like, benchmarking. Right, there was benchmarking websites. You know, basically people just getting to, like, the highest CPU and GPU benchmark numbers or whatever, because, like, that was around the time that Crysis was coming out and everyone was all concerned about performance. And I remember in the middle of the winter, like, on a particularly cold day, I remember putting a big box fan in my window, and I had made this whole big funnel from the window that I put directly into the side fan of my computer case that goes to where the CPU cooling was, because this is before water cooling was really a thing you saw anywhere. And so I remember overclocking a bunch of the stuff and getting a absurdly high benchmark that, like, I kind of became like a person of note on the website. Just because I had basically funneled a freezer into the side of my computer to do it, versus, you know, people weren't doing that, like, any real stuff like that professionally a lot. There was some of them. Like, water cooling wasn't a thing. A lot of that was dumb stuff. And then the computer after that it wasn't Alienware, it was a Dell XPS, I don't remember what size the screen was, laptop. Because I was going to be leaving the house, because I had been at the time I had started college locally, and I had finished up my associate's degree, and was going to be going to university to get my bachelor's. I also was doing a lot more running around and travel, and so I wanted something that would still be able to run my games, but I also needed something a little bit more portable than a server tower. And so I got that XPS. That wasn't the best move I ever made. It worked fine. I got a lot of years. It's actually still floating around here, but it doesn't work quite right anymore. But I used to joke it's not a laptop, it's a portable desktop. You do not want to put it on your lap. The stupid thing weighed like 15, 20 pounds or whatever it was. And it would just cook your lap. It was when the NVIDIA physics card was a separate thing that people were getting because it had that. You know, nowadays it's just integrated into your video card, not a separate entity. And I used that for a couple of years. No, it was more than a couple. I used that. Yeah, I basically used that for a couple of years because by that point in university, what ended up happening is that was like right around the time that netbooks were all the craze. To get like this computer that cost like $100 or $200 and had about the computing power of a potato. You know, around the time that Vista dropped. So I used that for a while, and desperately trying to get as much performance out of that stupid little netbook as I could, because that was a waste of money. It got me through college, it was fine. You know, I started messing with a bunch of different Linux distributions and all that, because I just needed anything that I could lower the system requirements. Because those netbooks, you know, a stiff breeze has more strength than those laptops did. But, you know, I'd bring that to class. It was this tiny little netbook like this big. I think it was either 11 or 13-inch screen or whatever. And I would use, I think I ultimately settled on Ubuntu, like micro Ubuntu, and Evernote, and just use it for note-taking. So you're looking for a new PC right now, and you hate in taste cases is not window with RGB. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. Like, it's funny. When I was younger, I was kind of a trendsetter in, like, I wasn't the first person to do it, obviously. But I was kind of a trendsetter in, like, adding all the lights and the plexiglass and all that garbage onto the computers. And the next computer I built after that laptop, I have deliberately tried to avoid, like, any RGB or any neons or plexiglass lighting. Like, I go out of my way to avoid those things now. I just find it too distracting. Got to well, welcome back. You had a decent little netbook for a while. It actually was able to play The Sims 2, Dragon Age 2. College computer. Oh, man. You must have gotten, like, for a netbook, a high-end netbook. Like, you're probably still, like, on the low end of, like, laptop, but still on the high end of netbook. Because those, half those ones they sold for, like, $200. You look at the processor, it's like, what's the processor? 133 megahertz. What's the onboard RAM? Like, a gig? Or half a gig? The hard drives in them would be a couple hundred megabyte. If that. If it came with Windows on, it would barely run because it was just, like, really under-spec'd for doing anything. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing. As much as I badmouth that netbook, it was the right tool in a lot of ways for bringing to class. It was just this really small, easy to bring around, like, little laptop. It was only good to be, like, a text editor kind of thing. Really, really past that. Even pulling up a website was kind of spotty with it. But, you could pull up a text editor and do that fine. And for college purposes, it ran Evernote just fine. And that was kind of what I used for, not early college. Early college is just notebook and paper, but by the time I was, you know, junior, senior college. Honestly, a little laptop you can't play games on it was probably better for most kids. Yeah. I think a couple times I tried loading some stuff like, not solitaire, but like free cell, like whatever I could find, those kind of games. But this is going way back in the day with like Ubuntu and all that. So the offerings there were pretty slim. And most of them it was like, this is like, you know, we don't need to buy solitaire, we have solitaire at home kind of thing. Definitely felt like that. Where it's like, oh, this is technically the game, but it is noticeably not as good as the other one. I can't remember what the game. I know I found one game on it I enjoyed. That, again, it was like a tabletop style game or whatever. I don't remember what it was, though. It's just been too many years. Alright, let's get this stuff back in position. So, I think that was a good experiment. It still gave us, like... Immediately from the payout, it gave us about 9,000 bucks. And we did get, like, a couple thousand liters of, a couple thousand, maybe like 3,000-4,000 liters worth of sorghum, you know, to make into flour, so that should equate to a couple thousand more. So all in all, it's actually not a bad contract. Man, after that, like, I've had 3 or 4 computers since then, and all of them, they were built. That's actually one of the things, we talked about it yesterday, that I had, I've been trying to get stuff set up for multi-streaming more. So, like, right now I multi-stream, that Twitch is my primary platform, like 95+% of everything happens here on Twitch. I also stream to YouTube, so that way we have the VODs later. Plus, it's another place for potentially people to find the channel, and then, you know, shorts and all that are far better for discoverability than what we have on Twitch. It's just a lot more like people touch on it. It's harder to convert people that coming through shorts to sticking around, but you don't have a chance of getting them to stick around if they don't show up in the first place. But there's also considerations like stuff like TikTok and all that. And I've been trying to make it so, you know, whatever platform pops out, that I can, you know, configure it and I can hit go and stream to whatever platform we want. Because while I don't anticipate Twitch going anywhere, and I like going away anywhere, and I'm very happy with Twitch, it is one of those things you never know when Amazon's going to be like, you know, this Twitch thing isn't working out, and then Twitch is gone. And at that point, you hear from miles away the F word get yelled out really loud from the household I'm in, as all this work just disappears overnight. So, needless to say, there's a certain amount of hedging your bets that's worth doing. That way, I hopefully can build up a little bit of following in different places. And again, my intention is for Twitch to remain always the primary platform. And ideally, I'd actually like to draw people from those other platforms to Twitch, because it's a better viewing experience in my opinion. But I want to get that set up. But to do that realistically, I'm going to want to move to a 2 PC setup. Right now, I stream and play games on the same one. Amazon's so big, a move like that wouldn't be unheard of. Yeah, I don't, for the record, I don't think that's coming. There's a little bit of an asterisk on a couple things you hear about Twitch. So Twitch, last we've heard, it may have changed, last we've heard is not profitable. That is a technically accurate statement. It is not profitable. However, there's an asterisk on that. Amazon does have money it makes thanks to Twitch as part of like the advertising packages and whatnot that does not get attributed to Twitch. It still might not be profitable after that too, but it's a very hard to quantify thing because it's not strictly like, here's the advertise on Twitch package sold by Amazon. It's like, here's this bundle that includes Twitch and Amazon Prime TV or Amazon Prime Video and Amazon Prime Music and all this stuff. That Twitch is a significant factor in those packages and all that. So it's one of those things, it's like, is it profitable? No, strictly from the, does Twitch as a company make money, you know, and is profitable within itself? Strictly speaking, no from the last things we heard. But it's one of those ones that it's not super transparent in that, and it's not like some malicious, they're deliberately trying to hide it kind of thing. It's more, it's complicated kind of thing. Like I'm not implying they're trying to be misleading. It's just the bundle, you can't really separate it out and pull and be like, well, did this sell because of Twitch, or did this sell because of Prime Video, or did this sell because of Prime Music? it's kind of all there. Don't they do deliberately expensive things like NFL games and stuff like that too? You mean Amazon? Amazon genuinely killed a huge part of its gaming stuff. Oh, do you mean on Amazon Video? I do know Amazon Video started showing sports stuff on. I don't think that's like deliberately expensive to like make it not profitable. I think right now one of the things that's keeping people from cable cutting and going entirely to streaming is sports. And those sports franchises are really expensive. So I do think that is a deliberate competitive thing. Like, Amazon has no intention for Twitch to be profitable if they're showing NFL games. Oh, no. I don't think that's a deliberate thing to avoid being it. Because Twitch, when it comes to like tax reporting and all that, Twitch falls under the Amazon umbrella. So making Twitch not profitable doesn't save Amazon a bunch of tax money as an organization, at least not in a way that I'm aware of you'd be able to do legally or whatever. So no, I don't personally think they're like deliberately fudging the numbers on Twitch's end to make it not profitable for that. That would be dealing with the larger Amazon organization about dealing with what is your revenue that you're going to be paying taxes on and dealing with that. Is my understanding. Again, not a legal expert. You just mean they aren't likely to shut it down due to lack of profit? Oh, no, that's what I was going to say, is I don't think they're going to shut it down due to lack of profit because Amazon benefits in a lot of other ways that aren't strictly how much money does Twitch within itself makes. Now, granted, it could be that one day that Amazon still decides, you know what, this extra benefit I'm getting over here in my left hand, it ain't worth the hassle. They can do that. But I don't see them doing that, not in the short to midterm at least. Because if I did, I wouldn't still be doing this. I'd be going crap, and figuring out something else. When Amazon acquired Twitch, do you have any feelings on it? No, mostly because I wasn't really involved on Twitch at the time. It was just another tech acquisition, which I am personally team all acquisitions are bad acquisitions. There is nuanced benefits to acquisitions that, you know, a company who is floundering can be saved by an acquisition, so that can save some jobs. But in my experience, having worked in tech for over 20 years, I have never once in my entire history of working at companies who both acquired and have been acquired, I have never once seen it work out to the benefit of the staff or consumers in the long term. Short term there have been some benefits, but long term no. It's always been bad for the people on the bottom of the pile. They do stream some sports here now and then. You don't think you can just not watch the VODs? Yeah, it's also a thing that I'm willing to bet it's part of a larger package, because I do know Amazon Prime, they've been really pushing that you can watch sports on Amazon Prime now. It's not something that particularly interests me, but they sure as heck advertise it. So my guess is whatever organizations are working, whether it's NFL or whoever, I don't pay enough attention to really know which ones. It wouldn't surprise me if behind the scenes, Amazon has a deal with NFL that they'll put it on Prime Video and Twitch. Maybe they'll have like whatever NFL branded podcasts on Prime Audio or Music or whatever they're calling it these days. I could see it being some big umbrella deal kind of thing. Now, who exchanged how much money which way and all that? I haven't the foggiest. Yeah, NFL getting cuts across, if you had screens, you had money. Yeah. Well, and again, I do think it, like, if I was the one sitting in charge of the Prime Video department, so, you know, Amazon's video streaming service for recorded content, like your formally produced shows, it makes sense to me to branch into sports. And the reason for that is, right now, on the streaming side, you're competing with Hulu, you're competing with Disney, you're competing with Netflix, and often, you're trading existing customers. You're not really growing the market share of the overall industry. You're more kind of dragging people in that market share around. And there's value in doing that. But at the same time, if you want to bring in net new market share, people who are watching these for the first time, one of the places that is a struggle is getting the people who watch sports programs. You know, they go to watch Sunday Night Football or whatever. And in that case, if they partner with NFL and they're playing football on the streaming service with all the benefits you can get with streaming, now they've got a proposition where they can get someone who's been a holdout holding on to their cable television. Now they've got an alternative that maybe they draw away. And maybe not they do reach that audience. That all depends on a bunch of things. But at least that's a place to get a new customer versus fighting over the same customers. And you do a little A, a little B. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Why did you get silent? You're still working. Okay, so the next stage is Castle Stone. We can just leave that alone for right now. But yeah. So I do think it makes, like, and again, this is me saying this as someone who could give two craps less about sports. Watching them. Like, I used to play a lot of sports. I've never been big on watching sports. It's kind of one of those things like, why would I watch someone do what I want to be doing kind of thing? I used to play, like, lots and lots of soccer growing up. Then I got into, like, paintball and disc golf and a whole bunch of other things. But, like, watching basketball and football and that just never really resonated with me. It's not like I look and go, those are bad or anything. It's just like, eh, I'd rather be outside doing stuff. And then later got into video games, and I'd rather play a game than watch someone else do something. Which is weird that I stream now, because, and also for the record, like, before I started streaming, like, I watched other people stream. The ones that really got me into watching Twitch at first was Elite Dangerous and Path of Exile. That those were games I got into in a big way. So I actually need that later. We're not buying that right now, because I have to have the 200-something thousand by April. So if I buy that now, that doesn't help me with that. I don't want to deal with that. We also don't have the equipment. That's fine. But yeah, so as well as things that, like, early on in life, I just didn't want to watch any of it. And then later on, expanded more. Okay, so for right now, we've run out of sorghum on the windmill. So the windmill here puts out some quick things. Why not switch to bigger lumber mill in the area and not easier access to the trees? Because then I have to buy it. That's pretty much it. I literally have to have the 200,000 for my seeder, or we don't seed. So it's money. Keep in mind, we're on a challenge run. 90% of the answers to 90% of the questions of, like, why don't you this? The answer is probably going to be money. And I do acknowledge that if I bought it, I could put more wood in it, and I could make more money. But then I also have to sit there and keep feeding it more and more and more trees each day. Like, that is farther committing to the lumberjacking, which is fine, but I don't actually want to commit to lumberjacking. The next production line I'm going to get is going to be the fish food. But I'm going to need 3 fields to do that, and the cedar. And then the oil mill. So technically I'm lying. The next one I'm going to get is the oil mill. Then the fish thing. But I'm getting the oil thing for purpose of the fish food. Because we're pursuing dare drops, not just playing to casually play. I mean, we are playing for fun and all that as well. But we're playing with an objective. Alright, so looking at what we got, there isn't anything on sale I want right now. We do have all of our stuffs topped off. And I'm not going to be grabbing the contracts right now, which I might end up regretting later. But I just don't want to do a bunch of contracts. So we're going to try to get closer to April. We are making pretty good money between the greenhouse and the mason. Each in-game month. Those are all cool things, not really what I need. Technically do those. Oh wait, no I can't. I can't do cultivating. I don't actually have a cultivator. Never mind, I can't do those. Okay, so you're going to finish this step this in-game day. We do have a deadwood contract. I'll take that just because. Now, granted, we'll probably want to wait till it's daytime. And I can go and check on that deadwood contract, do that for a little bit. Because I need to be bringing in a little bit of money. I am starting to get a little nervous, because if I show up without enough money for the cedar fertilizer, that nonsense, I can technically buy a crappier one. Oh, it's literally the same place we had our last one. I can technically buy a crappier... Sorry, I can technically buy a crappier, cedar to do the job. I really don't want to, though. Like, really don't want to if I can help it, though. Because then after that, I'm probably going to want to get the 3 fields. We get those 3 fields. I mean, I already own one of them. But we can get the 3 fields I need, and we can just toss sorghum in them for right now. From there, we get the oil mill. And then, honestly, it's just basically, you know, just buy each production line one after the other. There won't be extra to do. I literally will just be buying the production lines and continuing to work the farm. And each one will add the next thing onto the equation and the next thing onto the equation. There's one down there. Because we also don't have easy money from fishing right now. I still haven't determined if there is another threshold for the fishing. We do know it's not 300. It could be when we hit 400 fish, maybe we get a big payout. 500 fish, maybe we get a payout. Maybe we never get another payout ever. Who knows? I'm sure actually some people do. I am willing to bet there are people who have just binge fished since this came out to kind of figure that all out. I am not one of them. Okay, so we're looking for the deadwood. There's one right in front of me. There's one to my right I just saw there. But yeah. No, if I was leaning into just strictly, you know, I didn't have a direction we were going, just trying to be like, let's make money, you wouldn't be wrong. It would be one of, you know, it would be a good option to get the sawmill. That's if you want to lean in on the logging. I don't mind the logging in the game. I do find after a while it gets very laborious, mostly because moving the logs as time goes on gets more and more laborious. I'm really mostly just doing the logging to satisfy building the castle. Most likely when the castle is done, I will probably shut down the logging. And just focus on other things. I have done a lot of logging in the game. Not that if I ever did a run that was like dedicated towards logging, I could get behind that again at some stage. But that would be that kind of whole bit. Alright, so let's check our production lines. Water is okay right now. The sawmill does need more wood in there. This kind of gives you the idea that even this way, every other day or so, I have to drag a new tree into the little sawmill. The big sawmill does go through, like, if we think about it this way, so the big sawmill is about 10 times the efficiency of the little sawmill. Not efficiency, that's not true. The rate it works than the little sawmill. So having the big sawmill is effectively like having 10 of those. So if I'm having to drag a tree in there every 2-3 days, that means I'm going to be having to drag in, you know, pretty much 5 trees a day, give or take, every single day just to keep it running at capacity. That's a lot of cutting down trees. That is a lot of cutting down trees. And it's still worth it. But it means to take advantage of it realistically, I'm going to be getting other equipment that I'm using right now. Realistically, I'm going to want to get dedicated lumbering equipment. Because right now we're getting away with just winch and drag. But long term, you'd want, like, you know, a logging truck, get the actual harvesters. And a lot of the logging equipment is extremely expensive. Dog, I know you're not, like, actually collidable, so I don't really hurt you if I run you over. But on principle, I don't want to run you over. We can drag a second tree in there. That wasn't enough. But yeah, no, honestly, this wouldn't be a bad logging map in the first place. Like, some of the areas, like, up here kind of suck for it because we have these unremovable fences. So taking advantage of some of these trees back here is a little obnoxious. But at the same time, it's also not a particularly awful map for logging. And there are a lot of tiles towards the middle of the map that do have a decent amount of trees that would be relatively easy to access. So it's not Silver Run levels of accessibility with the logging, but it is pretty good. Okay. There we go. Just had to maneuver it out of the little trees, because I didn't want to deal with cutting down little trees. Because I'd still have to drag them, and I wouldn't get much for them. Versus this is a 5-point-something ton tree. Besides, we're just removing all these trees to make sure we have better wind flow for our windmill. That's not actually a mechanic in the game, but you know, if we go over the top on realism, if you had yourself this windmill here and you had a whole forest behind it, that's just blocking your wind flow. That's losing efficiency. Killing me, dog. Go. I mentioned this before, the winch actually works pretty well as just... Dog, why? You're acting like a cat, not like a dog. It's cats' things to be wherever you don't want them to be. And that's just because the thing is too full for it to accept that tree, so we're just going to leave it there. And how are the greenhouses doing? It could go another day. Alright, so nothing we care about there. These Deadwood contracts don't really give me that much. It's fine. We're going to move the month forward. I am worrying that I did not stop and do enough contracts. And we're going to come up short on the... Sorry, we're going to come up short on... Words are hard, chat. We're going to end up coming up short for the big planter. If I have to get the little one to make it go by for right now, that is acceptable. It's not my favorite. But I say it's acceptable like I get a choice in the matter. I mean, I guess I do. I could just not plant for a season. That didn't seem like the fun thing. Let's check in the castle. You are about to finish needing just castle stones. And you all need water. Yeah, so the one field of sorghum is nowhere near enough to keep that windmill running, which I figured was going to be the case. We do have more beams and all that we can sell. The sawmill's just fine. But what is going to happen, chat, is I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to go do that. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you for tuning in. And I'll be back in just a few minutes after I've used the restroom. Alright. And we're not doing, like, the longer break quite yet. I've got something we're going to be doing for Tomb for food later. And so, I need to wait for her to actually be home to start it. So that wasn't the quote-unquote long break. That'll probably be half hour or so, or something like that, we do that. Yeah. No, that was, the Froyo thing. I can't remember what brought that up. I think it was Tomb, like, I was in the middle of streaming, and Tomb was like, do you mind if I make you an experimental milkshake? Which is something she's never done anything like that before. Is like, okay. Like, you know, it's like, I trust you, sure. And it was basically, we had some, like, a couple things in the fridge we just needed to get, you know, done with before they expired. And so she's like, all right, you know, I just tossed some strawberries. It was the strawberries, that's right. We need to get the strawberries used because they were getting soft. So they hadn't gone bad, but they had gotten soft. So they're like, okay, these need to get used soon or they're going to go bad. All right, yeah, we're just waiting on that. And so she's like, I'm going to make this. And so she got like some strawberries, some frozen yogurt, and she had like almond milk, which is the part I was a little like, I don't know about this. Like, almond milk is fine in itself, but like, you know, making an almond milk milkshake, and it was fine. Like, so far as taste-wise, it was fine. But she chucked it all in that little blender thing, and just brought it to me and all that. And, like, it tasted really good, in all honesty. Like, it was a really good taste. But yeah, no, it was basically just solid. It basically just maintained the, consistency of, effectively, the frozen yogurt. It just had, you know, strawberry chunks in it and everything, and whatnot. Um, it's pretty funny, though. It's just one of those things at random. We just had something in the fridge that we gotta get used. That's actually part of why we're, where I mentioned I'm doing, like, a little bit more of a thing for Tomb for dinner today is we've got mushrooms, bell peppers, and sausage, all which need to get used in the short term or they won't be good much longer. So the plan is to do, like, it's a kielbasa. We're doing some kielbasa, a bunch of, like, cut up peppers and onion and stuffed, like, I've already got it all prepped, it just needs to be heated. Stuffed mushrooms with feta cheese and all that. Which is a bit more than I usually do during stream. For the record, all I gotta do is, I got 2 pans. I was gonna chuck stuff in them. They'll get browned and then sauteed or whatever. And then that's done. I think she might be home. Either she's home, or someone's doing fireworks not too far away. Like, not close enough you can actually hear them, but close enough you get like that little pulse sound that your roofs make when there's fireworks going off in the area. And we're not far from tourism area. She is not home. So it is fireworks. There's a resort not too far away and they do fireworks from time to time. It kind of sounds like, you know, if you got like a raccoon or something running around in your attic. Just not heavy thumping, but a little bit of thumping here and there. I wish fireworks were way less popular. It's fine. It's usually only around New Year's and the 4th of July that I can get really out of hand. You have a mouse in your wall? Yeah, we wouldn't end up having anything like that. We have I forget what it's called. We have the pest control system where it's like it's basically plastic tubes in your wall. But then when, you know, they go to the spraying, they just kind of go to the outside of your house and just kind of put it up to like the little thing on the outside of your house, and it puts it all through the insulation in your walls. So if we had anything like mice or anything like that, it'd be really bad for them. The drone shows are amazing. We got to see a couple of those, and I was like, they kind of fill that same niche as like the fireworks show. You've got like the light up thing to music going on. The difference is, one, like, you're not terrorizing every pet in the, you know, surrounding miles. They're not quite as obnoxious and all that. And the drones, you can do way more with them. You can have them do like all sorts of cool patterns and all that. And like fireworks, there's a little bit of pattern stuff you can do with them, but it's pretty limited, and honestly, half the fireworks show these days don't even bother. They'll just do like where they fire 2 or 3 fireworks relatively near each other to make a shape, and that's about as fancy as that part gets. So it's mostly just like listening to music and then seeing the pretty lights, which is fine. No beef on that. But the drones I can do so much more with. Like those have been really cool, the things I've seen them do at the drone shows. Like, not only can they like make a more complex shape, but it's really awesome when they do something like, you know, they'll have like a plane doing a flyby, but it's the drones making it, but they'll also rotate it in 3D, so you're like watching the plane fly by as it rotates around this, like, you know, the center spot. You're just like, what goes into keeping these drones doing that pattern, not colliding with each other, and actually figuring out all the math behind it? Because that doesn't mean one drone is just doing a circle. It's having to do this like weird, like wavy pattern because of the various things moving around, and figuring all that out and making sure nothing collides with anything. And granted, they always do them over like lakes or open fields or other areas where if something did go wrong, the drone just plunks onto the ground and then they just got a wrecked drone. Not that I've personally witnessed it. I know that's happened. I didn't know some places stopped because they had 1 or 2 drones that went to areas they weren't supposed to, and then someone got hurt because the drone got, got knocked out or whatever and then hit someone. They're not little drones. They're not like the little drone you go and you buy your kid and they fly it around the house or whatever. They're like these pretty substantial drones. But it's cool. I can get behind. I also understand people hate the winding sound they make, and that's fair enough. I'm just being a crotchety old man and just shaking my cane at fireworks. Don't mind me. But you young people, you make it smell funny and cloudy, and you scared the dog. Go to bed. Get off my lawn. I mean, one that is a problem around here is some days after, like, 4th of July, you'll go out there and people just leave their crap everywhere. So it'll be, like, little bits of firework paper and all that everywhere. And it's like, come on, man. Like, if you're gonna do what you're gonna do, at least clean up after yourself. My parents taught me better. My dad would get really annoyed if there's a bunch of firework junk laying around the lawn and he needed to mow the next day. That's why you hate fireworks? They terrify dogs? Yeah, like, I don't have a pet, but to me it's like, it's one thing if you're doing, like, a fireworks show and it's like, okay, it's the city fireworks show and it's being done in the center of town and people come check it out. And it's one thing if you're doing, like, sparklers or, like, little stuff out in front yard, all that. We usually have a lot of strict rules around what fireworks you can have here in Florida, but everyone goes to the firework place. It's like, you know, an open secret. That you just walk up and be like, yeah, I'm buying these fireworks for agricultural purposes to scare away birds. And they're like, cool. And like straight up buying fireworks are not even remotely legal to be used outside of, like, you know, sporting events and special situations. But everybody does it. Like, it is just a widespread thing. Even though, so technically it's against the rules. And we're not talking like these, you know, kind of questionable pop-up store kind of things. We're talking, you know, these giant permanent brick and mortar firework display kind of places that sell fireworks commercially at scale. Like, that's all they do. But like I said, it's kind of like an open secret thing. And thank you, Elizabeth Regina, for the tier 1 sub. That's 13 months you've been subbed to the channel. And I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. And I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, no, very genuinely I appreciate it. Couldn't do it with all the support, without all the support everyone's been showing. But yeah, no, like I said, it's just one of those things, and it's been that way since I was a teenager. And I myself am guilty of doing that where, you know, 19, 20 years old, going to the fireworks store being like, yeah, can I buy those mortars? That $200 set of mortars? Oh, it's buy one, get one free. Oh, darn, I'll get my 2 sets of mortars. You know, with like 40-something mortars in each one. And the answer should have been no by a staff member, because you should not be giving a 19-year-old explosives. But, you know, and they're like, well, what are you going to use these? Like, oh yeah, I'm going to scare away birds. And they're like, okay, that's fine. Sign in the paper, basically, you know, that this is a you problem if you get in trouble and not an us problem. There are a lot of here that people don't care for. Even drying in surrounding countries to buy real illegal stuff makes noise, something else. Yeah, so I did that as like a teenager. Because, you know, at the time, I didn't know any better. Funny enough, it was like, that was the last time I bought fireworks too, is I bought those things. And we, you know, it was fun to do them for a little while. And it was kind of like after that, it's kind of over fireworks. You know, and then you hear about like, oh yeah, these things are like really messy, they pollute a lot, they, you know, they have like really negative effects on wildlife, that really, you know, they traumatize your pets. For people with like PTSD, it can be very difficult for them. Like, you know, all the negatives of fireworks. And I'm okay with, like, you know what, I think people should be allowed to do them kind of thing. I do think they should have to keep them to the select days that is what the way people celebrate. Because that's kind of the one that actually does irk me, is 4th of July, it's like 4th of July week not 4th of July day for fireworks a lot of times here. Last year wasn't bad. I think like the last 2 years haven't been bad. We had 1 or 2 neighbors who were particularly notorious for just like a week straight every night, late into the night, blasting fireworks. And then the cop showed up on him one time, and then it hasn't happened since. You know, which, good job, cops. Because again, like, it's one thing when you're, like, sticking to the day or whatever, but there's a certain point you gotta be like, come on, man, I know you're partying and celebrating. Like, even if it was just, like, a noise complaint violation kind of thing, you gotta give your neighbors at least a little bit of consideration. Did not park there where it should have. Whatever they're doing, they are popping off. Like, it's far enough away, it's not a big thing. You just gotta hear, like I said, like, it sounds like something like walking on the roof a little bit. It's not quite that sound, it's a bit of a more hollow sound than that. And it's just because of, like, the air pressure difference, just ever so slightly messes with your roof. You can only buy them between Christmas and New Year's Eve here, and people hoard stuff. Oh yeah, no, it's the same thing here. Usually for fireworks here, there are permanent stores. There's not many that are pretty rare. Like, to me, I only know of 2 in all of Central Florida. And I'm not even sure they're around anymore. I want to say one of them closed a while back. But generally speaking, you don't usually have them in stores or anything like that outside of that. Other than, like, right around the 4th of July, which is, you know, Independence Day here in the U.S., and New Year's. They'll start showing up, like, a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks before that, is when you'll start seeing them. I just cut down a tree because I'm like, oh, I need more wood. Yeah, you know, like the tree that's sitting right there, already in position to be used. This will be interesting. Alright, Basette, you have a good one. But yeah, so it's kind of like one of those things that it's almost the moment you start seeing the fireworks go on sale, you start hearing people popping off on the fireworks almost every night. And again, the last 2 years, honestly, it's been kind of since the pandemic really kind of kicked off that it really kind of toned down. Which I don't think it was because of the pandemic or anything there. I just think that got people, like, just the timing, people were evaluating some of those things a little bit differently. And plus, fireworks are expletive expensive, man. But they're illegal here, and there are some distributors nearby. So every non-profit, just about, come the 4th, has a tent up. Yeah. Yeah, they're legal here. We have a bunch of restrictions on what you can fire off. A lot of the pop-up tents are actually relatively tame on what they offer. They still have stuff that technically runs afoul of things, but it's, like, not that bad. So you have, like, the little bottle rockets and that kind of stuff we'll start seeing. But, like, the bigger permanent stores, the ones you'll see, like, full-on mortars and all sorts of stuff there. Right, so we're looking pretty good there. I don't want to do those contracts. We're either going to just happen to have enough or we're not. Let's see, here's a fun fact to keep you awake. Alligators are more closely related to birds than to lizards. I can potentially see that. Because when you think about birds, like, birds descend from dinosaurs. Like, bird is something that came from a sub-slice of reptiles, where dinosaurs kind of deviated into their own thing. So yeah, alligators being along that line, I'd believe it. I mean, I don't know that's true or not, but it's like, yeah, that's plausible. I can go with it. I wouldn't challenge it, you know, like, if someone's like, you know, gun to the head, do you think that's true or not? I'd be like, you know what, I could potentially go with it. There we go. Sawmill is topped off. The water's all good in those. Okay. Let's grab the planks. That should be able to get us, like, another maybe 10k. But yeah. I think they also... You know what I'm willing to bet? I'm willing to bet they got more restrictive. Because, again, I don't really pay attention to fireworks beyond, like, them being a bit obnoxious at times. I'm also willing to bet around that same time frame, we had some pretty weird weather stuff happen in Florida. We had like a really bad freeze one year and some other stuff, and I know we had a drought another year. It could also be that what ended up ultimately happening was around that same time. Maybe we were dealing with like drought, that kind of thing. So they may have like really ramped up enforcement because, you know, when there's a drought going on, you don't want people doing fireworks. For fairly straightforward reasons. I could see that have been a thing that, like, maybe they really started to actually properly enforce stuff a little bit, and it just kind of stuck. Hey, Bees, how's it going? It's good to have you. Can we get a shout out with, for Bees with the Knees? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. You are not sitting the way I expect you to, but I'm going to go with it anyways. But absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone you should definitely check out. What did I see you playing earlier? It was the other day, like, because normally I could only catch you when I wake up earlier. And I saw... I'm going to do the shout out real fast. What was it I saw you playing? Probably do a shout out, it'll be something different. The Last Caretaker. Oh, was that... Did I see you earlier today? Time has no meaning. Were you also playing that yesterday? But yeah. So, again, check out Bees the Knees. Plays a lot of fantastic games over there. Playing some The Last Caretaker. I think I saw, was it you and I think Penny playing that? Penny Meowie? Regardless, both fantastic people you should check out. It was yesterday. You're playing Dispatch, which is awesome. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, no, I got a key for Dispatch, and I kinda got nervous about playing it, cause it's not that my channel is strictly like family friendly or anything, but I had mentioned I might play it, and I had one or two people was like, just so you know, man, like, right at the beginning, dong, center frame. I was like, oh, okay, maybe that's not exactly what I'm ready for. Yeah, like, I'm not strictly family friendly kind of thing. The way I usually state it to people is, I'm okay if your boss gives you side-eye overhearing the stream. I'm not okay if your boss feels the need to get out of their chair and say something. And center frame dong sounds like that is the moment the boss kind of goes and starts getting out of their chair. It definitely, like, it felt past there. It looks good. It looks really good. It's definitely a game at some point I intend to play off stream. Yeah, it's definitely get fired at work job. Gotcha. That's kind of the way I was reading it. That looked like really good, but maybe not appropriate for my channel. But I have heard good things. Even by the ones, like, even by people who warned me, they're like, the voice acting is on point, the comedy is on point, but also, you know, content warning. Yeah, I know we've just been doing some farm sim since the DLC dropped to get the dare drop so I can get a bunch of keys to give out to the community. We've gotten out a couple so far. It's been a lot of fun. This is a game I played a lot in the channel. We're building a hecking castle. Looking forward to the Planet Crafter dropping its DLC on, I believe, the 14th. Is that a game you would be... Because, admittedly, I haven't really... Like, I've caught some of your streams, and I haven't really got the feel for exactly the type of games you're into. Yeah, awesome. Cool. I was like... It sounded like something you would like, the Planet Crafter, but I was also like, I don't really know that for a fact. But yeah. No, absolutely. I am excited for it. And plus I can make lots of jokes about how we're fixing YouTube chat, YouTube comments, because it's literally called toxicity. Or if you want to not beat up on YouTube, you can also just toss in TikTok. It works, either or. My favorite is like the TikTok streams when you get like genuinely like the 8-year-old in Sock is like, you're boring. This is stupid. I was like, cool, man. Have you hit puberty yet? Because it doesn't seem like it. I'm not gonna actually ask that because I'd worry to get weird, but you know, like, cool, man. Your toddler's insults want their toddler back. You genuinely think you'd get banned on TikTok too fast? I'm not worried about that too much. But, it do get unhinged. Cool, so we got an extra 10,000. Now, Chris, I mean, this is probably fair. Does TikTok, like, TikTok bans for a lot of stupid stuff. I don't think they ban for swearing. I could be wrong. It's not a thing I particularly paid attention to. I know it's a thing that historically, like, YouTube, if you swear too early in the video, you'd get suppressed by algorithm. I think they changed that. Like, they were very open, being like, yeah, that has been a thing, but we're not necessarily going to do that anymore. It wouldn't shock me at all whatsoever to hear that's like, oh yeah, no, if you drop an F-bomb, TikTok just buries you in the algorithm. Because they do that for all sorts of wild things. Like, if you mention Twitch or YouTube on TikTok, it is a thing that they will, you know, suppress you in the algorithm. Your friend got banned for a live stream because they said that, yeah. Okay, well, I mean, it's one of those things that, like, it's not that I don't swear, and people have heard me say this thing. I consider swearing a tool in my tool belt. It's like a knife. If I use it all the time, it gets dull. But if I save it for when I need it, and I break it out, it's very effective. I'm the person at work who, like, never swears, is never confrontational, and so the one time I step in and go, you're effing wrong, everyone gets silent. And I now control that conversation. It is mine. It doesn't mean I get my way, but it does mean I get hurt. And sometimes that's, in its own right, a pretty high bar. Exactly. And I've done that to a boss before in the middle of a meeting, a company-wide meeting. Told them they're effing wrong. I don't even remember what it was about. But it was something that I'm like, nah, man, that is way past okay. Like, you are gaslighting the whole company right now, and I am confident enough that I can pull the pin on this grenade. If I find myself without a job tomorrow, I do understand why. But I am going to give everyone else the ammunition they need to put a stop to whatever this was. I don't remember. It was probably something with an acquisition or something. Okay. So we're doing good. Let's check on the contracts. The water is fine. I'll do another deadwood. We're just trying to pad our numbers a little bit. I have a cedar I need to buy. How much is that cedar? I know I'm going to be short and I'm going to be sad about it. I keep saying cedar. It's a planter. It's different. Oh yeah, we're going to be way short on that. That's 250,000. I thought it was 200,000 and like some change. Let's see, do you stream full-time now? Are you working? I'm streaming full-time. My journey into streaming was I had been working for a company, and that company got acquired, so it got acquired twice. The first acquisition, it made things not as good, but generally still pretty good. Then we got acquired by a company that wasn't even in the same industry as us, and it was one of those ones you saw the acquisition coming in, and you could just see everything going sideways. And I stuck around for a little while, but ultimately it's like, oh yeah, this thing's done. This company's done. Like, they're gonna try to make it way more profitable, but they don't know what they're doing. And that company did file bankruptcy not too many years after that, going from being extremely profitable and leading its industry to not existing for... It still technically exists and still technically, you know, has a product, but it's effectively gone. So yeah, so I got off that bandwagon before the whole thing burned down around me. Because I've just been working my entire life since like 15 non-stop. I was like, you know what? I want a break. And then, you know, started streaming in the meantime, then a pandemic happened, and, you know, I was actually pursuing like a career switch, and with the pandemic that didn't really happen. Streaming kind of blew up while I was doing that. Like my channel blew up during that time. I was like, well, I guess I'm doing this now. And I enjoy it, so I've just been continuing to doing it. But yeah, so I didn't really go in with the intent on streaming. Like, actually, the first stream was only for a handful of friends. Like, I wasn't planning on even streaming to other people. But, you know, other people started showing up for some reason. And they kept showing up. And here we are. And obviously, at this stage, there's way more deliberate intent in everything. Not just, I feel like RimWorld, so I'm playing RimWorld. RimWorld's excellent. But, you know, a bit more what just came out, what's going on, all that stuff. Alright, we got Last Deadwood's over there. Yeah, no, I'm very fortunate. Most people who go into streaming, like, for all intents and purposes, my channel grew very fast. Not unheard of fast. Nothing like, you know, case study fast. But much faster than most people do. That, like, I was partnering everything in under a year. Let's see. So all those are fine. The sawmill does not have anything in storage. Let's go check in our castle. You need... Okay, you actually have enough supplies. So you do have the wood beams and planks I need already in storage. You're just gonna actually build the building. So this is a big old bummer, because to get the planter I want, I'm gonna need about $250,000 total. I'm gonna realistically have about 200 by the time we get there with no contracts. I can't do any of those contracts, so those aren't happening. That's fine. It just means I'm gonna have to settle for the smaller planter that I didn't want to settle for. But that is just the reality sometimes, that you just do not have the money to do the thing you want to do. So what is going to happen here, and probably, actually, you know what, this is probably a good time for me to do it. I'm going to be taking my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes. Tomb, my wife, should be home by now. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run downstairs. I've got some dinner that I've already got everything staged. I just got to physically warm it up. So just run downstairs, throw that in there. She'll bring it up later. But I'm going to do that really quick. And then we'll be back. Like I said, it'll be about 5 minutes. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And again, don't forget to drop a follow for Bees with the Knees. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Got to meet her at TwitchCon and everything. Got to hang out a bunch of times. Really fun time. Really fun person. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. Okay, sorry about that taking a little bit longer than expected. Tim was just running a little bit. Running a little bit late. It's a ticket to Disney World. I had a friend take me to a thing. I just didn't it must have stuck to my phone or something. I was like, what the hell is this? Anyways. I went to go see something recently that a buddy got me in. One of the advantages of living in Central Florida is because Disney employs like half the people who live here, you can usually find someone who can get you in. So you can take these 2 hoeing contracts, as you do. Because I'm trying to get a little extra money here. Alright. Because if I want to get the big planter, I need a little extra money. So if I can get a couple of contracts knocked out, we're not unmanageably far away from the planter we want. We're not like insurmountably far away from it. Like technically I could even get it by selling fish, by just fishing and selling it. I don't want to do that though. I really don't want to do that though. Like the fishing is lucrative and all, but actually selling the fish for money? Gross. Where am I going? Right, I'm going over here because my hoe is over here by the field I own. Because next in-game month, I have to replant that field in front of me. And that's when I need that planter by. Once I have the planter, that basically means, other than like upgrading my harvester, I have all the equipment to manage the crops I need for the rest of the playthrough. Oh, that's right. I put the hoe in that person's yard. You know, because of course if I bought the field behind their house, I'm laying claim to their yards and all that as well. Alright, well luckily this tractor is heavy enough I probably don't need the counterweight. So let's see. We got fields 2 and 31. So one is right by the castle. Alright, let's go to the one by the castle because I'm already kind of in that area. But I can hand this over to the AI. I'll cut down those trees. So we're going to do a little bit of contracting here really fast to make the difference. I still should get somewhere in the ballpark of like $12,000 at the end of the day. But I don't want to go and start the next day only to realize I'm going to come up like $5,000 short. Because I might not have to do a contract or two tomorrow to buy fertilizer and seeds. But we'll see when we get there. I'm not worried to the point that it's going to be a problem. The absolute worst case scenario is for 120 or something thousand. There's a smaller planter. But if I buy it and then sell it back, you know, I'm going to lose a chunk of change doing that. So I want to avoid it, because we've already done that exact literal thing. So we're going to go and do a couple little contracts here real quick. Get a little bit of padding out our money a bit. Keep going and getting the castle built, because that's more money there. And I've been happy to see that the castle really is just trucking along, because we maxed out its castle stone and the roofing tiles. The only things that might not be maxed out is the planks, the beams, and the cement. And the cement I have to buy if it shows up, because I'm not making that. Nor am I building the production lines to make it, because that's a lot of money in the wrong direction. Fine. Being bullied by a Reliant Robin. Forcing me to switch lanes. And it looks like we'll have another tornado in this in-game day. That's a thing I don't know. I'm not under the impression that like the United Kingdom at large gets very many tornadoes. I mean, obviously they get a non-zero number, but I've never particularly heard any rumblings about, you know, all those tornadoes they get over in the United Kingdom. You know, versus like here in the US, there's a strip kind of in the middle of the state that they call Tornado Alley. You know, featuring Kansas. I know there's other places in the world, too, that... Why am I... I said it was near the castle, I started just beelining directly to the castle. That's not exactly what we're needing to do. Field right over here. I actually don't know when it comes, like, tornadoes. Like, you know, are there places in Europe that have a particularly high frequency of them? You see a streamer in Scotland and they live in a tornado hot zone. Oh, gotcha. So, like, that is just a thing that Scotland has, you know, has a pretty hot area for tornadoes. Because it very well could be that they do. It's just one of those things that's, like, never crossed my mind. Probably not worth dragging the one thing of beams up. So you're working on that. In the meantime, while you're doing that, I can hop over. Where is that? There's this. So I could hop over and knock down these deadwood trees up here. Very admittedly, while I know, like, the basic idea of what causes tornadoes, it never did strike me why the particular areas that get them, you know, are what they are. It's just something I've never looked into. It's probably one of those things that you read and you're just like, ah, that makes sense. Huh? That's... Okay. That's a little concerning. So, that deadwood tree, if I stood on this side of the tree, I was out of bounds to cut it down. So I had to make sure I was on, like, the right side of the tree to be allowed to cut it down. That's a little concerning. At least I was still able to. It would have been a bummer to fail the contract because the game says no. Okay, so I think I have 2 more. And while that light is lovely, it does actually wash out things, so it's a little harder to see the deadwood trees. Okay, and you're all out of bounds, so I don't need to worry about that side of the road at all. Now when it is cut down, it's just sitting on its tree stump. Are you actually still standing? Okay, and I'll take care of the deadwood contract. And the hoeing contract's already half done. You just spend like 2 real-life hours cutting down an oak tree. Like, in-game, or 2 real-life hours in real life cutting down an oak tree. Both are still a whole big thing. In-game, cutting down an oak tree. Oh, I think another one, like the ones that are like really, really fat, and then they have the big long branches out, so it's all like gnarled up. So it's not even really the issue of cutting it so much you have all the debris, so like moving it is a huge pain because none of the pieces make convenient logs. Oh, yeah, and you're probably and you're probably also, if you're not using like equipment like the winch and all that, I could see like doing that. That was when I do my Survivor Man challenge, one of the rules I don't give myself super strength. And so the early game, it's like loading up the truck before you have like the winch or anything, and you just have to keep cutting these things down to these like 2-foot, 4-foot segments and like putting them all in the truck one by one. Because you go any bigger than that, they pass the 200 kilograms that your character can pick up, you know, by default. Which, you know, also really impressive that your character is just like deadlifting 200-pound kilogram logs back to back. You know, you're already, if you're just deadlifting 200 kilograms back to back, you're already looking at superhuman strength. It's like not outside the realm of possibility for just a random person to hold that much up, but it's not normal. Like, you'd want, like, a back brace and probably knee braces and ankle braces. 200 kilograms is a lot of weight. A lot of weight. So I'm going to let it finish this field. Then we'll take the other field ourselves, because I just don't know where it's done its progress. We can't do stone picking or wood thing. And you're probably going, wait, why can't you do those? I am doing a challenge run where I'm not allowed to loan or lease stuff. You're calling 200 kilogram people fat? No, I'm talking about lifting 200 kilograms. Just picking up, like, deadlifting, you know, 200 kilograms all at once. Like, it is doing that again and again and again. So we're not talking, like, you've got something with, like, good grip spots and everything, just log. Back to back to back. Picking up log after log. 200 kilograms plus. You don't do that if you value your spine. What is that in pounds? 200 kg to pounds. 440? Yeah, almost 441. Yeah. Like I said, I could see someone being capable of that. But you're talking bodybuilder, like serious bodybuilder, like Olympic bodybuilder kind of stuff. You're not talking about, you know, John who works out in the gym every once in a while and happens to be a farmer, or I guess in this case a logger, just rolling out there. Because if John's picking up 200 kilogram logs back to back, John's going to be in the hospital or the morgue when they snap their spine. That's deadlift and squat weight. You're not casually tossing around. No, you're not just like hucking them one after the other on the back of your truck. Heck, even your truck just sitting there and having 200 pounds or 200 kilograms dropped on it again and again. You're just going to see that suspension just kind of depress. Because we're talking about, like, the truck I'm talking about for these runs is that one. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm lying. Not that one. This one. The International. Like, a truck like this, just tossing back-to-back 200 kilogram logs onto it again and again. You get your second or third one, you're just going to see that suspension, like, get fully flattened down. It's not designed to carry multiple tons on the back of it. And then plus on top of that, when you're doing that, you're stacking them, like, unreasonably high. You're stacking, like, 2 or 3 high in, like, kind of a pyramid shape. Or the other way. And then just keep along, you know, keep on, strap down, whatever you want to call them. Strapping them in. Start trying to move your truck and just hear the engine whine. Break your axle. But so you worked at Lowe's when you were a teenager, and you had a guy in a minivan ask you to load a pallet of concrete into the back. Yeah, I worked Sears, so we weren't dealing with concrete, like we weren't dealing with the raw materials, but we were dealing with tools. There was once in a while we were like, hey, you think you can get that air compressor loaded? And you know, like the big stand-up garage air compressor, and you're like, nah, man. That's like 600 pounds. No, I can't I can't pick that up for you. I'm sorry. That's a hot no. We're getting the forklift. Cause, you know, we're getting forklifts for like 4 people. And those tires almost touching the wheel well go down. That is not the whole pallet. Yeah. No, and I've made the mistake, so... like, before I hired people to do this, you know, being overly ambitious, I was building a big, like, backyard planter kind of thing, where I had this big planter with a patio and everything, and I was building it myself, and just taking my car and just getting a bunch of bags of, like, the gravel I could pack and everything. And you toss, like, only, like, 3, 4, 5 bags of that gravel, and you practically bottomed out your suspension in, like, your typical car. And, you know, that's nothing compared to actually finishing that job. That was definitely one of those ones, like, you know, first time homeowner, big ambitious project, got a bit of the ways into it and go, hang on, wait a second, I need to pay someone else to do this. It's not that I was in over my head so far as, like, I couldn't figure out what I was doing. It's like, one, the quality of the work is not going to be the same. They've got better tools to do it. And the amount of time it's going to take me to do it, I'm not even really saving much money. So ultimately paid someone to do the whole patio for me. But yeah, the number of trips, like, even after that, like, going in and replacing the dirt in the planter as, like, it would get washed out from many rains and all that, and getting, you know, stuff to amend the soil. It only takes, like, 2 or 3 bags that weigh, like, 60, 80 pounds for, you know, your typical car suspension to be absolutely squished. And, you know, your typical everyday, like, Ford, Chevrolet, like, your ordinary trucks, so, like, not the bigger commercial ones, but just, you know, like your Ford F-150 or whatever. You really can't toss much on there before you start seeing that one's suspension go there. They're not commercial vehicles in the sense of, like, industrial commercial vehicles. They're, like, consumer grade that can happen to be used for commercial. And they get upgrades and all that. But you're not chucking, you know, 1,000 pounds worth of bags of dirt in the back of a your typical day-to-day pickup and not having a problem. Go over a speed bump and the wheels don't come back up ever again after that. Catch just the tiniest bit of curve and then your tie rod snaps and now your wheel's doing this as you drive around. I've certainly seen more than one truck get pretty much destroyed. Most likely when Tomb starts heading up this way with the food, I will probably need to help her. So just a heads up, I will probably just need to, like, run and grab a plate. It won't be like a whole big break thing. Because I don't imagine it's a situation where she's going to be able to have 2 easy to pick up plates. Because we had stuff to cook, and I was a bit ambitious. Because we got, like, feta stuffed mushrooms, and, you know, sauteed peppers, and onions, and kielbasa, and I may or may not have made entirely too much sauteed veggies. Way too much sauteed veggies. Like, way too much from a practicality, not way too much from a consumption, because you can't. It's not real. This is not the road I should have taken. It's a cool road. I haven't been on this one yet. But this is not taking me to my destination in any kind of efficiency. Alright, we're... I'm not sure if the place is north or south of where I'm at right now. It's north. Okay. Oh yeah, and I keep forgetting that this DLC, they also added the furry cow. To get yourself some furry cow. As you worked to the garden center in Walmart for years, and people would buy many bags of dirts, rocks, paver stones, and then come back and blame us when their car was damaged from having to wait, not too much weight in it. Yeah, no, I'm sure I didn't do my suspension any favors in my car. Like, that I fully acknowledge. I want to blame them for it. There was definitely one time that I bought the stuff and I loaded up and was like, man, this is too much. I put way, way too much on this poor car. Like, the suspension was practically bottomed out. So I just really babied it home. Luckily in that case, I lived right by the place I was buying it. Because if I would have had to do, like, a major drive with it, like, I would have had to just, you know, bring stuff back in and return it or something. Or, you know, hey, can you hold on to this? I need to make trips. Or, hey, you rent out those trucks. I hadn't planned to do that today, but here we are now. Actually, I shouldn't be lazy. That's also one of the reasons when I've had different points in time that people know, like, around here that I'm shopping for my next vehicle or whatever, which isn't going to be for a while, hopefully. And I'll be like, oh, you should get a truck. That's just not my thing. Like, no judgment for anyone who has them. They have a pragmatism to them. And one of the arguments I was like, what if you need to haul anything? It's like, man, I can go to Home Depot and for $20 I can get a pickup truck for the day. I haul things once every maybe 5-10 years that I genuinely would potentially want a pickup truck for. I'm willing to spend $20 every 5 years to deal with that problem. It's probably like 30 now, but you get the point. I'd rather have the higher gas mileage, and on that super rare occasion I need a truck, I'll rent one. And if that ends up being cost prohibitive, I can probably get whatever it is delivered. They do have nice small trucks again, like the Maverick, though. Yeah, no, and I remember usually when I'm like, oh, I want something with good gas mileage, I think it was the Toyota Sonoma they would always recommend because it's a tiny little truck. It's like, yeah, don't get me wrong, the Sonoma seems like a very practical truck. Like, you know, you can still park anywhere without, you know, having to worry about, like, can you find that one oversized spot because you got the Ford F-150 with, like, the dually back wheels and all that garbage, where you can't park half the places because they can't accommodate your vehicle because it's too big. You know, it fits in the spot a normal car fits in. I understand it's supposed to get relatively good gas mileage, but for me, I'm like, you know what I'd rather have? Back seats. In the event I want to bring someone along with me somewhere. I just don't haul stuff. Not really. And again, the rare time I do, I can rent something. Because a decent-sized truck is not that expensive. That's not a small one. That's stupid expensive now. 1 second. Let's see, a decent-sized truck that's not a small one is stupid expensive now. Like Ford F-150 Tacoma, that's like an extra 60 to 75K. Yeah, because in a lot of ways, historically, when you looked at trucks, you got it. It was a utility. It was a thing. It was a tool. It makes sense. But it's kind of become like an identity or a culture thing. And that does mean that there's a lot more leverage for, you know, companies to kind of exploit that. That you've made, like, people have made that part of their identity. And it's kind of exploited. Whereas, if you're looking for someone who's trying to be, like, practical and all that, they're looking at, like, little coupes and all that. And so those are still, relatively speaking, cheap. But there's just not many people who they're buying a cheap truck for pragmatic reasons. It's not none. But there's enough of a market for people who are buying a truck because, you know, they have that image in their mind of what that is. That the pragmatism is less relevant. And it happens with more than trucks and all that. There's lots of stuff we go out there and we buy that, again, you buy it because there's almost a culture around it. And that when you actually stop and you think objectively, it's like, wait, does this purchase actually make sense? From the pragmatic side, not from the, like, I like it side, which is totally fine. That's a totally valid reason to get stuff. But yeah, like I said, it used to be trucks were primarily a tool and all that. Themes Weight Center does not exist on your phone, and auto-corrected to city and weight. Yeah. Now, like, because I know the last time I was shopping for a car, which has been well over 10 years now, Like the, or actually, it'd be the car before that. No, would it be the car before? No, it was the last time, not the current car I was driving now, but the car before that. I have been dating someone who really, really, really wanted me to buy a truck. And part of that was just, you know, kind of the culture she grew up with. And the other part of that was more selfishly, because then I would have a truck so I could, you know, she would have access to a truck. And I had zero interest in having a truck. Like, no judgment about it, but I am far more a fan of having a small, fuel-efficient car that hopefully is a bit fun to drive. You know, a car that's got a little pep in its step, but is, you know, practical. All right, give me a second, chat. I'm gonna help my wife with the bringing dinner up, and I'll be right back. And then we won't have another break for a little while, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you again. Oh, you did get on one.
Yep.
Thank you. I was gonna go help you because I figured there's gonna be multiple plates. Never mind. She did manage to massively stack a plate and make it happen, because we got ourselves some sauteed veggies, some stuffed mushrooms with feta. There's some kielbasa in there. I'm not gonna just sit there and scarf it in front of you on stream because that's mean. But what I will do is when the ad breaks happen, the camera might disappear for a minute. And we will all know what's going to be happening during that time. Okay, so we definitely continue driving at speed and looking into our contracts while driving at speed down the road in a big old tractor. So we're up to 206,000. And again, tomorrow I want to be at I think it was 254. And I might need a hair bit more. We can probably do it. It'll be a little work. We can probably do it. But yeah, I know it's a whole thing. I think it's also a thing when you're talking about like normal size trucks being very pricey right now. I think part of it's also there's not as many companies doing trucks, and those that do, that's what they've gone to. Like you look at companies like Ford, and Ford still produces non-trucks, but it's way less of what they produce. They focus way more on the truck specifically. And so it's not that they have like a monopoly on it or anything that significant. It feels like there's fewer players there. And, you know, the fewer companies you have competing, the less aggressively they tend to compete. So it seems like these days I only hear about Chevy or Ford trucks here in the US. I know there's more than that, but you don't hear too much about Toyota trucks, even though those are a thing and they have a reputation of being almost indestructible. That could also be very much where I'm located, though. That's probably very genuinely a major factor there. I haven't shopped for a vehicle in a hot minute, nor do I want to. I would love a new vehicle. I don't want to pay for it. There's the problem. They're expensive. There's a lot of other things I'd rather do with that money. You got to sometimes, but I am going to put that off as long as I can get away with replacing my current car. Which has randomly made me think about it. I brought it up earlier. I am looking at potentially getting set up with a dual PC setup to try and alleviate some things. I had, like, this has probably been like 2-3 weeks now. I had a couple people bring up, as like, oh, do you have your throne updated? Which is, it's a wish list thing on Twitch for, you know, and people want to gift stuff to content creators. And I usually don't keep it that updated. Like, anything on there would have been fine, but I don't usually stay on top of it kind of thing. That's just, you know, people who might want to gift stuff, you know, what the options are. I have updated that. I did put a capture card on there, because that's the one big thing I'm missing for setting up the 2 PC setup. I actually have a full a full spare computer that, yeah, everything's, you know, like 2 generations behind, but for just, you know, just capturing and outputting to Twitch, that kind of thing, it's more than adequate. But I don't have a capture card. Unfortunately, those aren't super cheap. So we did put that on there. No expectation, obligations, anything like that. But since people have brought that up before, that is a thing that's there. I set it up for what's called crowdfunding, so because it would honestly be really weird to me if someone just dropped $300 on me. Like, obviously, I'd be very thankful and all that. But that's a heck of a lot of money just randomly drop. But the crowdfunding thing, if people wanted to just toss like $50 at it, whatever. That is a thing that I will need to do that, because I'm not in the market to drop that kind of money right now. It's been a very expensive couple of weeks. We unfortunately got our property tax bill, and that hurt. And I got a dental bill that's gonna hurt. I'm doing fine financially. This isn't an outcry to be like, please give me money. It's fine. It's just looking at like another thing on the list of like, now's not the time for me to buy that. Like, it's a thing I should do eventually, but I'll let the old bank account have a minute to breathe first. But I was just mentioning that the throne is updated is the important key. I put a couple other things that are not as much on there. But it is updated because people did ask about it the other week. I also know I have had the plans of doing, like, when I say a emote refresh, I don't mean like getting rid of the emotes or anything, but I've had on the list to commission some more emotes for an embarrassing long time. The artist I was using has kind of fallen off the face of the earth. So I've got people I can work with. I've even, you know, got that's all sorted. I just haven't actually done it. And it's one of those things on the list to do as well. But I've got that to do that I want to get knocked out. Okay, so you got the one thing of beams. We don't have more contracts handy. I'm going to speed up time and let it blast through the day for a hot minute. Oh. It would appear right by that Deadwood contract is a tornado. So if you look right over this way, we do have tornadoes in the game, and we do have a tornado going on. Now, tornadoes in the game are nowhere near as destructive as they are in real life. So you can see this tornado blasting over this area. Obviously, real life, something like this little shed thing here would probably get ripped up by a tornado that close. Let's not get too close, it's not too loud. This will break trees. And the way it looks is just like, instead of where you have the whole tree, it'll just kind of like in the middle be like splintered off. If it goes through your crops, it'll leave these little like rings in it where it destroys some of the crops. It's not that severe though. Like, you know, it'll knock you down a good couple percentage of crops, like 5% if it cuts across. But they don't destroy buildings or anything like that, because in a game like this, that would be significantly punishing, especially with the fact that there is no real counterplay to a tornado. It hits you or it doesn't. But the big thing is you'll notice like it'll rip up some trees and all that. And like I said, the tree will still be there. It'll just like snap the top off and it'll become a tree that's like missing a chunk of it. But yeah. They show up. There's also hail in the game, and it's the same thing. The hail kind of just damages your crop and like leave these like weird textures in your crop, where it's, you know, supposedly pelted your crops and all that. But ultimately, that just boils down to it kind of costs you a bit. And eventually, with like the hail and all that, you'll eventually need to like replow the field once there's enough of it damaged. You're like, you know what, this is hurting my bottom line too much. And you can turn all that off if you don't like it. I know at different times I've left it on completely. Other times I've been like, all right, let me turn it to like where it happens, but it doesn't actually damage your stuff. It's not even for the crop part. That part's fine. It's just where it slowly makes it so your crops don't grow in certain areas unless you plow it. It is annoying to be in that middle spot where it's like, okay, do I stop and plow this field? You know, only a small percentage of it is damaged, but it is, you know, every season I'm losing a small percentage that I could be growing. Oh, we're too far out here. Let's see, 3 more. And if you do enough deadwood contracts, you'll get to the point that you can recognize the trees pretty easily. There is certain weather and lighting that can make it really difficult to distinguish. Like if you have a day in winter that's a little bit on the foggier side, or like you've got, you know, the really diffuse light from, you know, like sunrise, sunset kind of thing, it can be really hard to distinguish because most of the trees don't have their leaves on them in that time. So you can't distinguish being like, oh, where's the couple of trees with no leaves? Alright, is that a deadwood or not? Because they're most of the trees. And when the light is all diffuse, it kind of makes it hard to really make out what the tree is, because there's like the light kind of behind it. Yeah, so I can actually do fertilizing now that I think about it. So I'm probably not going to make that much doing it. Because it's only 3,000, and if I had to buy another container of fertilizer, that hurts quite a bit. But it is a relatively small field. How much fertilizer do I have in the Brendel right now? Do you have like a bunch of fertilizer, or are you pretty low? Oh, you're near full. Okay. That wouldn't be the best use of it. Well, that's about the price for a container of fertilizer, so 1,000 liters. Alright, so that's 4.8 feet. 4.8. My field's 5. Like 5.4. And for fertilizing my own field, it did eat up about 2,000 liters. And so 2,000 liters would cost... I think that's actually potentially one I'd lose money on. Yeah, so let's skip on the fertilizing contract. I think I might genuinely lose money on that one if we did that one. Like, if it paid out more, it'd be fine. But I have to, like, use my own fertilizer for it. And I know I'm accepting a lot of deadwood contracts. I am trying to make sure we can get this planter tomorrow. Okay. Let's see, 2, I think 3 more already right now. And I think that's the 4th one I see out there in the distance. It's going to be a little bit of repetition of contracts, because unfortunately March doesn't have a huge variety. But it is the problem of once I get into April, I either have the money or I don't. Not that I have to be in April to have the full money instantly, it's just... if April doesn't give me good contracts right away in the beginning of the day, I still have to have enough time to deal. On the plus side, I am finding in March with the type of trees in this area, the deadwood trees are really easy to spot. They do stand out very well. Give that a little bit longer. See if we get something else. Okay, slow down time again. I'll grab another deadwood. I'm basically making sure like at least an in-game hour goes by each time. So I can't literally do hundreds of these or something like that. It wouldn't be hundreds. But I can't exclusively do deadwood. So we're not doing this for like hours and hours of cutting down trees. But it is a bummer I'm not seeing a whole lot else. All I do need to have is we just get in the next in-game day and then we get one of those on sale. The trees are crying. Look, man. Lorax can get back in his lane. We gotta do some business over here. Didn't they make a Lorax horror movie? Did you realize how rare trees are in the universe? I have not heard anyone make that play, and I appreciate it. Because you are right. On a universal scale, like, trees would be so infrequent, they'd be like a statistical impossibility that you would go to any random place and spot a tree. If you were able to go anywhere in the universe, just randomly. You would be correct. It would be such a ridiculously low odds that you would happen to land in the one place you could find trees. That we're aware of. Even assuming there are other places. Statistically speaking, the odds are pretty awful. I do appreciate the abuse of statistics going on here. On Earth, diamonds are far, far less common than... Oh yeah, I was gonna say, it's like less common? Diamonds are actually very plentiful. Yeah, no, if you're properly motivated, you can make statistics tell, like, literally the opposite story than is reality. That doesn't mean, like, statistics are inherently bad or anything, it's more being mindful and critical of the statistics and actually thinking about what they say. Like, one of the ones I like to point out that was a situation we ran into here in the US. We don't need to get into the politics side of it. But there was a point in time that there was a level of criticism about the quality of schooling. And this is going back over 50 years. But there's a level of criticism about schooling, that our schools weren't doing well and all that. And that, you know, our GPA, which is our grade point average, but generally that grades were slipping. And technically, if you look at the data, it was a fact that at the time, for the entire population as a whole, the average grade point average had gone down. And it wasn't even just a little either. It had actually genuinely dropped. That is a true statement. But it is a misleading statistic because it's true by the fact that the way you're doing your statistics there is kind of looking at one data point and not the holistic thing. Because what had happened leading up to it was that school had previously not been accessible to a very large percentage of the population. So when you actually break down the data and you say, okay, but let's look at it by each category, you know, let's look at it for, you know, like people who had come from families in poverty, people who were from well-off to be literally every single category, the GPA was up. But because, again, you had people in poverty previously weren't able to go to school, they were mostly omitted from those statistics because they weren't in school. And so a very large percentage of, like an increasing percentage of the student body were students who, weren't as well off to be, who generally performed poorer, that when you took the whole big picture, that it did bring down the cumulative average. Even if you went to each and every individual category, both on the bottom and the top and everything, and everyone's individual category they were up. And so it's kind of one of those things that the broad number looked bad, but the moment you dug below the surface, you're like, no, this is objectively good across the board. Like, more people are getting a better education, and the individuals who are already getting education are also showing as getting a better education. Like, literally no one is getting a worse education, but the average GPA is down. And it's just a thing that you have to be very careful when you're doing statistics, that you've got to remember quite often that your statistics aren't measuring the thing you actually care about. They're measuring proxies that imply the thing you care about. And that means there's a level of not risk, not bad, because a lot of times you do just have to measure proxies. It's just what you do. But you have to remember what you're measuring isn't necessarily everything. We're just gonna give me an actually bad one. Hey, a contract that actually I could do something for. Alright, so we'll go and grab that hoeing contract. I'll also grab the deadwood contract. It's gonna be like 2 trees in the middle of a field. Like along the edge of a field, because it's a very cheap one. As we mentioned, teacher, sir, it's easier for human brain to simplify things down and not look at it in differentiated ways. Yeah, it's one of those realities that, like, so much when you look at, there's nuance to it. It's also one of those reasons why, like, you look at so many, yeah, exactly where you're going, there's common conspiracy theories and all that. And most of those just, the data is all garbage start to finish. It's not even the data's being misinterpreted, it's just straight out, they're being fed false garbage. But there are cases where you genuinely have bad information that survives because, there was a study that was done, and maybe the study was even considered decent in its time, but there was something wrong with it. Alright, so both these things are over here. And later on studies, they recognize, where that study failed, and they attempt to improve the experiment, yada yada, but it just doesn't stick. The vaccines autism one being a very famous example where a person had done a study. It was a pretty garbage study in its time. Later on, it get continuously disproven again and again and again, to point even the person who did the study in the first place was also like, hey, this study's bad. Stop using it as a reference. And it just, people will still reference it and be like, see? When it's like, no, literally all of the stuff, even its actual author is like, hey, don't use this. Or it's like, if you want a better one, the whole alpha male wolf thing, about, where there's the wolf that is like the dominant alpha male that, whatever, leads the pack, all that. They found out, like, the person who did that initial test was like, this was wrong, this was bad, like, we found basically that these animals that were effectively traumatized by the fact that they were, like, in this captivity, this is not what we're observing from actual wolves out in the wild. None of this aligns with what we're seeing. And you still have that, like, alpha wolf mentality kind of thing put out there, and that, gets references, even though there's, like, no one in the research, including the person who made that study, who goes, this is correct. They're like, no, this is, none of this is right. Like, it was a well-meaning study, but we had an error. and we have since recognized our error, and we have discovered we cannot recreate these results. And it happens. Like, again, even well-meaning, like you have exactly what Mick Devine's talking about there, where you'll have some studies are done in bad faith. One of the famous ones there that, you know, has genuinely affected human health for a long time is way back we were seeing a rise in people having heart problems. And so what ultimately happened is we're trying to figure out why. Like, what was the behavior that was causing the increase in heart problems? And it was kind of the whole thing where there was a study that was done in bad faith that was done by the sugar industry, being like, look, man, it's fat. It's meat fats. That's what's doing it. And to be fair, meat fats do cause heart problems. It's not that it doesn't. But it was definitely shining the light on the other one when sugar was sitting there right in the middle of the stage as well, and also causes heart problems, and may actually be worse for you than meat fat. Both of them are bad for you, just to be clear. This isn't the go over, find your fattiest piece of steak, and eat it all day. You'll be fine. It's not that. But, you know, for literal decades, you know, we've had this messaging about, like, you know, make sure you're careful about how much red meat you're consuming and all that, which again isn't bad advice. Like, you know, to make sure you're not overindulging in high cholesterol fatty meats. But meanwhile, there's been like the boogeyman in the room who got the chance to like slide under the rug because solidly pointed the finger at the other camp. And it's only been like the last, man, how many years? Only been the last like 10 or so years, maybe 15 or so years, that we've started properly making the connection between heart problems and sugars. When I'm talking sugar, I'm talking like high consumption of sugar, lots of sweets, high fructose sugar, like just lots of sugar. Not just you ate an orange or you had a strawberry kind of thing. Overindulgence. But yeah, that was a very, very bad faith study. I'll take over this. It's usually one of those things to consider who is performing the study. Like if there's a strong political affiliation, that should already be a very significant, alright, I should approach this with a very significant level of skepticism. And you should be skeptic of studies in general, not because science is bad or anything. But it is good to just broadly be skeptical of, you know, of things, to want to learn more about it. And it doesn't mean that it's wrong or bad or anything like that. But, you know, when they go, hey, we're going to get this brain chip, it's going to do these amazing things, you'd be like, all right, hold on, wait a second. Not even, like, the moral or ethic. It's like, okay, you're claiming we can put a chip in my brain that can read my thoughts. Ignoring the dystopian future that creates, do I actually think this is a thing? Okay, well, where can I go and look up the information about what this is? And half the time, the actual scientific study will be fine, but it will be the reporting of the study that's the problem. That you'll have this like, oh yeah, we did this study, and we managed to get like a rat to make a light turn on and off using its thought. Like, its thoughts. And you'll like look at the reports, like, we don't actually think the rat like was mind controlling the thing. We think it's just triggering off of this movement or whatever. And then you'll have like the newspaper article be like, scientists figure out a way to get mice to control machines with brain. And it's like, okay, if you take like the loosest accurate interpretation of what happened, maybe you can argue that wasn't a false statement, but at a minimum, egregiously misleading. And you'll sit there and you kind of sit there and look at those, and you'll see a lot of cases that kind of thing happens. Or like all the things where like scientists discover a way to prevent all aging, and then you'll look at the actual study and be like, well, we found if we use this thing to lengthen the telomeres, we have been able to artificially extend the lifespan of some cells by like 5%. But, you know, they'll be like, this is non-conclusive data. Like, we did this. We need to repeat this. We're also not very confident in the results yet. Like, and that'll be like the actual study will be like, we did this. Like, you know, it's kind of in the, we saw a result, but we're not confident in it yet. And it'll still be like, scientists prevent aging will be the actual title of the article that comes out in the news. You'll be like, come on, that's not at all what was said. Like, again, technically, if you really, really want to misconstrue it, you could kind of wiggle around that sort of, kind of, ish. It might be considered not a lie, but it's certainly misleading. Well, you could stop aging in jury, but it would make you into one big jury. Well, there are actually experiments to potentially dramatically lengthen our lifespans through a bunch of various things, and some of them are actually showing some level of promise. None of them are at a stage where they'd be remotely close to even doing any kind of human test. Like, they wouldn't know what, like, how to do it. Like, for the telomeres, which is, when you look at, like, DNA, it's, like, extra stuff on the end of the DNA that, as you age, those telomeres kind of get chopped off as part of the replication process. Not by intent, by flaws that occur. And then once you start getting to the point where you have less and less of those, then you start getting all sorts of aging symptoms and all that. And that's not the only thing involved, and I'm probably getting details wrong. And so there is a certain amount of truth that's like, well, yes, if we could, like, reset the natural aging progress, that would theoretically extend our lives. Not by infinite or anything, but potentially extend it. But it's not like you can just go into your body, which is made up of billions and trillions of cells, and go, let me just take this injection, and suddenly it's going to tell all the cells to just suddenly have more telomeres. We don't have a means of achieving that. And maybe not, we figure out a way. But, it's like the whole idea of being able to take, like, an adult and be like, oh yeah, we could modify their DNA to give blonde hair. It's like, that's not how it works. You don't have, like, a master copy of your DNA stored in you that you update it and it just trickles out to everything. Like, your body is always replicating and all that. You'd have to manage to get some critical mass of them updated. And, like, even if you wanted to, it'd be impractical. Versus when you're talking about, like, when you're having a kid and there's just a pair of 2 cells involved, then that's a different story. Because then you only got 2 cells you gotta update. Or 1 cell, depending on what you're dealing with. So who is performing and financing or enabling the study is a proxy for hasn't been done properly, but a pretty strong. Yeah, no, you can have individuals that they have a very clear motivation and they pay for a study that finds out the opposite of their desired results. So it doesn't inherently mean that the study will be badly performed or anything based on who is funding it, but it can be a really strong, at least orange to red flag to approach whatever that study is with a very, very high level of skepticism / critical eye. That, like, when you look at the person performing the study, that they would have a clear motivation to have the results swing one way. Especially if the results do happen to swing that way. It's not the study has necessarily been performed badly or anything like that, but there are some real strong conflicts of interest going into it. Which is part of the reason when you do a lot of those things, not scientific studies, but like the people involved, a lot of times you'll try and find people who don't have conflicts of interest for things that are on the up and up. So you found a surefire way to kill cancer. Sure, you poured sulfuric acid on. Oh yeah, like those kind of things. Or like, we found a way to cure like bone marrow issues. We just extracted all the bones out of a rat and it didn't have the bone marrow issue. It did die though, but it didn't have the bone marrow issue. Cured. Now, at the same token, while I encourage skepticism, I'm also someone who very heavily advocates to listening to experts within their field. In the absence of other information, that is, I mean, even with other information, generally you should defer to people who actually know what they're doing. So, like, when you have some random political suit or company leader or whatever, and they tell you something about, like, how forest fires work, and then you have, you know, some either scientist who deals with that or, like, local fire marshal walks up and is like, no, this is how fire works. You should listen to the expert. You should listen to the subject matter expert and not the other person. The do your own homework, while you should certainly do it, you also have to understand you are not working on a level playing field with someone who has all the proper tools and knows what questions to ask and the resources to tap to get the information. And that there's a lot of people who are usually motivated in convincing you something is true that benefits them, even if especially if it misleads you. Like, that's like one of the really nefarious things. If you want an example of, like, do your own homework not working, when you're trying to, like, do product reviews, fun fact, most of those websites you pull up is like, this is the 5 best insert product line. You know, 5 best dehumidifiers from the last 5 years. Most of the time, those reviews are paid for by at least one of the people on that list. Sometimes they will deliberately not have themselves in first, but they'll, like, when you look at the reviews, they'll be like the first one that has the highest rating, be like, oh, but it's stupid expensive. Like, this one is the best. If you can afford it, it's the best. But it is stupid expensive. Like, it is extremely pricey. And then, like, that second one on the list is the one actually piggy banking that. And I can even tell you for a fact that some of those review sites are flat out owned by the people they're reviewing their product from. Now, granted, nowadays you have certain legal disclosures you have to do, which has helped mitigate that, but it's not gone. It is a thing that does still occur. They call them landing pages a lot of times. They're a contact generation page that they'll deliberately try and, you know, convince you, you know, like, oh, here, you are looking up, you know, the 5 best video cards. And that what that'll ultimate video card is probably not a good example. The 5 best places to, like, the 5 best tropical places to move. And what you don't realize is when you type your stuff in there, that it is just being fed into a system of people who, like, sell resorts, properties, or timeshares. So they get you in the you're doing your homework, which again you should do. But unless you know the source, you should be skeptical of it. But they'll just sit there and again they'll plug their own resorts at a higher rate than the other ones, and then, you know, you'll get an email from the resort, or they'll slip you a deal, those kind of things. Let's see, or as XKD expressed it, if you read a study having found something that kills cancer cells in vitro, remember, so does a bullet. Yep. I've always been of the mindset, like, if I was, and it shouldn't happen, if I was just one day given a position of leadership where I called the shots, which again, should not happen, like, I would just pass a law that says, hey, any type of business practice that requires on, you know, deceit, misleading, whatever, is unlawful. We will not be defining the specifics around this. If any type of your practice is around convincing someone of something that isn't, or otherwise misleading, like, open season. Which obviously shouldn't be a thing, because there is a lot of fuzziness around that you would want more particular and strict language and yada yada. But, you know, with advertisements where they will try to misrepresent the competition, illegal. Actually, you don't need to prove it beyond a doubt. That depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking civil suit stuff, where you're like, okay, you are now open to lawsuit by consumers and they can demonstrate damages of whatever, beyond a reasonable doubt is not a requirement. There's different thresholds. Beyond a reasonable doubt usually comes for severe criminal charges, or criminal charges in general. But, like, if I'm suing you for damages, I don't have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. I just have to demonstrate that you have done damages to me that the court recognizes. So, in the event that you were misleading, you could open it up for civil suit. Civil is preponderance of evidence. Yeah, so there's different thresholds. Even I believe even within criminal charges, I want to say there's different thresholds of requirement. Like, yeah, beyond reasonable doubt is when you have a jury trial. You know, for criminal stuff, like murder and all that. Like, obviously, not a lawyer or whatever, but yeah, no, civil you don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If I can sit there and have, like, this person and that person, I accuse that person of doing damages to me, I just have to have, like, enough support that says, no, we believe that person did the damage, and I have the evidence to show the damage and all that. And I don't know the terminology, like, obviously we're saying civil is preponderance of evidence, which I believe, and all that kind of stuff. It's difficult to agree, like, it's becoming egregiously difficult to actually be critical on products on Amazon. They got the 5 most appreciated relative and positive reviews. Made super scummy waiting with their calculation and average rating. Yeah. Well, that's kind of where it's going with that. Like, I'd want a law that just says, hey, you have deliberately misled these reviews or whatever. You know, the person, like, on the civil level, anyone who is misled by this can now go after you for damages up to the value of the product or whatever. And obviously it'd have to go like a class action suit kind of thing. This is the reason we don't have a law for that kind of thing, by the way. Because the moment you open it up to be that loosely defined, it'd just be an absolute can of worms you would never get closed. There's a reason why they do tend to have fairly significant things. Yeah, beyond a reasonable doubt equals like 95% of criminal charges. Civil is under ponderance, like 50% or clear or convincing, 75%. Percentages are what lawyers use as a generic ways to explain, but obviously burdens of proof are vague on purpose. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. But the idea is, with a suit of just the money, it's like, yeah, this person fairly confident that person potentially did it. And again, you'd have to demonstrate damages that the court recognizes. Because you can be like, this jerk did this thing to me, and you go, cool, what were the damages? Well, it made me sad. Most of the time, the court's gonna be like, yeah, it's nothing, man, get that out of here. Versus, you know, this person, you know, because that's the thing. People go like, oh, as long as you're doing the right thing, you can't be sued, and it's like, that's not true. If you did damages, even if you're well-intentioned, that person can still go after you for damages. You still, as long as you caused them harm, that, like, they have financial harm or whatever, and it's your fault, like, there is that there. Now, there are lots of openings there for, you know, Good Samaritan laws, like, if you were trying to save someone and hurt them in part of the process, you have protections, and all that kind of stuff. But still, because you have situations where neither person intended harm, that there is very significant harm to one of the parties, and you do have an obligation to, you know, quote unquote make them whole for those damages. Because again, you can be from the, like, because you can look at it from both angles. You have the person who didn't intend the harm and caused the harm, and obviously it sucks to, you know, be punished for that. At the same time, you have the person who was unduly harmed, regardless of what the intent of the other person was, and they would not have been subjected to that harm hadn't been the actions for the other person. Yeah, again, not a lawyer, not an expert. I'm sure there are details I'm getting wrong, but that's the difference between like civil and criminal and all that. There's just very, very different burdens involved. But yeah, most regular suits you don't have a jury. I want to say for civil suits a jury can sometimes be brought and involved, but that's usually not most. You're pretty close. Much more knowledge than average layperson. Yeah, I've been fortunate or unfortunate that I have worked under many a lawyer. I talked about that I worked for a company that we would go behind people who had gotten scammed on timeshares and help them get out of their timeshare. And I learned a lot from, conversations with the people who run that company, because they were literally a bunch of lawyers. Very, very talented lawyers at that, too. They had an extremely good track record of, lots and lots of wins. And not from a fact of just, like, not taking any cases. They wouldn't just wait for the easy victory. We had, like, cases that they would go up against, like, the timeshare lobby and actually convince politicians to side against it, which is a big thing. There's a lot of lobbying money in timeshares. Like, a really big lot of money. Here it's very different. Well, yeah, no, everyone's going to have their different systems. Because the jury can be involved, but usually it's agreed upon by both parties. As far as you're aware, there's no federal legal requirement for it. Yeah, no, I believe it has to be something agreed on. I think the judge can suggest it, but ultimately it's up to the parties to actually do it. I actually don't even know if the judge can suggest it. I believe though, you are correct that they can't force it to be, for a civil suit, jury involved. But yeah, no, there's definitely places like, ooh, I could be wrong. I think it's Japan that still has, was it a magister? It's basically their equivalent to a judge. That basically you just have a person who sits down there. There's no jury, but you sit down and plead your case to a judge who ultimately renders verdict. And I'm sure there's a whole procedure that I have no idea about any of it. And that might be out-of-date information by decades. But I do know there are places in the world that your judge does ultimately make the decision. There's no jury, there's no any of that. And there's pros and cons with all the system. The judge can suggest whatever they want. What are the perks of being the judge? Parties don't have to agree to it. Yeah. Now that's what I was going to say, is I was under the impression that that can be a thing, like, if both parties in the suit are just going after each other, it can be like, hey, that's one possibility. I imagine there's probably a lot of reasons to do that or not do that. I can also take a weeding contract. So this is looking good. Because like I said, we are in a day here that we're trying to hit the 254,000. If we hit the 254,000 and have enough time to plant our crop, I get to use the really big planter, and I don't end up buying another planter for the entire rest of the run. On the other hand, if I come up short, then that doesn't happen. I haven't been paying attention to this. Okay, so we're good here. So you've got at least 2 of these. That'll probably give me another 8,000 or 9,000. You can do that while you're doing the other thing. Okay, so that's all you've got for me right now. We can go check on the castle. As in most civil law cases, judges do the decision. No juries in Germany, not even for criminal cases. But Japan is part of a common law system, so you guess that's different. Then again, there are cases where a jury is not needed in England, and that's the epitome of common law. The judges do have mechanisms to force certain behaviors in case of incivility. Yeah, you can hold like people in contempt of court and that kind of stuff. Or like you can force a party to produce evidence. Like their judges definitely do have the ability to do a bunch of things. Yeah, and I don't know the details. Yeah, exactly. And also like if someone is like deliberately stalling or whatever, you can obligate them to either say something or openly refuse to say something, which again, then if you if the judge is like, you need to give this information, you say, I refuse, they can hold you in contempt of court for withholding that information, you know, yada yada. I don't know, like, the limitations or anything on any of that, but you can compel someone to cooperate. That's actually where some of the things can get muckier in cases where you end up in a situation where one party says we cannot produce that evidence, and the other party's like, yes, they can. And, you know, there is a lot of implications that they can. You can get in this weird spot where you've got the argument between the individuals. And I know there's procedures for dealing with that. I don't know what they are. Because that is something that occurs, obviously, where someone's like, hey, we have this, it's password protected, you know, we need the evidence from that, and the judge can be like, yes, you are obligated to give that password. And we have entire things about it where it's like, well, I don't remember the password. Well, it's kind of hard to tell whether or not they do remember the password, so that becomes the thing of trying to prove this person probably can get in there. You know, yada yada. And that's all stuff that comes up. Like the classic, you know, if there's a combination to a safe, it's your safe. Can they compel you to open the safe? That kind of thing. Because here in the U.S., we do have a thing where you can't be forced to testify against yourself. That's not the word. It's not testify. But basically, you aren't required to basically take action against yourself in a case, kind of thing. Like, you can be forced to testify in general, but you're not expected to deliberately provide substance to self-incriminate. Yeah, you aren't required to self-incriminate. That's pleading the fifth, right? If I remember. Yeah, and there are valid reasons that aren't simply trying to avoid your situation to plead the fifth, but usually, while pleading the fifth is not an admission of guilt, usually when you plead the fifth, it does, especially in like a jury trial, it does usually really kind of hurt people's impressions of you, whether or not it's supposed to. Like, if you were like, did you kick the dog? And you're like, I plead the fifth. People are gonna probably assume you kicked the dog. Yeah, Darth. So Darth's saying, you know, a certain gun safe case, law enforcement went to the safe manufacturer, got the master key to use as the backdoor for the entire line of safes. Yep, that happens a lot. In a lot of technology stuff where you might think your data is safe and protected and that people can't get it, the court can force the manufacturer of that software, if able, to be able to get into your stuff. And in some cases, they actually have regulation requiring that those backdoors are created, so that even if your software provider wants to keep your data safe for you, they're legally not allowed to do business in that country, in that particular market, without providing those holes. Now, granted, then you run into the whole situation where you're only secure as the weakest link of it. So when you talk like encryption, being able to have anyone allowed to de-encrypt stuff, you know, even if you are like investigating a truly heinous crime and you're saying we're going to obligate it to do this, by having that backdoor, it does mean nefarious parties will gain access to that back door. That is, it may take time, but it will eventually happen. In a criminal trial, if you plead the Fifth, attorneys literally aren't even allowed to talk about it in trial, so as to avoid biasing the jury as much as possible. However, the Fifth Amendment only applies to criminal. Attorneys can bring up civil cases and evidence of liability. Yes, that was another thing that pleading the Fifth does not, because you're not talking criminality typically in a civil suit. So the Fifth would not apply, because your damage is between parties. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, like, the self-incrimination is not relevant there. See, how nice that you can be convicted by people assuming. That's the scariest part of the U.S. court. 12 or whatever, how many average Americans decide. Yeah. Well, so what ends up happening in the jury screening process is they usually tend to be pretty good about knocking out at people who are pretty, you know, pretty awful about that stuff. Like when you have the person who, like, for example, there is a thing where if you have a situation where it's going to be a law enforcement officer's word against someone else's, that's ultimately going to be a mainstay of your trial. They will typically, during the jury screening process, be like, oh, if a police officer said this, would you be more prone to believe them or not? And they might try and ask a bunch of, like, kind of pointed questions around that, to basically try and screen out, is there a strong bias? Because there are people that, if you have someone who's an authority figure who says something, they'll be like, well, of course they'll say it. Like, there are people who genuinely will be like, oh no, a police officer wouldn't lie. And it's just one of those things that, you know, they want to screen that person out. Because it's in both parties, the defense and the prosecutors, thing to have a decent lack of bias among their jury. Obviously, you want to win your trial, but if very clearly the jury is extremely skewed, you can lead to situations with, like, mistrial and all that kind of stuff. So it is generally want to weight the jury in your favor, but not to such a degree that is a, you know, unfair, inappropriate, whatever trial. And I'm sure there's scummy lawyers out there who are genuinely more than happy to do it, but from my experiences, I have seen that even the ones who want to win at almost all costs realize, you know, a nearly fixed jury is just going to result in a, you know, like a new trial or whatever eventually. Nowadays, obviously, we go back to, like, you know, way back in the day, it becomes a whole thing. That's the part of the reason the idea is that a crime is, by definition, harm against society, so that they can use a jury as a representation of society to decide good versus bad behavior in society. Sure, there's bias, but the intent is to be poetically beautiful. Yeah, well, I mean, you're never going to get a perfect thing. Yeah, more liable to get a mistrial or appeal. Exactly. It'd be the same thing, like, if you were having a trial, and, like, midway through the trial, one of the jurors just stood up, and, you know, like, to the person that is supposedly on trial is like, you know, I can't wait to string up, you know, a insert slur like you or whatever. That juror's gone. And that would most likely, like, I don't know, like, I'm sure there's a level of you can lose a juror or two and they can proceed, but, you know, if, like, 2 or 3 jurors get knocked out, they'd be like, all right, mistrial, we're gonna do over, get a new jury. Mistrial might not be the right word, but we're gonna do a do-over, because, like, you know, we have this. Or if, like, midway through the trial, you find out there's an extreme conflict of interest that was undisclosed. I know what you're saying, Grimmix. I'm gonna go ahead and... It's interesting that it auto-modded the shut up as opposed to the FU. I find that interesting that that was the one that auto-mod had problems. But yeah, so Grimmick's just basically saying, you know, the examples I'm giving, right, I'm trying to give examples that are obvious, because if we get the examples that are kind of in that middle ground, it's less clear. But yeah, and you never, like, don't underestimate the stupidity of people. Yeah, you can have the person who's got a very obvious chip on your shoulder who's going to just absolutely hold it against you and lie and manage to get through the screening process and just be awful. That does happen. You're not wrong. But you also have people who feel entirely confident to say incredibly racist stuff in public. So don't also underestimate the stupidity of people. They will surprise you, for better or worse. Yeah, every jury trial usually selects 14 jurors minimum, so there are 2 people who listen to the entire case but don't get to sit in deliberation. They're there in the whole case just in case they need to be, so trial doesn't need to be re-adjourned because one juror becomes disqualified halfway. They're called to alternate juror. Makes sense. Yeah, I've been involved a lot of times where I have gone through a number of times where I've been brought in for, like, the jury selection process, and I've gotten pretty late in it, but I've never actually been finally selected for a case. Some of the cases I got really far in, I'm not going to go into the charges involved, because some of those, just the charges involved, regardless of anything else, the fact that they happened kind of thing, are, you know, deeply upsetting, go home, hug your kids kind of thing. Yeah, and it screened it because I do have most political candidates and all that. As far as, like, well-known names, I have a lot of those deliberately added to be grabbed. Because, you know, political parties and candidates automatically put you into politics. But simply said, with Apathetic Wombat, said it was high-profile cases, like, insert high-profile individual politician on trial. Yeah, you're good. But was simply saying that in those cases, sometimes they'll get a very large number of jurors, in that case, like 24. So you can have a lot of jurors get disqualified before the case has to finally fall back onto retrial. You mostly agree, but deciding and putting into words what's good or bad. Sadly, far away from finding truthfully if exactly found human braids. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm missing parts of that. Just because I'm seeing, like, a response, so I missed the context, but yeah. No, and it's the same thing, like, as Grimmix is saying with, like, democracy is an abusable thing. Like, we like to think of this democracy as this very hardened and indestructible and, you know, it'll hold up against everything thing, but in reality, democracy is fragile. If people stop trusting the democracy, it dies. Democracy can be co-opted. Democracy can be abused. Like, you do have to be vigilant. And it's not to say democracy bad. I think democracy is good. But it's not this ironclad, indestructible thing like some people like to believe it is. We have so many examples historically where what was once a, you know, good, healthy democracy, the right charismatic individual came along, got a bunch of people all up in a tizzy, and then either the democracy simply stopped existing after that point entirely, or it became, you know, at a minimum, like, a very deeply flawed democracy. Yeah, no, and also, as Achilles is saying, democracy isn't, like, one thing. It's the same thing as, like, socialism is one thing. I mean, that wouldn't be, like, authoritarianism is one thing. Like, all these different things are one thing. You look at any of these, because one of those is government structure, the other was economic. But like you look at like, you know, authoritarianism, you look at democracy, you look at monarchy, and there are many flavors of all of them, and they all have their pros and cons. There's even hybrid systems out there where you have, you know, like you have a monarchy, but they also have a underneath it, there are systems that are more democratic that apply to the monarchy that can effectively usurp it and that kind of thing. Which then is like, is it a monarchy? Is it a democracy? Well, it's a monarchy most of the time, unless they piss off people enough, then it kind of turns into a democracy. Like the vote of no faith kind of thing. And it's the same with like economic systems where people be like, economy system A bad, economy system B good, and it's like, well, there are many different flavors of all these things, and there are some flavors that are genuinely pretty awful. But then there are other ones that are relatively good. How's the farm challenge going? Good? It's going good, Allison. We've been doing our dare drops. We're getting pretty close to wrapping a bunch of them up. The castle is over halfway done. We got the dog. We are making pretty good money now. I'm trying in this in-game day, before the day's out, to get $254,000, because then I can buy my planter. That'll be my end-game planter. So things are going great. Can we get a shout-out for Allison Adventures, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Yeah, no, that's well, that's because we were actually talking about like trial jury and all that. For those that don't know, Allison, oh yeah, I saw you were playing Terraria with Retnar the other day. I've been having fun with that. Terraria is amazing. It is one of the games I've beaten more than any other game out there. I haven't played it in a long time because I've played it a lot. But it is a really amazing game. It's fun. You're talking about Calamity as well. Calamity is really good. Be mindful. Those harder difficulties, they get rough. I don't know if they've changed over the years since the last time I played them, but like death difficulty in that got pretty rough. They can be fun, but even from the perspective of someone who does enjoy really hard games, they push pretty far into that area. You are going to need to abuse mechanics, realistically. Some of the bosses, you got to do borderline, hitless, that kind of thing if you go up that far. And then they'll have like a million hit points, and you'll just grind them trying to be like perfect dodging the whole time. Oh yeah, no, Calamity has a mod. Again, I can't speak for nowadays. It's been probably 10 years since I've touched Calamity. Of the big, like, expansion mod things for Terraria, it was easily, like, the standout, this is the best. But I haven't touched it in, like, over 10 years, but it's really good the last time I played it. It was whenever, because I think Death was the hardest difficulty when I played it, and I believe they added another difficulty after that. And I have not done that other difficulty. Because Death was rough enough. But like circling back to like some of the decisions with like, because we were talking about just generally the way like some court stuff works. When it comes to like trial by jury, you don't even have to necessarily, the vote doesn't necessarily always align with, do you think beyond a reasonable doubt the person is guilty of the crime or not. There is a thing, and I'm forgetting the terminology, what is off the top of my head, but there is a thing that has neither been codified in law or refuted in law, because the moment they do either, it'll be a mess. Jury nullification, yeah. That I'm a strong believer in jury nullification. Jury nullification is the idea that you might go in and see a person said, this person, without a reasonable doubt, committed the crime that is being described. However, that crime should not be criminal or extenuating circumstances, that behavior is warranted or whatever, that you do not feel they should be held guilty. You can choose to still find them not guilty. You can choose to still find them not guilty. And so you could effectively have a jury opt to, you know, select that the person has not committed the crime, you know, give them a not guilty verdict, despite the fact, believing beyond a reasonable doubt they did it. And that has been used historically for when you're looking at something that's like a particularly obvious like abuse of the law, or, you know, in situations where a law is like particularly unjust, that the jury's like, we won't be convicting. And some of them call it out that usually they don't call out that that's why they've chosen to do it. Some have, but I do think that. And technically it could, like, the argument against jury nullification is it could go the other way too, that you might see a person who you 100% don't believe did the crime, but you don't like that person enough that you could choose to vote them guilty anyways. And I'm sure it has occurred in history, which is, again, the argument against jury nullification. But, there's enough unjust laws out there that do awful things that I'm definitely in the team. Like, if you look at something and you are like, this is immoral, this is unethical, that, you know, this person is being convicted for this thing, you can at least have the ability to be like, hang on, by our peers, we don't think that's okay or whatever. Hey, how's it going? And that's usually one of the reasons I don't get picked for juries. I noticed the last 2 times I got pulled in for like the jury screening to potentially become a juror, they haven't done it. But it used to be a thing they would do here. You'd go in for jury duty. They're literally not allowed to say. Jurors might afterwards say to someone outside of court, but juries never share the deliberation. They're intended to present it as unanimous. Yeah, no, I get you. It's like, you know, the judge is like, you know, what is the verdict, guilty, not guilty kind of thing. And there's a little bit of formality around it. But yeah, you're only supposed to give that bit of information. But yeah, no, it used to be a thing. You'd go in for the screening, so you're not a juror as in like actually selected for the thing. You're in that big pool where, okay, we're gonna select 12 jurors. You brought in 50 people. Let's start knocking it down till we get our people who are gonna actually sit in the case. And there was a lot of times, yeah, jury panel. There's a lot of times where the judge was like, it used to be a thing that's like, you know, it is not your job as a juror to interpret the law. It is not your job as a juror to feel, you know, to take your own, you know, opinions, morals, ethics, considerations into it. You are here strictly to interpret the evidence to see whether or not you believe they did beyond a reasonable doubt the thing they're accused, like that kind of thing. And it's not one of the, like, do you think you're incapable of doing this? You know, raise your hand. But usually, like, whenever they go, are there any questions? And I would commonly be like, hey, you know, there is the process of jury nullification, and while it's not codified, is also not refuted in law, that in the event that you find the person being accused, like, the punishment for the crime is unjust, that you choose to not hold them accountable for it kind of thing, you do have the ability to say they are not guilty. And they'll be like, that's wrong. I'm like, that's sorry. It's like, that is a thing that we have chosen deliberately to not make rules against because we see there is value there. And I'm assuming the moment I say that, I'm out. Which is not why I do it. It's something I genuinely believe, that if you look and, like, someone goes, hey, walking down the street now holds a criminal charge of a felony offense, even if I can prove that you walk down the street, and be like, no, that's stupid. I'm going to find you not guilty. And I'm going to stand my ground on that, too. Because, you know, a felony for that is absolutely wildly inappropriate and just dumb. That's not a thing, by the way. I was giving an example of something that'd be ludicrous. Oh, good. We're getting plenty of contracts real fast, so we might be able to make this happen. They literally can't make rules against it, though. because literally nobody's allowed in the deliberation room. There's no camera. Well, that's kind of the thing. Even if they made a rule that says, hey, you're not allowed, like, you have to go with whether or not you believe in a reasonable doubt, you may not use other things. Like, even if they made a law, the problem is it'd be unenforceable because, again, you can't go in the deliberation room as being stated here. You can't go in the deliberation room and kind of collect evidence to be like, ha, I see. Even if another juror accused you of doing it, they, like, the collection of evidence would require them to break other stuff. So it's kind of one of those things, you could make a law, but it'd be a toothless law because you wouldn't be able to prove it without breaking a bunch of things. So it's kind of an accepted situation. And again, there is a lot of argument for it. Or, you know, there are situations where things are just plain unjust. And again, there are valid arguments against it. And I acknowledge that. When the jury is sequestered, and they want to ask a question for the judge, they press a button, only the bailiff enters the room, and only the foreperson is allowed to speak until the bailiff leaves. Yeah. Like, I know, because I've gone far enough that we got to the point that they would explain that if you had to ask a clarifying question as a juror, or as, you know, one of the people involved in the jury process, that, you know, they kind of warn you, being like, it is possible that you could be asked that, you know, they want to ask a question of a juror that maybe the juror does not want to answer in front of the other jurors, and you could basically request that everyone would be kind of like asked to leave the room except you and the parties that need to be involved, or if acceptable, you could go up to the front where people wouldn't overhear you, like, that you could kind of have a private conversation on it. Which I could see why you would do that a lot, like, especially in, like, really, really awful criminal charges. You know, if a person was like, has anyone here been involved in a court proceeding with this, like, horrific crime, like, in their history? You know, that could have a very clear bias on a person in a, you know, in a criminal trial around that same situation. You could have a person who's like, yes, I have a conflict, and they could be like, would you mind elaborating on that? And it'd be very understandable for the person to be like, it's like, not in front of the others. Like, I don't want to, like, this is a trauma, I don't want to talk about it in front of other people. And it'd be completely reasonable. Especially, you know, again, awful things happen. Now, granted, most likely if you're at that point, they're probably going to rule you out because they're going to be like, okay, this is almost certainly going to bias you involving this case. Maybe not, but that would be a very likely thing, is if you had that level of a certain situation you had been in. You know, it'd be hard to not be biased, is the way I'll phrase it. Ah, there we go, there's the last one. No, I do remember where we're at, because I've been called up for the panel a number of times. I do know where we're at. It was cool when they changed the panel, because it used to be they'd have, like, a case they need a jury for, and you get drug in, and it'd be this whole thing where it, like, interrupted your day, where you get called in for this panel, and, you know, you'd be there for half an hour, and they'd be like, okay, we got our jurors, and you'd be gone. Not really half an hour, it'd be like an hour and a half or whatever. But, you know, they go through the whole rigmarole, talk through everything, do that, explain everything, you go in, you get screened, you didn't get the cut, and you'd be out. And it'd still derail your whole day, because, you know, you had to show up at a certain time, and then you only be there for an hour or two. And you'd get called, with a certain level of regularity. It wasn't all the time or anything, but it was every time to time. And they changed the way they were doing it here. So what they would do is they'd line up a whole bunch of cases. I don't know how many, but they'd get a bunch of cases together, and they'd get a much bigger group of jurors they'd bring in, and it'd be an all-day event. But they would just kind of go through case to case to case to case, you know, getting you through. And it ended up being that while for the individual day it was obviously way more disruptive, but it ended up working a lot better because it was kind of like one big disruption before, you know, versus a bunch of little ones. And it was just kind of one of those things that was like really, really good that they did it that way. Because you'd go in and, yeah, it derails your whole day, but you'd kind of get that out of the way. And then you didn't have to worry about being called for a long time because they could, you know, just do it all that way. And you didn't have to have them repeat the same discussion again and again to everyone again and again because you could do it and then just go through the individual ones. Like, you would naturally be curious and want to likely ask one question that derailed the prosecution or defense, just to curiosity. That's not really that big, because I will say in the experiences I've had where I've gotten into the room where they actually sit down and they're like, you know, you're down to like 20 or 30 jurors left for that one, they're knocking off the last few. I've been in that a couple of times, and there really isn't a lot of derailing. I do find, at least here, pretty much everyone involved is trying to keep things moving at a good pace. So if you ask a question that is not immediately relevant to what's going on, they shut that down real fast. Like, you could ask a question, like, you can ask clarifying questions, that kind of thing. But it's just one of those things that, like, you know, if the person's like, oh yeah, I was wearing a pink shirt, and you're like, what style of pink shirt? You know, that would be one that just be like, that's not relevant. Like, they might ask, it's like, would the style of pink shirt bias you one way or the other? And if your answer isn't yes, you would probably be shut down pretty quick. And then if you ask like 2 or 3 questions that were irrelevant, they might just screen you on that and just be like, get this person out of here. They're just gonna waste time. They do a pretty good job of, you know, keeping things moving. Like, I've never had a situation like going in for like jury duty or whatever that it didn't feel like they're doing anything but, you know, being as professional as possible. You know, and keeping respect for people's time and all. It takes time, and yeah, you spend a lot of time just sitting in the room, but that's because meanwhile you got, you know, 20-something jurors in the other room that they're going through. And I've had it where they'll take a bunch of jurors into a room and ultimately come back and be like, all right, we need another group that, you know, for whatever reason the people went in there that the defense and the prosecution were like, nah, we need to bring more people in. And I used to know more of it, because I know there's a thing that, like, the individual, like, you know, the different sides of it, I think they're allowed to, like, just knock off, like, so many people. They can say, like, I don't want that one. And you can actually, like, literally without consideration, the other one say, like, I'm going to remove those 2 from consideration. I don't know what the numbers are or anything like that. But all the rest you have to agree on who actually stays. But you can't be like, this one we're just taking off the table. Because the prosecution and the defense are basically supposed to agree upon the jury. And I don't know the guide rails they have to it, but there's some guide rails that you can't just forever deliberately be like, no, that one doesn't work, that one doesn't work, and like deliberately try to prevent the court case from happening by just not allowing a jury to happen. But I do know that, like for example, if both sides were like, okay, we got our 20 people, and both the prosecution and the defense were like, okay, well those 10 are no good and we need 2 more, so we got to bring more people in. My understanding is they would do that. That's a whole thing, and I don't know the details and how all that works. I knew more of it in the past, but you know, it's one of those things you talk about once in like 30 years, and those details don't stick. That's it. It's one of those things you look in all those things and all the procedures and practices that go into it, and it can be a fascinating thing because you come to realize all of those come from intent, come from stuff happening. That, you know, you had a court case at some point that had some big blow up of a problem, and so they said, okay, well, here's the procedure we're going to do to prevent that from happening again. You know, and all the parties involved that make that happen. In reality, it would be, you know, probably your Senate or House or whatever who would actually sit down and do that conversation. They're like, oh yeah, this court case happened. It was a huge debacle. We need to put something in place to prevent that from happening again. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do this as our procedure to mitigate that issue. Yeah, each side gets 3 exclusions with no reason. I don't think there's a limit on reasonable exclusions. Yeah, that's what I was thinking is, as Ron was saying, I was pretty sure it was one of those things that, like, you know, whether it's 3 or whatever, but each side could just be like, this one's a no. Like, you don't need to fight as to why it's a no. Just this one's a no. But then, to exclude more than that, you kind of had to either demonstrate to such a degree that, you know, both sides, because again, they want, both sides of the argument do want a jury that is at least passably impartial. Because otherwise you risk, like, mistrial and that kind of stuff. If you can, like, massively demonstrate issues. So the other ones have to be, like, agreed upon. Now, I don't know if it's one of those things that, like, the defense can be like, hey, I don't think that person is going to be reasonable or fair. And one's like, no, it'll be fine. And the other one's like, no, it's not. That the judge could be, and it's like, no, clearly there's a bias here or whatever. You know, we are going to go ahead and, you know, do that exclusion. I have no idea what the rules around any of that are. But yeah, no, it's... Because a lot of people who get into those roles about, like, juror selection and all that, a lot of them are people who very, very genuinely, truly believe heavily in trial by jury, that kind of stuff. And they do, like, they do want that system to work as intended. Now, obviously, they want their client to win, but I've at least found from my personal experiences in trial juries that even the defense tries to keep everything in professional and all. Because if you were, like, really outlandish out there, you always have the chance of, like, you know, people complaining about you, the judge, you know, openly causing things, potentially someone getting disbarred, like those kind of things. So there'll only be so far you're willing to go for the client. Potentially getting yourself in legal trouble for not behaving appropriately, because there are rules attorneys have to follow that if they go way outside, they can get themselves in trouble. Like the pink shirt example, you'd likely say, but go into your liketism of ungodly, unnecessary detail. Polyester card. Well, that's the thing. Like I was saying, Darth, I think realistically what would happen is if they're like, well, they were wearing a pink shirt, and you're like, what kind of pink shirt? And they're like, is this relevant? They would expect you to back that up, being like, why is that relevant? Like, why are you asking the question, basically? And if you couldn't give them a decent answer, you wouldn't get an answer. And my assumption is if you kept being disruptive and kept asking unrelated questions, you would probably be told to stop asking unrelated questions, potentially with or else contempt of court being in the extreme possibility, if you were that far along, like actually a juror or whatever. If you're in the panel, I think it would just be a matter of asking you at the second or third completely unrelated question, you just got screened. And the judge would probably, you know, basically tell you to stop asking questions. Because again, if you're, like, at that point you're wasting everyone's time, it would be disrespectful of literally everyone in that room to waste their time on stuff utterly unrelated. So, it'd be, you know, it would be the appropriate action to shut that down. I also just looked up and realized I have $251,000. I don't remember when that flip happened, but that means I only need a tiny bit more and we have our planter. And then we run the risk of if I don't have enough fertilizer and all that. I think I do, because the Brendel we have right by the field has almost a full load of fertilizer, which should be more than enough for what I need for seeding. The seeds I might need to get a pack or two, but seeds aren't particularly expensive in this game. Like, they're not nothing, but you're not going to be pouring tens of thousands of dollars into seeds. There's a good chance I might be down to my last contract, maybe one more. And all that. Anyways, we can probably move on. Is it still tornadoes? I don't actually see the tornado, but the official weather forecast is tornado. You just want to lie down on the beach of the Crown and Royal in a bourbon glass and be left alone? That's understandable. Honestly, that's the way a lot of people feel about jury duty. They get jury duty and they're like, oh crap, man, I just don't want to do this. Which is fair. And relatable. For me, it's always a thing that's like, this is something that is a requirement for a society to function in its current design. You know, I'll do what I'm supposed to do. But they pay you like $30 a day and for a free lunch. They give you a voucher, like here at least, they give you a voucher for a lunch that doesn't remotely cover anything that's actually like a meal. And I don't think it was $30. I think it was like, I think they gave me like $15 or something like that. But, you know, they gave me $15 on what was like this debit card thing that you can't pull more than the $15 off of it. So you have to make sure it's under $15. Or you can go through this whole procedure where you can get it put into your bank account, but like there's a fee and everything for it. And I was like, come on, man. Because of like the third party facilitating it. Basically, you just assume you're pretty much not getting paid. They'll throw nickels at it to make it go away. They need to do better about that part. Okay, so this last contract here, that'll give me enough for the planter itself, and probably enough for all the seeds I could need. Yeah, that's the other problem, like Darth is talking about. You know, they're like, okay, well, we're gonna have a recess for like 15, 20 or whatever minutes. You know, don't go too far. I was like, well, I can't go anywhere in that time. Like, if you stay there long enough, they'll give you, like, the 1 hour or whatever, 45 or whatever amount of time, and that's fine. When they do that, you know, there's at least some options. Yeah, the one time you had jury duty, your salary. Well, yeah, so that's the thing. Most of the times I've gotten jury duty so far as, like, again, not as a selected juror, but in the panel part. Most of the times I've gone to that stage, I have been salary. So it's the same thing. It's like, okay, well, I'm not working today, and I'm also, like, but I am being compensated kind of thing. Like, I'm being paid, I'm just not at work. But this last time, because I'm a content creator, like, I'm not paying myself for the day off. I'm not paying myself at all. I depend on the money brought into the company. You know, by streaming and sponsorships and all that. So it's just a loss. It's the same as if I owned a retail store and like I was the only one who worked there and they're like, oh, well, jury duty. It's like, well, I guess my store doesn't open today. Your job would provide 3 days full pay for jury duty? Yeah, I haven't had any of those. For me it was just salary. That, you know, I didn't get paid by the day salary or anything. It was like literally just I got paid every 2 weeks, you know, X number of dollars. You know, as long as, like, whatever. Including, like, we had unlimited vacation. Unlimited vacation is one of those things that sounds great on paper, but it is a statistical thing that people who get unlimited vacation have a higher tendency to take less vacation than those who don't. Because you don't want to be seen as a person abusing it or anything like that, because your company is being so good to you and all that, whatever. So it was always a thing, which I did respect the company I worked for, because they were really good about, at least my boss, was like, hey, you haven't taken a vacation in a while. I want you to not be here for at least 2 weeks. Sometime in the next couple of months. Like, you go on vacation. Like, you need to not be here for a while. The only time you've been called for jury duty, you're well established living on the opposite side of the world, New Zealand, and you didn't have a reasonable way to show up. Yeah, no, I have had, so here they usually don't give you just, like, a freebie out of jury duty, at least not recently. What they will do is they will do a deferment, and that's actually what happened with my last jury duty, is, ooh, I don't remember where it was. I had some type of travel I was doing, so when I got, you know, selected for jury duty, so far as, like, to do the panel, that, like, I already had, like, travel obligations and everything, and it was for something that was, like, a conference or something at a specific time, which all I had to do was just, like, call them and be like, oh, no, was it the cruise? It might have been the cruise. Either way, it doesn't matter what it was. But, like, basically I had something that already booked tickets, because you don't even have to have, like, a major thing. It's just, like, would this be a significant negative for you? And, you know, obviously with the cruise situation, I would lose out on the money I spent on the cruise. Yeah, and it wasn't a big deal. It was, like, literally just, hey, I'm going to need to defer this. And it wasn't even, like, a questions asked, like, no problem. And it just meant, you know, I had to come back for jury duty. It was, like, a couple of weeks later or whatever that they just rescheduled me. But yeah, no, I had one case where I had moved counties and I got, you know, selected for jury duty in the county I no longer lived in, and it was just like, I don't live there anymore. And they're like, oh, okay, and that was just the end of it. Like, it was one of those things that was close enough I could have gone, but I would be worried that you could be like, oh, well, this person wasn't actually supposed to be, you know, pulled in, and, like, that becomes a whole debacle, so it's easier to be like, hey, I'm not actually eligible to be a juror for you, I don't believe. Oh, likewise, you did something and they just never rescheduled. That happens. Like, I know, it didn't happen for me, like, I actually got the deferred one where I did have to go in the next time. I do know there's a lot of people who just don't want to do jury duty. That's their strategy, is they would deliberately defer it because there is a good chance the deferred to date they wouldn't need you, so you just wouldn't get called in. That said, they do only allow for, I believe it was one deferment without, like, a whole big thing. Because I remember they had, like, in big bold letters that it was like, hey, you know, we, you know, let you defer with, like, kind of no questions asked, but, you know, you are going to be scheduling the next date, like, so far as of these options. If you need to defer again, like, that's something you're gonna have to sort out. And I'm sure they have a procedure where if you had, like, a medical emergency or something like that, they'd have, like, a whole process around that. But my assumption is in that situation, you'd have to actually demonstrate you couldn't be there versus just taking you on your word. I don't know the details in that because it's not been relevant to me. But yeah, no, I was actually surprised, because it used to be like when you went to do a deferment, you had to be like, oh, I need to defer this, and you'd have to, like, go through this thing and being like, what type of deferment? Like, I remember having to do that in the past. But this last time, which is the only time I've had to do a deferment, like, none of those questions were there. It's like, oh, I need to defer to the date. Like, it's just gonna be a problem. They didn't ask what kind of problem or anything. It's like, okay, so you're deferring. Choose one of these days. And I was just that. You know, then I showed up on that day. And it was a whole thing. Now, granted, there was a whole complexity that I was trying to figure out, because, like I said, a lot of times my understanding is you'd get deferred, and then you wouldn't be needed, and they'd be like, don't come in. And I did run into technical issues where it was showing that I had been dismissed, which is the word for being like, hey, you're off the hook. But then there was also another thing that labeled me as a different status, and they weren't agreeing. And I'm like, okay. But the one implied I still had an obligation to go, so I went in, because I'm like, you know what? I don't need to be in a big mess because I skipped out on jury duty. Because that can get you in trouble. Like, it's not that big an ordeal. It's not worth getting into a legal snafu over. It's mildly inconveniencing. So then after we get this one done, I was waiting for my planter to be here. Yeah, so after we finish this field, we have enough money. We go to our planter, and we buy it. I can buy it right now, because I'm bad at math. Alright, once we do the turnaround, I'm going to buy the planter, and then I'll have to go and grab all that stuff. I will probably need to get a package of seeds or two. We can go get our sorghum planted, and that'll be good for getting the next thing going. And from that stage, where we're at is probably buying up land would be the next couple of spends. Because I would need to get a second area for like growing sunflower, and at least I need at least 3 fields at a minimum. Not really, but at least 3 fields for how I want to do it. It's because I'll need 1 for sorghum, 1 for sunflowers, and I will need 1 for soybeans. That does mean I will need to get the other header for a harvester to be able to do the sunflowers, because that's a separate header. So then that would take care of all the crops. And at that stage, I buy the oil mill, and then we just start buying all the businesses, and that would knock out 3 of our dare drops. From there, the next move is I would be taking the money to get the onion stuff set up, because I have 1 dare drop for the onions. Yeah, so we can go here, planters, big blue, direct drill, does fertilizer, got you, buy. And we got our big old planter. So when we finish the field here, I run down there, we buy whatever seeds I need to fill the thing up, we plant our field, and then the fields we're looking at usually run a little bit over 100,000, give or take. But we are going to be continuing to expand our money. So let's see. Equipment-wise, what would I still need? I've got the hoe for dealing with the weeds. The planter itself handles handles the cultivating, the planting, and the fertilizer. I've got the lime wagon, so I don't have to worry about that. Our cultivator sucks, but is at least usable. So genuinely, I might just buy the land for the next purchase or 2, accepting our cultivator sucks. Because cultivators are stupid expensive. And we can just go with that. And I'll just start the process of like buying the next business. Now, realistically, if you're playing this as like a forever save kind of thing, what I would more than likely do is I would probably keep buying these fields until I could produce like enough grain to, for the most part, keep the grain mill running. Because right now it runs for like 2 months and then it completely depletes what I feed into it. That's enough to pay for it, give me a good profit. I just have a room for a lot more profit. In short term, that is what I'm going to do, is get those 3 fields, and all of them are going to be sorghum. And then once I get the oil mill, one of those will get flipped over to the sunflowers, and then once I get the fish food place, we flip the 3rd one over to the soybeans. And then once I've got all that, literally it's just buying businesses. Alright. So in just a minute, we're going to have an ad break. When I say just a minute, it's about 5 minutes. During that break, I'm probably going to keep the game running, but I'm probably going to mute myself and make myself disappear, and I'm going to eat my dinner. So that way you don't have to listen to me crunch or watch me chew or anything like that. Because I know not everyone's into mukbanging. And that is not really a thing I'm interested in either providing or experiencing. So we'll get that done because it smells good, and I put a lot of work into cooking it, and I want to eat it. Because I got cheese stuffed mushrooms and kielbasa and veg. Probably also end up needing to grab a new drink too. I'm hoping this field gets done in those 5 minutes, and I can just... it's not going to be right timing. It's fine. I was going to say so I could get the planter on the other field and have the planter going while it's on the ad break. It probably will be, but I'll be moving between stuff when the ad break lands. It's looking like I'm going to solidly finish this field before the ad break happens. I'm assuming it's a thing over on the YouTube side where there's probably a button to say hi, because they have all the time, like, different people pop in there and it's like, such and such said hi. And that'd be a very weird thing for people to type out again and again. So I'm assuming it's a button in the UI on that side where they push that and it says hi. Okay, in the last row here. Now, we're along the southeast end of the map, so what I am going to do is I'm not going to drop this off all the way up at the repair place. I'm going to drop the hoe down along the down along where the field I own is, because that's where it's going to be needed here in just a couple minutes. Now, where's the door into this place? You're over here. So if I drop it there, it'll be available when I need it for later. Now, one downside of this really big tractor compared to the one I was using is, I believe, if I'm correctly, the cost, the math on like your maintenance, I believe it's both based on the overall value of the vehicle and kind of its category. And so the large tractor category is more expensive than the medium tractor category, is more expensive than the small tractor category. And then because the vehicle's total price is higher, it does also mean the total price to repair is also higher. So I pay a little bit more in maintenance. That said, it's really not that bad. It's not going to be like, oh, I switched from a little tractor to a big tractor, suddenly I'm not able to pay my bills in the video game. You'd have to have like a very, very low amount of profit to begin with for that to be meaningfully impactful. Because if you had like a really small field, the assumption would be your tractor isn't doing a lot. So it shouldn't wear out much. Because Farming Simulator doesn't have the concept of your tractor just sits there and it, it rots. Weather damages it, sitting idly damages it. It doesn't have that concept. If I park the tractor and I don't use it for 50 years and I jump right back in and farm sim, it works exactly the same way. No maintenance differences or anything. I want to say there is a thing by how old the tractor is, it wears out faster. I believe that is a thing. But I don't believe it's a larger thing from that. Oh hey, look, there's a tornado cutting through the middle of Field 44. You won't be able to see it from here, I'm out of rendering distance. But on the minimap, it's just creeping along the edge of the minimap. It's not going to impact anything. More than 50 hours, work hours, it starts wearing out faster. Yeah, I've usually not worried about it too much. I realize it is a thing that it can be a problem, especially on your harvester and all that. Because for those who don't know, your seeder, your harvester, those kind of machines, they do have a thing where when they're damaged, they are less efficient, which means for your harvester you get less yield from your crops. And it could actually be a pretty decent amount. Or for your like fertilizer thing and your seeders, it means you use a little bit more seed, a little bit more fertilizer to do the same amount of work. Alright, so bear with me for just a second, chat. I'm going to grab myself a drink and I'll be right back. And then, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and knock my camera off while I eat real fast and we get things going. But I'm going to quickly grab myself a new drink and I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Tomb went full food coma over there. Tomb was full food coma over there where it was, just went in there, her plate was clear, just like... Have you heard about using a combine harvester can sometimes generate legendary onions? Historically, there's not been a quality to your crop in Farm Sim. So, I would assume that's a false rumor, but it could be possible. Because there is only the one harvester for the onions in the game. So it'd be weird for them to have, like, a different quality or something like that. It's kind of just not how Farm Sim typically works. That said, we've had some weird stuff in this one, like the fishing milestones being a thing and whatnot. I'm gonna get this to the field before I actually kill the camera like I said I was gonna do. Because I realize I'm gonna be driving around and I won't be able to eat while I'm steering stuff anyways. You're not sure where you got that from, Dr. Coomer or anything like that. Like I said, that doesn't sound right. But you never know. Because the combine harvester, they don't do potatoes and onions and stuff like that. Like as far as like the big rotating blade one, if you're talking like the actual onion harvester, like I said, I'm pretty sure there's just the one. And I don't even know how you'd get like a legendary onion because it is just a thing that when you harvest, you don't get individual onions. It goes, you have X number of liter of onions. I wouldn't even know, like, in the UI how they would accommodate something like that, even though that was a mechanic. But, so consider me skeptical. Okay, so let's repair our tractor. $2,000 roughly. And there is our really big cedar planter. I will call it a cedar forever, and I will keep correcting myself to a planter, and I don't think that behavior will change. Alright, so I am seeing that filling this up with seeds is a little tricky just by its size. And this one takes liquid fertilizer. So I actually don't have the right fertilizer down there, so I'm glad we noticed that before we went. It does look like I got a couple containers of some type of liquid here. I don't know if it's the herbicide or the fertilizer. We're going to fill it up with whatever we can. I know this one in the corner should be fertilizer. Okay. The tanks look like googly eyes. Yeah, I'm actually curious how well this works. Oh, you're the one that's... I'm filling up from... Man, this is a little confusing. Alright, so let's get 2 things of seeds. Yeah, so the thing's a little unwieldy. It only seems to fill up if I get it, get the seeds near the back of it, which, you know, that's fair enough. Alright. Another thing of seeds. Or not, it's fine. That's more than enough seeds for what we need. Alright, so we got our ridiculously large planter. So I can use that to plant our field, which is beyond overkill. But that's fine, because we're going to be buying more fields later, and this means I don't have to buy a new one. So that means basically, other than the harvester, my farming equipment is pretty much where I want it. Because I have no need for a bigger tractor, really. I don't really need to, like, cultivate the fields or anything like that. This handles that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The hoe is one of the better things for dealing with weeds. You can get gargantuan sprayers to deal with it, and those are pretty solid options. But like I said, I do like the hoe because it moves relatively fast. I don't have to worry about herbicide and a whole bunch of stuff with that. Now granted, the really big sprayers do a amazing job of dealing with the weeds, but then I gotta get all the stuff for the big sprayer. And at the cost of those big sprayers, I can buy a production line. And as far as I'm concerned in my head, the production line will give me way more than the sprayer will, until such point that the production line becomes a bottleneck to fueling... Sorry, the dealing with the weeds becomes the bottleneck time-wise to feeding the production line. So there'd certainly be a point like 4, 5, 6 fields that I would say it flips over. Getting to work those fields faster becomes the more relevant concern. Hey look, it's a tornado again, now at field 45. Alright. I'm also low-key looking forward to seeing the AI deal with this. This thing's a bit big. Hey, B-Type, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and that's 39 months of it sub to the channel. And congrats on welding some casters onto a shop table. So now you got a shop table you can roll around in any direction you want. Even directions unintended. So is the life of casters. Especially the directions you don't intend. I'm being drugged back to it almost as much as it's coming to me. Alright. So like I said, what I'm going to go ahead and do here is I am going to go ahead and hand this over to the AI. I'm going to mute my microphone so I can eat a little bit of my dinner, and I will be back in just a couple minutes. But thank you again for that support. It means a heck of a lot. I can't keep the AI doing this. I just remembered. The AI I have it set to, I have it set to buy the fertilizer and everything, and I got $42. So... I'm just gonna have to do it myself. But that's fine. As you can see, this is going to be like 4 passes to do the entire field, which is why I was saving up. You can also see the spots I missed with the last pass dealing with the weeds. That's fine. We'll just grab the hoe, clean it up, be good to go. Oh no, that's because after harvest the weeds can happen again. It's just funny how the previous crops got get mixed under, but not the weeds. Yup. Just game engine thing doing game engine thing. It's also nice that we can do this going like 10, 11 miles an hour versus it could be way slower. Oh, you know what those are? Those stripes are where the header rows were. That's why we have the stripes of the weeds. It's where the crops weren't. It's the header rows. And unfortunately, I do believe we will keep the header rows unless I go through and I take the time to like replow the field or whatever. Or not the header rows, I'm sorry. The tram lines. Header rows what I'm doing right now. The tram lines. The paths you put through your field so you can drive through and do like fertilizer and all that. Without, you know, running over your own crop again and again. And this time we're not seeing because I believe I'm driving over the weeds and crushing them with the tractor. I have to do a little bit of cleanup. Which is fine, because I gotta come back this way, because that one spot where the field's a little bit wider up there. So we can touch that up, and we can go out the other way and clean that up. But yeah, so that's the reason why we saved up this, is you'll notice I'm not cultivating the field. I don't need, like, we're doing the planting, and it's cultivating, planting, and fertilizing in one go. I do believe we will have to follow up and hit it with the weeder, the hoe. Otherwise, it should be just good to go. I'm going to slightly deviate left to make sure we clean that up. Okay. And we just got 500 bucks from something selling, so that's good news. And it's showing our nitrogen in the range I want it. I don't think I did that enough. That's fine. Because you're probably not penalized for working in the rain. You don't get penalized for most processes in the rain, the exception being harvesting. If you harvest in the rain, the game punishes you pretty badly. It's something like 15, 20 or something % loss of yield. It is severe. But seeding and fertilizing and spraying and all that, as far as I'm aware, there's no reason not to. I think technically you have more difficulty with traction. And it makes sense because you want dry crops for harvesting. Yep. But apparently your crops can be too dry for harvesting, which I didn't realize was a thing. Again, not in video game. There's like a range they want the moisture to be, that you're between X and Y. But, you know, most of the time you're more worried about being too wet than too dry. I imagine that probably changes based on where you're at, is like what your concern is. Okay, and this will open it up so I can actually eat for a minute. Because now I got a little bit more money in the bank. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and mute my microphone, get this food happening. It was Captain Pirate like waiting for the ad that it was like it's something about make him finish or something like that. I don't remember the exact words. I just remember you mentioning it as like, what? Man, I got about 40 minutes to the next ad, so you got a while to wait. I'm sorry, I know, you really want those ads. Sorry about that. Got the most of my dinner done. Now I just got a whole bunch of, like, bell pepper and all that kind of good stuff. That's those ones I can just mute my mic during the ad breaks and have a couple of bites and all that. Because I made entirely too much. I've got, like, an entire meal worth of bell pepper and onion I've also got here. Good problems to have. And because I can't see where they actually worked, I'm just leaving it to go. Next to technology connection, college ads back in the 2000s were catchy. There were some really good ads in the past. Like, I feel like a lot more companies did a lot more fun stuff with ads. And it's not even because, like, oh, you can't advertise this way or that way. It just felt like they put more effort into them. And you still see some that do. Like, you see like the Old Spice ads where they do all like the ridiculous unhinged stuff and that kind of thing. But it feels like so many ads just like, you know, just like one little thing that's a little, when I say deceptive, it's not deceptive, misleading product. They'll have a subversion of expectations of the ad, like, you know, Sasquatch showing up and just kind of doing that. You like the low production, high passion ads? Oh yeah. Was it like, look at your girlfriend, now look at me. Or no, it's look at your boyfriend, now look at me. It's diamonds. And I'm a horse. And just like, I have no idea what any of this is going on. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. And it's not that there's no good ads anymore. I think just the nature of ads changed. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's not anything like, oh, well, they're not allowed to do this ad or that ad, because I still see a lot of those old style ads once in a while. It's just broadly speaking. You get a lot more make loud noise, be obnoxious style ad. Versus like the car swerving around the highway, so like the pigeons chasing it, like just pooping behind, and the car's just trying to avoid getting pooped on kind of ad. Instead, they'll just show like the car with like the sexy sleek lines kind of going it, you know, and like maybe the girl like winks at the person in the car, and that's like the whole ad, and you're like, okay, are you strictly targeting lonely people? And it'll be like, buy this car, someone might pay attention to you. Okay, so field should be just about done. I think they get down that road. Yeah, so unfortunately it looks like the header rows are just going to stay until I go through and like properly redo the field. I'm not that fussed about it. You'll lose less than 10% of your crop to it, which, don't get me wrong, is like significant. But taking the time to like get other equipment to tear it all up to then, you know, not have the header rows, or I keep saying header rows, tram lines. To get rid of the tram lines, I don't think is really worth the time. Eventually I'll have to go through and I'll have to clean it up anyways, and we can just fix it then. Alright, and we did a bunch of contracts today to make this possible. Ain't gonna be me because I don't care what you drive. Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, I think that's true of most people anyways. I don't genuinely think there's gonna be that many situations where if you drive down the road with car A or car B, that suddenly someone's like winking and giving you a smile and like all that like being cutesy, like flirty kind of thing because of the car you're driving. It might not be a zero number, but I don't imagine that is the make or break for a lot of people. And at least for me, the kind of people that could be a make or break for someone flirting with me are probably the kind of people I don't want to talk to. Or at least don't want to be romantically involved with. Because that means they're more concerned about how much money I have, or don't have, versus, you know, literally anything else. But there are people who, you know, they all have things to blame. Oh, I mean, I definitely agree with that one as well. Like, you can see what people drive and sometimes be like, all right, what's wrong? Like, what's up with this person? What are they compensating? Okay, so I don't remember what the status of any of our businesses were, because we got caught up in that. Greenhouse needs water. The wood's actually okay, but we can shove this little tree in here and that'll be fine. Can I just push you? Not really. Too tall. Okay, so I can grab this, yoink it in here. Then I need to top off the water and all that. Okay. There we go. Alright, now I just need to top off the water. And one nice thing that will come up as we start expanding these a little bit, one, it's going to increase our income, which is always a plus. But we will run into situations where stuff like I've been putting off, like I was deliberately not buying the semi that gives me the larger water tank and all that because I need my money elsewhere. We are going to be potentially like buying fields and that kind of stuff. And that's going to make it easier to justify more of the spend on improving efficiency kind of things. But seeing it, someone in an older car that's fixed up can be an obvious show that someone at least has passion for something. You can see that being a reason. It certainly isn't going to be a car that would be advertised. Yeah. Well, I can see that, like, there is certainly to say something about a person being passionate about something. Like, it was kind of one of those things before me and Tomb, like, got together and everything that, for me, when it came to dating someone, is I would want them to have something that they're passionate about actively pursuing. You know, whether it's their career or some type of charitable thing or something. Because, like, by all means, you can have times that you're, like, you know, in a funk or whatever, and that's fine. But it was just one of those things, like, I'd want you to be doing something. When I say something with your life, like, not giving it value or whatever. Like, it could be, you know, collecting cards or whatever. But, you know, people just going day to day, it's like, it's very difficult to find joy there. You're getting worried about your Skyrim because you haven't had it work for this long? And what it was hiding? Oh, like, it's just not running? I mean, you're probably just modding too much again. Alright. Because you can get into that whole basket of things. Yeah, so probably do is I'll probably keep an eye out for really good sales for anything that arguably improves stuff. See, every time you go back and update releases, the next day it breaks everything. an update releases. Oh, with but you know it's running perfectly fine, and you just had it work this long. Oh, like it's actually running fine. Yeah, I know it's a whole thing. There's no such thing as modding Skyrim too much. I disagree, but that's fine. You do what you want. I don't need to spend all my time troubleshooting. Oh, I didn't even get myself my payout from that last contract. You know, that's fine. We're not doing more contracts right now. Yeah, so you're doing fine, you're fine. Yeah, so it's literally just the greenhouse needs water. Just because all your dragons are Thomas the Tank Engine doesn't mean it's gone too far. But yeah, no, it's a classic. Like, there's so many different games that have a very heavy modding scene. And again, like, if you enjoy modding your games, for me, it felt with, like, some of those games, I was getting to the point that I would spend more time installing and troubleshooting my mods than I would actually playing the game on the other side. And it was just kind of those things, like, I would just rather play the game. Not being anti-modding, I do mod a lot of games. We are running... So we're running official mods in this one. We do have a single non-official mod called Autoloader. And that's because picking up those stones... I'm down to do some forklift simulator, but there's a point where, like, holy crap, I'm literally going to spend 90% of my time forklifting. Wait a second. Maybe I don't want to do that. Yeah, it's all fine. And how are you doing? Okay, so you've run out of wood beams again. But we're at step 40 out of 65. And you've got all your supplies, we just gotta wait for them to get done. Alright, so with that, we've got the field for this year. The big question is, after this field, what would be the next field I'd want to acquire? Well, I wish I had money for you, but that is money I cannot make happen. Not realistically. Not without real cheese shenanigans. Yeah, so you got planks along there. So you got one thing of beams. Is one thing of beams enough, or did you need two? You need two. So don't worry about that yet. Right, so what I was saying is, we own this field here. The question is, what's the next field we buy? I think it'd be this one here. Right now, it has sorghum in it. That works out really well for us. Thanks, Ben. Because what we can do is in August, when it's time to harvest this, there is a good chance I can make the money happen for the 112 to buy that field and get our second field. And with that, we'll be good to go. We'll have not doubled up our field, because that field's smaller than the first one I bought, but have expanded our fields. Because it'd be May, June, July, August. That's not a lot of time to get 100,000. That's fine. I won't sweat it too much if we don't have it. I'm not going to go and queue up a bunch, even though we could do all those ones. I'm not going to queue up a bunch of contracts. We move forward. And I'm also not going to directly sell the sorghum. We're making that the flour for the increased money. I want to say in June and July our stone sells for more, though. I might get close to that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so water's fine, wood's fine. You're all fine. Yep. Go right on back to sleep to July. Because we're just getting to harvest time. Gotta get that done. Okay. Nothing here we care about. And you're doing well. Okay, so you have 2 things of planks, 1 thing of beams. We'll go 1 more month. I think we're going to end up short for buying that field, which is okay. Because we're basically saving up money. The field's not going to make or break anything right now. It would be nice to get the extra field. So you just wonder if you actually said hi but falling asleep maybe 3 hours ago? Honestly, don't remember. I don't believe you did, but I won't promise it didn't happen. And there's a possibility of getting a decent contract this in-game day. Okay, so I'll have water to deal with. We've got a bunch of stuff to sell from there. Yeah, so I have water and a whole bunch of things to do. So I'm going to quickly move the water down here. And then we can go over here and start harvesting. And then you need to work your way back here. Then you just start randomly writing stuff for everyone else here. From everyone else's perspective? Nah, you're good. I don't think we're going to have enough here to buy the other field right now. Definitely have it in the next in-game year, or a bigger one. It does suck that it's growing sorghum, and I could cash in that sorghum right now if I were to able to get it. I do think we're going to get close to 20,000 out of the lumber we're grabbing right now. But that would still leave me somewhere in the area about, 30,000 short. And that's okay, though. But then this should be enough beams to get the next stage of the castle done. Now, if I knew we were getting right up to the end of being done with the sawmill, like if this was the last load, I could potentially have sold the sawmill to make the difference. I'm not doing that, though, because it's probably not. And while I could also sell, like, the stone production to get the instant influx of cash, I'm also not selling that either. Because it is just one of those things that immediately I got better things I can be used, like, they will continue to bring me money. The money they're bringing is probably worth more to me than to sell them. I could potentially see them, like, when we're doing our dare drops and getting towards the end of that stuff, I could effectively see us potentially selling those to just buy the next production lines. I don't think that'll be necessary, though. I think we'll be making enough money that we'll just continue to upscale. We get all the fish stuff online, and by then the onion money will come easy. Alright, let's drop you off. And it'd be another thing that technically I could just sell the greenhouse to get the money immediately, but the greenhouse is going to make me more money than the field will by a very large margin, too. Okay, so you're filling up. I need to get you staged. Okay. You must be getting midnight in the US. You need sleeps. Don't let stream keep you from sleeping. Yeah. Gotta make sure you get those sleeps. Yep. You know, it's about 1 a.m. from where I'm at. Because you got a wood transfer contract offered that has a destination as the sawmill. And the start location, literally like feet out front of the sawmill, like 5 feet. Yep. Every once in a while you get those lucky ones, you're like, oh, I guess you just want me to move this just right there, I guess. Do you want me to like grab a rope or something? Because I feel like that's enough. And you still have how much in there? Well, 2 now. 3 pallets worth. Let's scoot you on over there. Nice, easy 8,000. Yeah, where you don't even bother getting like the actual equipment, you just get your tractor and just shove it over. Okay, so we got our next set of beams. That's probably fine. Alright. I'm really hoping it turns around. And does the first row and it doesn't do another header row. Because if it does another header row, I'm gonna have to back it up and have it grabbed from the trailer. But if it does turn around to do like an actual row, which is like what it looks like it's doing. Oh, don't do it in the middle, man. What are you doing? Okay. Just quickly topping off, then we'll get back to forklifting the truck. They're just going to be bouncing between jobs a little bit here. Okay, so we're at the point where it's feeding me as it harvests. We'll just reset ourselves back to the start position for the next round. So when you played Transport Tycoon or Star Trek in the browser game, old-timey DOS logistics, you often puttered along these kind of Tronics game, enables you to do something in game. Oh yeah, like the little ones where it's just like move the thing 5 feet away. It's like when you're playing like the old MMOs and everything like that. And be like, I need you to take this over to the baker. You'd be like, dude, she's right there. She's right there. Honestly, this conversation with me took more time and effort than you to take it to the baker yourself. She's like, look, man, she's standing next to me. We could probably just have her come here and grab it from you. Okay, we're good. I was kind of worried the beams were going to tip over and then shove the planks right off the side. Okay, then we got 3 loads of long planks and 2 loads of wood beams. I gotta be careful turning on this one a little bit more because got a bit more weight. Yeah, move this one shipment to the next planet over the same system in space transportation game. I'll pay you 20 times the usual rate because of RNG. Yeah. They've done a lot these days to make it so when they do the calculations on a lot of like your rewards for stuff, it takes into consideration distance and all that. Curse them and their, you know, logicking out stuff versus the game being like this is, you know, an A, B, or C tier, you know, mission on what you get paid. I'll drop you off at the castle. I'm wondering what, like, decorations and all that we'll get with the castle. Because right now, we're only about 2/3 the way through the castle build. But it does look like almost all the buildings are done. And it's got, like, the one building left. But, like, the temple, we got a bunch of, like, you know, little, like, snazzy decorations and all out on the edges and whatnot. And I mean, I guess they could put, like, a wall around the castle or something. Which would be appropriate. But, like, you know, almost 20 full stages of that. Would you not move under those traps, please? I'm also really expecting any time now for it to stop accepting the long planks. Because it'll stop accepting it once it's full. Like, once we put all that it can take plus a little bit of a margin. As far as, like, what it'll need to finish the whole building. Because we've already had 2 materials that shut it down where I can't drop them out anymore. Okay. Yeah, so now we've got the scaffolding and all that we're building now. Then I'll put all the stone in. And after that, it'll put the roof on board. So there's another 14,000. Ooh, we are pretty close to being able to do that field. Yeah, so you're at step 40, and we've got all the material you need for step 40. Of course, it's going to be coming back here when it's filling up. Let's see, you think you still do that nowadays? You played Endless Sky like 2 years ago, didn't play much in the past 2 years. I mean, you often sat there, looked at all the contracts, and exploited the overpaying ones. But that's not necessarily nowadays, at least. In many of the DOS era games, the balancing hinged on getting these contracts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there's definitely no shortage of games that, to survive, you had to abuse stuff. Like, they kind of expected the player to abuse, like, shortcomings in how the AI worked. That's fine. That's fine. You're still gonna turn around and that'll be fine. Okay. Keep getting our sorghum. honestly, for what we're doing right now, this harvester is just a perfectly fine size. I've got enough other stuff I'm running around doing. That it taking a little while is okay. We're gonna definitely need a bigger trailer though soon. Okay, so I can take you and drive you back. One thing I'll probably need, and maybe this can do it, this might be able to hitch up that water trailer. I honestly don't know. Can't remember what the hitch situation is on this. So you played in full about 8-9 years ago. You loved to hang around with the pirate boats, disable their ships and orbit immediately land. And then fully repaired and add to your fleet. Oh yeah, just like abuse some stuff with that. I do enjoy a lot of those like big space, you know, like 4X strategy things, you know, your X series games, those kind of things. I need to get back into one of those. I played the living crap out of X3. X Rebirth, like it was fine. It definitely deviated from the formula so far that I just didn't get into it in the same way. Like kind of being attached to one ship that you really got involved with versus, you know, building up your fleet. And you could do some of that. And then, you know, you got into X4, and I tried a bit of X4 and I enjoyed it. I just never, like, it was pretty early on, it was pretty buggy on release, which is pretty typical for that developer. And I haven't circled back since they've improved it. And I've heard nothing but good things. Just, you know, gotta actually do the thing where you circle back. But you didn't see it as abuse since it was a huge risk to start the process to get those ships. You needed a large fleet to start disabling their ships. They had a lot swarming you. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that was a series, Endless Skies, I just never got into. Again, it wasn't like I avoided it or it didn't resonate or anything like that, just too many games, not enough time. Can't play them all. It's fine. Just had to remind myself I'm alive. Yep, okay. I didn't think it was going to be able to hitch up. There might be a way to get a hitch for it, but that's fine. The point was more, over here I'm going to need the truck there next. Alright. Get a bite or two of my food while we're waiting. Okay. As one of the first games, you learn some coding and how to use GitHub to help contribute. Both minor things and some stuff for a couple of the big mods. Nice. Yeah, not that's like so much, like for me, it wasn't a lot of game stuff. I did one or two projects with games. The stuff I did with games, with my developer experience, was usually I worked on tooling to support a game. So like with Elite Dangerous, for example, there's a background simulation that determines like who controls what system, is it at war, all those kind of things. And there's a whole algebra behind all that and how it works. And while we don't have the information on the specifics on how all the details work, we do know like what states trigger what other states. You have like an influence rating between factions, and that'll determine like whether they go to war or stuff like that. And so I created this tool for people who wanted to do what's known as playing the background simulation. So you'd kind of adopt a faction that you would try and, you know, get them into control of more systems and yada yada. A tool that you could like grab a system and be like, okay, where's the places if I were to try and expand from the system to take another territory for my faction, where would they land, and all that kind of stuff. And so I had a whole setup like that I coded. That tool was pretty liked. I was maintaining it for a while after I stopped playing Elite. Eventually, though, they had a major change in the Elite's API, and I'm like, yeah, man, I haven't played this game in years. Like, I'm not putting in the time to maintain this anymore. It's open source. If someone wants it, they can fork it. But I had a decent number of people using it. I also did stuff with, like, you know, help with some of the tooling with Path of Exile, contributed updates to various third-party tools there to, you know, help with, like, build calculations and whatnot. Most of the stuff I did open source, though, was, like, contributing to not game stuff, but, like, frameworks themselves. So it is one of those things I can kind of brag that literally any single game running Unity has running code that I've written. And any game using C#, even if it's not using Unity, is still running code I've written, as well as like VB.NET and any other type of .NET language. And so it's kind of like those really underlying things working on that stuff. Because when there was the big push to kind of update .NET and modernize it and all that kind of stuff, I did quite a bit in that. And so after that, you dabbled in Starbound modding and joined the Fracking Universe team. And they use GitHub extensively, so you got better at it. Worked on Fracking Universe modding for about 3 years. You're mostly inactive now, but you still own and run an official Fracking Universe Starbound multiplayer server. You like to keep to make sure the mod code works with both single and multiplayer. Gotcha. You can still do that until 2 years ago. Though a little farther away from the private power world, or they'll obliterate you. Oh, we should probably drop this off. Not have enough space in my trailer for another full load. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Like, and all of that was using GitHub as well. Generally speaking, for managing a lot of open source projects, the vast majority of time you're going to be dealing with GitHub. There are other options out there, but GitHub kind of became like the big one. You know, and then Microsoft acquired, and everyone's like, oh no, doom and gloom, it's going to be gone, everything's going to be awful. And for the most part, nothing negative has happened there. The only thing I don't like is the Copilot implementation thing they tried to add, but that's, you don't have to do that. You can just choose to ignore it. That said, these days I've not really done a whole lot of anything on GitHub in a while. Even when I was starting to stream, not really doing much dev in the, you know, like on that, I was pretty routinely updating this or that. Some new vulnerability would be found, and so I'd take the time to go through all the projects I was involved with. And most of the time when you find a vulnerability on that stuff, it'd be like, oh yeah, if you're making a web application and you're using this library, you know, there's this security concern. And the workaround for something like that was literally just to go in and be like, here's this one configuration line, or here's this one thing to change. But then, you know, you need to do it with every project you've got. It was like a really easy fix. You just got to go to each individual project one by one, grab the code, make the change, test the code, you know, recommit it, make that the latest branch kind of thing, you know, do a release or whatever's appropriate. But a lot of those projects, they're not relevant anymore. Crunch. Okay. So you're getting close to done with this field. Do you have any amazing contracts that I can make like 30,000? Relatively easy. You want me to deliver oats to my own windmill? Well, there's a... Hey, Chance, how's it going? There's an onion contract. What is the exact verbiage for the, Let me check one thing real fast. I want to check the one thing for the exact verbiage of what it said for the onion one. Draw a picture in your field by planting. Okay, so it does specify I have to plant them. Okay. I was going to say, I was like, technically, while it's kind of sort of working against the faith of the challenge, I could see for doing the dare drop accepting this contract and then just, drawing the stuff by harvesting it, but it does specify I need to draw a picture by planting. So that would not technically adhere to the challenge or to the dare drop. That's fine. That's gonna probably be the last one we do, because all you got was an ad about insurance. I'm sorry. Someday you'll get the ad about making him finish, so you can have closure as to what that context was. That's why Captain Pirate really wants to know about it. There was an ad playing, was only half paying attention to it, and just caught the line making him finish, and no context, has no idea what the ad was. And it's probably something, like, a person running a 5K or something like that, and, like, the sole of their shoes no good or anything else. They're like, getting the shoes so you can make him finish. Like that kind of thing. So it's probably utterly benign, but without context, who knows? It's very calm, deadpan voice, and you look at your phone, the ad ends before you can see. Yeah, no, there's a lot of things that, it could be, it could be an advertisement for whatever the latest ThinkPad, equivalent laptop is, where, like, they show, like, the college student and they spill something on their laptop, and then the making him finish would be, them getting their degree or whatever. Like, there's so many ways it could be utterly benign and fine that, whatever. But again, that line out of context, or like, excuse me, do what now? do we need to, like, do the TOS thing? You mean you have had ads of the erectile dysfunction, but they generally don't go deadpan like this? Have you had those on Twitch, though? Genuinely, I run Twitch Turbo, so I have no idea what the heck ads. Like, I hear there's lots of insurance ads. I hear there's lots of car ads. I've heard those ones mentioned about. Every once in a while, I hear about, like, some sport ad or game ad or whatever. On Twitch, on this stream. Oh, joy. The worst thing is I'm pretty sure Twitch, I think they have where you, like, you say, male, female, non-identifying or whatever, which would imply that they have that information for the advertisers, so, when they're advertising, well, I mean, I guess if they're going by age range, I could see them advertising to women whose men is going through that. So I could arguably understand that one. Because I could see that. Sometimes you wonder, what have you done to confuse the algorithm? Because you've also got ads for male, depends. Then again, maybe they think I'm shopping for a guy. Well, that's the thing. Twitch doesn't actually have much sophistication beyond their ad system. That's actually one thing I would say is kind of a big negative about Twitch ads, and part of why I think people get so upset about it. Is about the only information I think Twitch has is, I want to say, your vague age range, I think, and then your region. I know they have your region. What? Like, they have, like, your region. Like, are you in France? Are you in whatever state? So they really don't have much. Versus, like, when you go to places like Amazon and when you go to, like, places like YouTube, Google is notorious for collecting everything about you. Like, if you mention something in an email, you will get ads for that in, like, YouTube and everything else. Like, they do cross the streams on that all over the place. Twitch does not do that. Let's see, the funny thing is, you mentioned your favorite show the other day to another stream, and the next 3 ads you've seen were ads for season 19 of that show. Oh, that's interesting. So far, Twitch doesn't do a lot of that crossing. That's actually an interesting thing, that there was a whole concern for a while that, you know, Facebook was, like, listening into your Facebook or Google or whatever, who's listening into your private conversations, like, listening to your microphone and using that to do targeted ads. And it got to the point, I think it even got to, like, Congress or anything, you know, at which point then, like I said, I can't remember if it was Facebook or Google or whoever it was. You know, they basically explained how their system actually worked. And pretty much what the reality was, is it wasn't that it was listening into your microphone. I think it may have been Facebook. It's what it would do is you would have, like... Sounded like it didn't feel like it, though. Yeah, no, that's the thing. What it was actually doing, though, is it would check to see what your peers were discussing. So let's say you had lunch with, like, Sally. And Sally recently has been, you know, looking around on Amazon or whatever and bought whatever the thing was. So it picked up on the fact that Sally was doing this, because Sally was hitting the data points that collect that information. But the Facebook application does have GPS with it. So when you're out and they see that you and Sally are in a similar location, while it's not listening into your mic or anything, what it is doing is it's seeing that you and Sally are hanging out, and Sally has been really into that whatever it is, and so they're like, oh, you and Sally probably talked about that thing that Sally's super into right now. I should advertise that thing to you as well, because you might start looking into that thing. And so it wasn't that it was like listening into your mic or your personal conversations or all that. It was figuring out that you and this other person and all that kind of stuff. God, do we never get our lives back from that? I know, right? But yeah, no, it just realized that you were near someone else that it knew was into something. And then, you know, took the shot in the dark that you might be into it as well. And to be fair, part of the reason they did that is it usually was true, or at least often enough true that it was worth them doing it. Okay, so we had turned off our windmill because it ran out of materials. Now it's not. But yeah, because the big thing is, if Facebook had been, you know, without disclosure, been, you know, activating your mic and listening in for advertising, oh boy, the laws would have come down on them for the number of very egregious violations that they would have been guilty of. Because, you know, there was concerns to be like, well, if they're doing this, they're getting, you know, like, national security, like, secrets and all that and whatnot, and so that was the reason why Facebook was like, no, we're not, that's not what's happening. It's like, All we did is we saw this person through our normal channels liked a thing. You were with that person, so you probably talked about it. That's the entire thing. It's not a grand conspiracy. It's still creepy as hell, but it's not this other creepy as hell thing you're thinking about that would open us up to a whole legal mess. It's this other just normal levels of tech bro creepiness. Doesn't Facebook Messenger have the rights to record your calls? That might have really did. I don't think so. See, that's the kind of thing it was. Is there was some permissions that sounded like they were recording a bunch of stuff and doing a whole bunch of extra stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, they get into all your personal crap and it gets creepy as hell and something you probably don't want them doing. Like, that part's all true. But the specific things they were getting accused with, there was a lot of that stuff that, again, would have opened them up to some very serious legal problems that most of that ended up not being true. That they were kind of getting the same end result, but it was more on the social engineering, friendships and that kind of stuff, and interpersonal relationships than actually monitoring your conversations. Let's see, I've only once gotten a suspected case of information crossing of that kind in 20 years or so. Usually get no ads for anything you write about, but you turn off personalized ads. Yeah, so if you turned off personalized ads and you live in a place where you actually have reasonable consumer protections, I stare longingly out across the pond. And you have that. Usually the moment you turn off personalized ads, then that becomes kind of not a thing. Because generally speaking, you know, some places that have proper consumer protections and are actually willing to once in a while slap big companies for breaking them do have, broadly speaking, better privacy rights and all that, and are less abused about that. But in places that we don't have those kind of consumer protections, and the people feel bold enough to have, like, their, you know, US version of their website and their European version of their website, and, you know, this one adheres to GDPR and this one, privacy. That's adorable. You know, things get a lot sketchier. Yeah, no, Google's the one I'm aware of that did the whole thing where it'd scrape your email if you're using Gmail specifically. That Google would scrape your Gmail. I do know there's a whole big ruckus that Google had expanded the scraping of data to include a bunch of their office stuff, so like sheets and whatnot. And I don't know if that actually went through or how that was working, but it was a thing that they were going to expand. I don't know if it's like it was already in place, but they were moving it to their business tier, or what the actual specific issue was. But I do remember it got into a whole bunch of kerfuffle, and then, you know, again, a bunch of lawyers and politicians were getting involved because they're like, yeah, well, I keep, you know, confidential financial records or whatever in Google Sheets. You know, you're not allowed to scrape it. And the purpose for this scraping was for AI, as opposed to previously it was about advertising. So, again, a whole big ruckus around that. Consumer protections in 2025? Depends on where you live. There are genuinely places with relatively good consumer protections. And then there's a lot of places that don't. And I say, once again, longingly, looking across the pond, not the entire European Union has great consumer protections. They even broadly speaking, they generally, like, the EU has better protections than a lot of the US has. There's a few states individually have relatively okay ones, but aren't those places trying to also make VPNs and encryption illegal? That's been pretty much everyone at different points in time. Like, in the US, we've tried to make encryption illegal. They've tried to do that in the UK. They've tried to do that in Germany. Some bills got passed, some didn't. That's you know, but little Johnny could get, you know, nabbed in the night because he talked to, you know, a groomer or whatever. all the places that have done their equivalent of like the child safety online kind of things, they've almost all had their equivalent of that. Or what they'll do is like encryption's not illegal, but you're required to have a back door so any law enforcement person can, you know, peek behind the curtain. Which of course basically is might as well just make encryption illegal, because the moment you've got like a master key for all encryption, the bad guys are just gonna get the master key and you've just made it free. Man, that's not a new thing. They've done 2 or 3 rounds of that here in the US where they've tried to make that illegal. Like, just, it's either one of those things where it's just like broadly illegal, or you're required to have like all encryption have, you know, have a master way of like circumventing it, or, you know, encryption only allowed for people under very specific circumstances. There's always, not always, there's been that going around in a lot of places. The good news is most places, while those bills do get put out there, usually sound minds ultimately win out, where they're like, this would create such an absolute security nightmare for everybody involved that it doesn't, like, it can get like through a lot of conversation, but ultimately usually doesn't get passed. There have been exceptions though. Yeah, we need more than that. Let's see. Yep, Twitch is watching chat, because now you're seeing an ad in the upper right corner about Season 19. Let's see. Nope, not from Prime Video. It's Up, Faith, and Family. Well, I mean, that could also just be that's like the new season of the show and it's a popular show. Whether or not it's that you watch it. Like, that's always the catch. It's easy to see patterns that aren't there, and not saying it couldn't be a thing. But it's easy to be like, you were discussing Subway subs, and then there happens to be a Subway sub ad, and you're like, oh my god, they're listening, and it could easily be happenstance, that kind of thing. It's hard to get the rights back, so easy to lose them. Yep. Yep. Yeah. And safety is one of the ones where you can easily get people to volunteer, give up stuff. And to be fair, there is a certain amount of, okay, but no, really, there is a genuine safety concern that we do have to address. And a lot, especially when you're talking tech, there are new novel concerns. They're like, all right, well, the way we handled this in the past didn't take into consideration being able to do whatever the nefarious thing using technology at scale. So it is a complicated problem with nuance. But yeah, no, it definitely is a thing that, like, once you lose kind of the privilege or whatever, the right, usually that's kind of it, unless there's a very concerted effort to undo that kind of thing. Yeah, we could just use the winch to shove that in. And a lot of times, even the people passing those things, they're like, there is nefarious stuff that happens, sure. They're well-meaning. Like, again, half of these bills are like, protect the children. There are genuine people who fully believe that, like, yeah, this is a thing to protect the children. And they're not even wrong that passing that bill would arguably protect some number of children. It's just, they're ignoring all of the other stuff that comes with it. Maybe because they don't care, maybe because they don't understand. Are we getting to 500 garbage tonight? No, I'm probably not gonna get to 500 garbage. That's, that is a significant time investment, more than I want to do. I think it's more than chat would tolerate. That is a lot of fishing. That'd be me sitting there, like, for 4 or 5 hours of fishing. Like, for today's stream, if I was to do it, I would have had to start, like, 2-3 hours ago. So we've already blown the chance of that getting done. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so everything's topped off. We're good to go, all that. Subathon, garbage fishing. I do want to test to see if the 500 thing is. But that may be one of those kind of tests where I take a file I don't care about, edit the file, and give myself like 498 fish that I've released or whatever, and then do the last two. I know, dishonest. But, versus, you know, doing 4 or 5 hours to test it. Which, sure, it'd be an unclean test in the sense that it could technically fail if there's another way of tracking in the back end I'm unaware of. But to give you an idea, I'm at 300 caught trash in all the playthroughs we've done here, and only 230 released fish. So I would need to do about 60% as much fishing as I've already done over again. It's a lot. We ultimately did not buy that our field. I came up short, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to wait on it. It's fine. So yeah. Like I said, the next milestone we're looking at is we can buy that field there. The other one is let's check to see how much the oil mill, like the actual one, not the little baby one, the actual oil mill costs. Bakery, cement, cereal, dairy, grape, grain, oil. So the oil mill is 240. And technically, I could put it up here. And it's honestly not the worst place. I'd have to do this weird drive around, which is utterly sketch. How close is the castle to being done? It's a bit over 2/3 way. Honestly, actually, it can fit down here pretty easy, too. Gotta watch the terrain issues, though. Or didn't you have a bunch of land? Yeah, when I get 240,000, I'm pretty sure I own some of the land on this side of the road. Do you get the castle when it's done? I have no idea what's going to happen with the castle when it's done. Speaking of which, I should actually check on the castle status. You are still using castle stones. And you're 41 out of 65. Yeah, so 240,000 buys me the oil mill, and about 100,000 buys me another field. I think the other field makes sense more because it gives me more crop to do stuff with. It'd be nice to do more, but realistically, if I get the big oil building done and I have one field, I'm not going to get anywhere with it. But I do think, if I remember correctly, I do think with this field... Oh, no, I don't own the Arceta Road, but I own some space over here. We also have this area. I own a bunch of space around that. We could potentially shove it. What map is this? This is the new, it's like, King Laid map. It's the one from the expansion that just came out this past week or so. So this will be the other one we're looking at, 112. So I can buy that field. And what do you have growing here? You let your sorghum rot. Ben. Buddy. Buddy. You just let it rot there, man. Just a waste. Okay, so we got one thing of planks and a thing of beams. They could just stay right there for right now. So I believe I just nudge this tree, it should pull it in. Or not. Or I can knock that away, that's fine. Alright, so we'll need the winch. Oh, nope, that's the thing. Yep, this map is from the DLC that just came out. Yep. You have the big windmill here is a big project you build. Basically makes it into what's effectively a grain mill. You've got the castle you build down there. So you have just the tiniest bit until we run out of sorghum. We have 100,000. We've got the castle up here, which is a project you build. Yeah, still waiting for more castle stones. Okay. The important thing is to watch all these production lines, just to keep them up, because that's where most of my money is coming from right now. Is just all the production lines. Let's see, what other Sims do you know of that are this quality and not just game mill game? Game mill game. I don't know what you mean by game mill game. I know American Truck Simulator has a really high quality to it. I know there are some flight simulators. I don't know which ones are the good ones. I know, like, the latest Microsoft Flight Simulator is a little bit more mixed on people's response to it. It does have a lot of good stuff going with it. Like the things where you can fly anywhere and it kind of makes the map and all that. But at the same time, it's also got some real big quirks, too, that aren't necessarily the greatest. Like, Construction Simulator is relatively good. That one's a bit more buggy, but I also feel like they're doing a lot more variety. Where you'll have, like, we have to drive pylons and all sorts of stuff. That one is way more scripted than this one is. In the sense, like, you go in, you have a thing specifically you're making. So you just kind of have to go through all the steps of making the thing. But as far as, like, it still being a simulator and all that, it is good. You have, like, the SnowRunner, MudRunner, Roadcraft, those kind of series. SnowRunner is the one that people tend to get the most hours out of. Whereas, like, Roadcraft, I would say Roadcraft is good. Like, pretty solidly good. But, even with that said, it is a thing that the replayability of Roadcraft isn't as strong. Well, I should say, the hours you get into it isn't as strong as SnowRunner. Okay, so we went a whole phase, and we're just putting more stone in, which I've already got. You couldn't stick with Roadcraft like Farming Sim? Yeah. Roadcraft definitely, like, they came with the DLC, and I have not done any of the DLC for Roadcraft. It's kind of one of those things, I really enjoyed what I played of Roadcraft, but it kind of felt like when I finished, I had played the amount I wanted to play. Like, when I finished the story and got, like, all the side objectives done, it was kind of like, felt like, okay, that was a good amount for this game to be. Versus this one, you know, when they come out with more, I'm like, yeah, I'm down for more of that. Yeah, it's fine. It came out guns blazing and lost steam quick. Well, I think the problem is the ability for variety of play in Roadcraft was way more limited. I think they did a good job of having a couple different varieties of maps to use, but like, it's very hard for them to come up with a new one without adding entirely new mechanics, which they could do. That is a possibility. But it is one of those things that very genuine. Like I said, I kind of was like, I got through it. I'm content with what I did. Like, I did all the main objectives and the side objectives, and I didn't feel a need for more. It's like when the DLC dropped, I had fully intended to play it, and then I just didn't. Do you know how many maps will be coming out the first year of this game? Well, yes, because we are at the very end of the first year of this game. This is the last update for the first year of this game. The game has been out for pretty much a full year already. And the answer is official maps. We got one additional official map. We technically got a second, but it was a re-release of a past map as a free... Actually, I'm sorry. You got two, but they were technically re-releases of official maps from the past version as mods instead of DLCs. The creators of SnowRunner is making another game, but this is Road Kings, which is kind of like ATS. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. So SnowRunner, the mods, their devs behind SnowRunner came out with Roadcraft. They came out with Expeditions. I do really appreciate that the devs behind SnowRunner are coming out with a bunch of other games outside their main core one to just try a bunch of different things. And it's funny to me that a lot of people be like, why aren't they just making SnowRunner 2? It's like, well, that's easy. They're still actively adding to SnowRunner 1? Like, they don't feel like they've exhausted that. Now, granted, since they've gone like Roadcraft and Expeditions and all that, it would be nice for the SnowRunner engine to get a polish up. And I understand the reason you don't do that kind of thing is if they did take the tech behind stuff like Roadcraft, for example, and backport it to SnowRunner, they would have to increase the system requirements of SnowRunner, which means you as a person could be running SnowRunner just fine right now, and then you would suddenly not be able to play the game you already own anymore because it's now, your computer's not strong enough to handle it. So that's why they don't backport that stuff a lot of times. Even then, like, for all the cool stuff they've added with Roadcraft, unless they were to try and, like, hybrid it up where it's Roadcraft and SnowRunner had, like, kind of a bit of more of a crossover, that could argue a new title. But I do think, in a lot of ways, SnowRunner and Roadcraft are antithetical to each other, in that Roadcraft is to fix the roads. SnowRunner is to overcome the roads. You're doing one or the other. If you fix the roads, there's nothing left to overcome. And that's one of the things I think works against the long-term play of Roadcraft, is because if you really think about it, and this is broadly speaking, you start from point A, and you fix the roads in the direction of point B, and once it's fixed, you're done. You're just driving on a regular old road. Obviously, that's overstating it a little bit, but broadly speaking, that is true. SnowRunner, the idea is you just have to muck your way over that hill every single time, and you're going to complain about not being able to fix it. But the problem is, once you do fix it, there's no challenge there anymore. That's just a time sink. You're just repeating the same easy-to-drive route again and again at that stage. So I do feel like, while they're very similar games on very similar engines, like iterations of the engine, the two games are fundamentally opposed to each other on how you accomplish your goal. And it is a thing that they could go to SnowRunner using the new tech, and where SnowRunner has the far more prescriptive thing where it's like, you bring wood to build a bridge here kind of thing. You know, and that's fine. You can bring that over. I think that wouldn't even be a bad thing. The moment they give you, like, full reign to just repair everything, that it takes away from what that is. And if they did make it so it had, like, an exorbitant cost and everything to do it, you could find a balance that would work. I think it would be difficult to communicate that with the player, being like, how much of the road you're supposed to fix. So, you know, money-wise, you have to be like, do I fix road A, B, or C? I only got the funds for one. And then suddenly you find you can't buy any of the better vehicles because you're repairing all the roads. I feel like that would open more headaches than benefit, unless you made it nearly free, at which point you're just playing Roadcraft. Or you made it very laborious as your cost, like you had to actually, like, haul the sand, which would be fair. It's not that I couldn't do it. It's just one of those things that I feel like, personally, I think SnowRunner's good being SnowRunner. Like, by all means, polish up the engine, get the graphics nicer, do all those things, like, sure, next version. But I don't think, like, the technical iteration that we got from Expeditions or Roadcraft so far is, like, the mobile anchors, the deployable bridge, being able to, like, pave your own roads. I don't think they go into Roadrunner without taking away what makes Roadrunner, or SnowRunner, without making SnowRunner not what SnowRunner is anymore. It also opened up to refunds, having to maintain multiple versions of the game, pay once play. Yeah, that is another possibility. That's actually entirely possible that if I bought SnowRunner and all of its DLC, and they just arbitrarily made a change that made the game unplayable for a significant amount of its user base, there's definitely countries whose consumer protection laws would ultimately require either, like, the amount of refund would vary, but you could be like a prorated refund, it could be a full refund. Or it could be that they'd have to maintain, like, this is the last stable version, which would probably be the easiest of them, is be like, hey, this is effectively, like, the abandoned stable version of this game. You know, if you want more updates, get your better hardware. You know, and even then, you could run into zero-day exploit kind of things on that and have a mess. But yeah, so it's easier for them to not do that. And plus, I don't even think they're trying to deny SnowRunner those updates. I think the priority is they want to take this game engine that they've worked so hard that can do all this cool stuff that no other engines can, and be like, okay, well, let's try shifting the paradigm on it. Okay, well, this one, SnowRunner, you're trying to, like, muck through the mud and, you know, fix things here. Okay, well, this one you're trying to explore areas that just don't even have roads. That one you're trying to go through and fix all these destroyed roads. You know, like, they're trying different things. And the whole time we're getting more SnowRunner content. And, like, even at the same cadence from the last I've noticed, that they keep adding more and more maps and vehicles and such. The other difficulty you run into is if they were to release SnowRunner 2, on a scale from 1 to they're burning down the building, how angry would you think people would get when SnowRunner 2 drops and they go back to having whatever, like 40 vehicles or whatever it is, that tons and tons of the vehicles that exist right now in SnowRunner, because SnowRunner doesn't have the license for doing those in a sequel, and they may or may not get those licenses back, when they drop back to having only like 40 vehicles or whatever it is, ultimately ends up being, how pissed off do you think people will be when they lose all those vehicles they spent a lot of cash for, and that because of licensing, the devs cannot give them back? Because that's half of it. That's the same thing that actually happens with Farming Simulator a lot of times. You'll go between major versions, and in the base game, a lot of the vehicles will go missing because, you know, again, licensing, file size, all those kind of things. Now, farms in a lot of cases, because they do maintain decent relationships with, you know, they maintain relationships with the various manufacturers who do actively want to see their products in the game. That one works a lot better for them, whereas I do feel like SnowRunner doesn't have quite as close of a tight-knit relationship between them and the manufacturers. Microtransactions? Yeah, so pretty much what happens with SnowRunner, and to a certain degree Farm Sim as well, is you get the base game, and that comes with a whole bunch of vehicles. And those are they're just in the game. That's fine. But what ultimately happens from there is they'll come out with, like, this is the whatever season, whatever expansion, whatever pack. And they'll add a bunch more vehicles to it. And that's a DLC you buy. And that DLC will include a whole bunch of stuff. And some of those packs are literally specific brands. So if we want to use Farming Simulator, for example, we have the Plains and Prairies pack, which is basically the Ford and Versatile brands. We also have the Mercedes-Benz Truck pack, which is Mercedes-Benz as a brand. And we also have the Nexat pack, which is the Nexat, which is kind of one piece of equipment, but it is kind of that's their brand. SnowRunner's not quite that prescriptive most of the time, at least not from what I've seen. Instead, you'll get like your, you know, season 1 whatever, and it'll include a map, which will include a couple of vehicles, and those will be branded vehicles. And then you also have some microtransactions where you can buy specific vehicles that they're like, oh, that's a cool, really big, you know, vehicle, and it might be branded as well. So it might be like GMC or whatever. And in those cases, unless they tell us, you'll never know, like, okay, is it every single time someone buys the GMC whatever or the Chevrolet whatever, microtransaction pack thing, do they get, like, does the manufacturer also get a kickback? So yeah, so like Western Star pack or whatever, is it every single time they sell a Western Star pack, you know, say it's $10, I have no idea what the actual cost is, say it's $10, does SnowRunner get like $8 and Western Star gets $2? Like, is there some exchange there? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. But it could very well be that that's all fine, but when they go to do the sequel, you know, unless Western Star's getting that cut of every sale of the game, they might not be on board with it anymore, which means legally speaking, SnowRunner would be allowed to include those vehicles. Now, you can get cheeky, kind of get around it by making the game not include them base, but then making them available as mods and those kind of things. Which I think is part of what Farm Sim does, is they'll actually have some of the vehicles that they will include them later by just making it a mod that's available that you can grab if you like. But, you know, because they don't charge, there's not a legal issue there. I don't know. It's not like I've talked to the Farm Sim devs and what relationship they have with, like, John Deere or anything. It also could be one of those things that that relationship could be confidential between the two of them. Hey, Night Dweller, good to see you. Oh, you see, you meant specifically SnowRunner because you didn't know that they had those vehicles to buy anyway. Yeah, I think SnowRunner is a little bit more you can buy specific vehicles in Farm Sim. Generally speaking, Farm Sim, you'll buy a pack, and that pack will come like with, you know, 12 vehicles or whatever in it, and it'll have like a general theme. I do believe SnowRunner, they do have straight up, you can buy a specific truck. There's not many of them, but I want to say they do have a decent number of them. They'll have like a specific truck or a specific whatever, specific Jeep. It's not a ton of them. It's not like The Sims where you can buy each and every individual thing, but there are a handful. And part of the thing that I would say makes it slightly more nefarious on the SnowRunner side is quite often those vehicles you buy end up being some of the more powerful ones. So you can kind of pay to win. Now granted, you're paying to win against yourself because it's not a competitive multiplayer game typically. But it is one of those things that if you're struggling in a mission, you can plunk down your $12 to buy the truck that's really good at it. And it's not going to just carry you through for free. Like, it's not just you pay it and suddenly you win the mission. You still have some effort involved. Let's see, from what you hear, if Farm Sim has a contract with companies, let's see, that they allow the modders to make mods of the vehicles, but not the official Giants vehicles. They don't have to pay for licensing. Well, so, I mean, my only counter with that, racing, is I could literally go right here. That's Volvo. That's McDon. That's Macy Ferguson. These are all real brands. Like, you can go in here and you have, like, Ford and Versatile, and those aren't mods. Those are, like, the game literally has them. You got New Holland. So Giants does work a lot and make agreements. Now, you could be talking, just to clarify, you could be talking that as part of the terms, they might have a license that says, hey, a lesser license that you can have your people just mod it, you just may not make money off of it, and that might be fair. We don't know the terms, they don't share those because most likely as part of those agreements, they can't share the details of those agreements. That is not unusual. You know, they keep it confidential. Okay, so we're just waiting here for it to finish the stones. Because I'm curious, we haven't been able to put more castle stones in there, and there is only 4,000 castle stones left in there. We do have enough wood beams and long planks in there for the next stage. What I honestly think is going to happen here is we're probably going to have a couple stages of wood planks and long beams. We are going to then burn a bunch of roof shingles building stuff. We'll burn a little bit of cement. And then the question is, what happens next? Let's see, Lizard Brand is probably one of the ones they made without licensing. Yes, I believe Lizard is a made-up brand. They do have a couple brands in the game, from my understanding, that are made-up brands that they put in there to kind of fill for gameplay reasons. Because, you know, when you look at, like, real-life equipment, they're filling real-life needs. There are cases where the simulation video game experience does have slightly different needs than the reality version, and so they can kind of slot those in. It's also one of those things that there could be gaps in the market that in the real life purchasing, you probably wouldn't buy something in that gap for various reasons. But in the video game reason, there is a reason you'd want to slot something in that spot. And so they can just pop in the Lizard brand to do that. Like, you know, if charging for the vehicles or whatnot, though official mod or official DLC would make a difference legally, but either way, you see the complications. Yeah, so if it's an official mod, that's the curiosity, because sometimes as long as money isn't being exchanged, some companies will be pretty lax about it, as long as you're not doing something that is against their brand. But other times they aren't okay with it, like other times including it. But by making it a mod, as opposed to like officially included with the purchase, it does give a little bit of fuzziness. My understanding though, with as much as Farm Sim works with all the brands and goes to like the agriculture conventions and all those kind of things, I wouldn't be surprised if they have sat down and got all sorts of agreements with just about every manufacturer represented in any official capacity, mod or otherwise. And it wouldn't even surprise me if it is part of the terms of their contract to be like, hey, in this version of the game, we'll include it. It'll be DLC, whatever negotiations for cuts and all that happens. But as the stipulation is, you know, while we won't include this in the base game going forward, we will include it as a mod or whatever. Or it could be as one of the terms of, if you want us to include your latest thing in our next game, you have to let us put the previous stuff we put in as a mod. Okay, so we got all that sorted, Like, we obviously, we won't know the details, not unless they share them. But it is likely they have all those kind of discussions. That's part of why people are like, hey man, this, you know, Volvo pack, it's unreasonably expensive. And, you know, there's a certain argument to be made there, but a lot of times when you turn around, you look at it, it's like, okay, but when the moment you're considering the fact that this is a third-party licensing thing, it's going to be a thing where that's going to be more than, like, the minimum cost to develop it kind of thing. And, you know, maybe as a consumer, you don't give a crap about that, which, fair enough. When are you going to upgrade your living? No. I'm not paid to upgrade this. So we can actually buy the field, which is what we're probably going to potentially do here. So there's nothing here. I'm waiting till it's plant time to buy it, though. One, in case we get a really good sale on something I would like or need. Two, in the event that they plant something. Sawmill's fine, you're fine. And then April is planting time. But yeah, so it is one of those things that, like one of the things you'll see happen a lot is they'll compare, like, Farm Sim against a game that doesn't use actual brands. And they'll be like, why is the price so different? It's like, licensing? Licensing, even if everyone's on board, that's still a whole lot of lawyers who got to look over a whole lot of paperwork, and they're not going to do it for free. And again, whether or not you as the individual care about that, that's totally fair and valid. You'd be like, well, I don't want to spend the extra for lawyers to look over all that stuff. I'm okay with generic brands. And honestly, fair. But that is why it costs more a lot of times. Okay, so we do need to bring wood in there. I don't really need to do stuff with the other thing. One, of course, you don't get a crash solution. Is don't get brand vehicles in your farm either. Yeah, I mean, like, for the record, I am in the camp that if we had just, like, a bunch of fake brands, so you had, you know, John Green brand tractors in the game, and New Highland brand tractors, you get the idea. Tractors you'd look and be like, alright, I see what you are. very clearly you're a New Holland. Very clearly you're a John Deere. But, you know, they're brand safe. You know, brand safe Mickey. That kind of thing. I'm perfectly okay with that. But there are a lot of people who play Farm Sim. Who they play Farm Sim that, you know, they work on their farm or whatever. Maybe they're just interested in it or whatever. But they want to see insert specific, really amazing, ridiculous piece of technology, brand, model, and they want to do that. And it can be the one that, like, they own on their actual farm, but, you know, they only get to, you know, do the stuff they don't want to do and not what they do want to do, because jobs. That there is definitely a decent amount of jobs. Like, honestly, in this, the simulation genre, there is a very large number of people that come... There's a large number of people when it comes to simulation games that they don't just want to... They just don't want to simulate farming. They want to use, like... They want to use their John Deere. They want to use this specific John Deere. They want to use the New Holland. They want to use that specific New Holland. Or, you know, like with American Truck Simulator. They don't just want to drive a truck. They want to drive, like, an actual truck. They want to drive a Mack. They want to drive a, you know, insert other brand. I'm not super knowledgeable about trucks. Or, you know, with Microsoft Flight Simulator. They don't just want to drive a plane. They want to drive, you know, fly a Boeing 747. Says no one. Boeing 747. I actually don't have a strong opinion on it. But still, you get the idea. And that's very particular of the simulation genre, is that Peterbilt and Ken were your favorites? Yeah, no, and exactly. Like, that's kind of exactly my point. Is like, you don't just want to drive generic truck number 5. You know, you wanna drive the specific one. You agree? And as a dev, it also gives your game a little knack ahead of potentially other games, being one that has the faithful real life feature. Yeah, oh yeah, because, you know, the classic. We've had all the discussions about realism in our games. The genre. People are very adamant about realism. Often to their own detriment. Levels of adamant about their own thing. Castle Stones again, which is good. Like, to a level of realism that they don't actually want. They think they want until they do and go, why is this game so dumb and tedious? Oh, well, it's because you took the fun realism and you kept going. You decided your character has to take pee breaks. You decided your character has to juggle all of their individual nutrients between protein and caloric intake and vitamins and whether or not they're getting enough zinc content in their food. Hey, Drongo, thank you for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. I was like, make sure that's... Yeah, I'll let you keep lurking. I was making sure whether it's the arrive or the lurk one. Yeah, for those who didn't see, can we get a shout out for Bloody Drongo? I know that's not why you did it, but that's what you're getting. I'm going to do a shout out for Bloody Drongo. Absolute fantastic content creator. Why is this being this way? There we go. For those who don't know, Blade Drongo, absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on, was playing some RV There Yet yesterday with Ultra, with Spoofy, with Sim. They were all there. We rated them at the end of stream. I stayed up way later than I should have. Like, by multiple hours later than I should have. Luckily, I am not super low energy today, despite that. Because that's honestly slightly a surprise. Because that was utter chaos of the best kind. And I do realize probably woke some people up who were chilling to this stream. And then got blasted by Spoopy and some of the others, you know, screaming and cackling and chaos because that game is chaos. But also not sorry because it was an amazing time. That's the quote. Ed, I know it's not why you did it, but that's what you're getting. So we actually do have that. I need to open that command up to more people. I'm actually willing to do that now. Because I meant to do that for sure. Because I do actually like the quote stuff. I was paranoid when I first set it up. Oh, where did they put that? It's in here somewhere. Yeah, quote management. Edit. Add. And I'm going to open that up for VIP, subscriber. I'll open that up for VIP and subscriber for right now. My fear of opening that up the whole way is then people could start being bad naughty kids with it. And I gotta go through, because it's not a, oh, I can't actually see chat. One moment. There we go. I can see you again. And it's not one of those things I'm worried about being too much, but and it's not that I want to make it pay to play or anything like that. You know, I've never had a bot pop. Do I want to open it up all the way? Because it's one of those things I could see very quickly getting out of hand. But I do want it more open up. The quoting stuff. I've had quote stuff on the platform, but it doesn't get used because it's too restricted. I'm going to try opening it up all the way. Don't make me regret it. Alright, so quotes management, and it's just going to be the adding quote that is not, that was restricted that I'm opening up. Where are you at? Not inherit permissions. I just changed this. So edit. Oh no, that's not the one I need to go to. Add. Alright, so permissions have been removed from it entirely, so, like, restrictions, I should say, not permissions. You can take your time and do it off stream, no need to rush now? Yeah, no, the only reason I did it right now is I'll 100% not remember, and it was literally just going in there, so it's already changed. So I believe if you literally do exactly what you did with the last post, because I think that's actually a perfectly good quote, that should add it. Because really, Eunuch was about the only one who did the quotes. We had like one or two people do it, but it was mostly just Eunuch did it, and we've had some fun quotes because of that. Now that said, I only opened up the add command. Remove and editing and updating and all that. That did not get opened up. For pretty straightforward reasons. Because, like, if people, and, like, again, I've opened it up. Don't make me take it away. You can add quotes as long as they're actual quotes, but don't, like, start making up quotes or abusing it in ways that are obviously unintended. That's not me saying that to you, Infinity. That's me just broadly saying it to the channel. Because if we have people being, like, quote add and then, like, misattributing quotes to people or whatever, then I gotta take it away, and then it becomes a whole thing. Which is why I was hesitant to open it up. But we haven't had people try to abuse it. So I'm gonna take a chance with you, chat. Okay. Oh. And the context is fine. You don't always have to include context, because out of context can be fun too. But yeah, no, that's good. That's solid. Yeah, so you can see there's 16 quotes in there that or sorry, 17, I can numbers. Not even a typo for a change? Yeah, if we do have a typo, I get to figure out how to fix it. Because I don't know. I think you just do exclamation mark quote. I believe that'll just give a random quote. Most of the quotes are against nature, because Eunuch finds that particularly funny. Or has found that particularly funny. Are you using Firebot? I am. And I'm going to do this. Which is a shout out for Treacle, who's another fantastic content creator, been playing some Whiskerwood, which just got an update yesterday that made mining 40% faster. Mining stone, I should say. Mining stone got 40% faster. So you can diggy hole much faster now. Because, you know, 40% is a very big buff. They had some other stuff, like they fixed a floating number bug and a couple other things that could corrupt your save files. But that was the one, like, all of the things they fixed. They actually, they made it so it, you know, your crops absorb nutrients from the soil faster, which does mean it's harder to sustain yourself on growing things, which is a little concerning. I haven't had a chance to see, because they mentioned it increased, but they didn't mention by how much. It said it was significant. I don't know how significant is, because 10% is significant. But 10% is a very manageable significant. If it was like 30-40% significant, that would be straight up rough. But it's quote edit text, quote ID, new text. Gotcha. So it's the edit is effectively a replace. You heard lately that Seribot can help with the hate rates? Yeah, no, Seribot's been really good for that kind of stuff. Seribot's really good for that. I don't personally run Seribot. I've been fortunate that the stuff I am using works really well on its own, and I do have my own things I'm using. Seribot is kind of the big one, but between stuff like Firebot and all that, I've not had to worry about too much of the stuff that Seribot helps with, because the big things that Seribot helps you with is bot raids of any nature. So when you have a bot raid pop in and it jumps like 500 follows, Seribot, like the follows will still come in, but Seribot will clean it up afterwards. For me personally, having worked in like database and all that, I'm absolutely terrified and paranoid about giving a bot an ability to prevent people from following or taking those follows back when it ends up being a bot thing. Generally speaking, I would rather just get subjected to the follow raid. And then, you know, an amount of time later when Twitch bans all those people, all those bots, those follows just go away. The only one that scares me right now is we're seeing more and more of it, is we're having people who, there is a new kind of raid where pretty much it's a thing that, you'll get a raid and suddenly you'll start getting a whole bunch of Prime subs. You know, and it's clearly not on the up and up. Like, you'll just suddenly get yourself like 50, 60 Prime subs or whatever. And what's happening is that person, whoever is doing that raid to you, is getting your channel suspended. That those Prime subs are on accounts using stolen credit cards and those kind of things. And so, understandably, Twitch does its audit, looks back and goes, hang on a second, this is fraud. And then they suspend you. Because it is a thing that people did in the past, that they would do those kind of things as a means of getting that. And unfortunately, a friend of the channel, Molly Got Mad, is someone who's been a victim of that and is still suspended. And we did bring it to the attention of Twitch at TwitchCon, and they took a lot of notes, and they're going to look into it, and it hasn't been resolved yet, but I kind of warned them, it's like, hey, right now, we're seeing this attack, and it's kind of in that proof of concept phase that whoever's doing this is doing, like, testing their waters, seeing if it sticks. Like, this is one you're going to have to get ahead of, because it is going to get genuine people suspended from the platform. And that, you know, there's the PR side of that, certainly, but there's not, like, me as a creator, there's no countermeasure I have. Because, like, for example, the one I know of, the person, when it happened, immediately stopped their stream, reached out to support and said, hey, this thing happened, I don't want the money, this isn't me. Like, you know, I didn't do this. Like, take it back, do what you gotta do. And support at the time said it's no problem, and then they got automatically suspended later on, which is why I brought it up at TwitchCon. And I don't know what the end result of that's going to be. Last I checked, they are still suspended. But it's a problem, because you can understand why this is a thing. Because on one hand, people legitimately do commit fraud in that manner, where they buy a bunch of Prime subs, you know, doing things, or they use bot networks to use stolen credit cards to get a bunch of stuff, and that is a way of taking a bunch of stolen data and turning it into cash. But at the same time, it also is a thing that you can now use against people. It annoys me that there's no easy way to log with Twitch. Here's an email you just got offering Prime subs for half price. And obviously dodgy. Sure, that would help nip this in the bud if Prime sellers are investigated. The officers. Well, keep in mind with a lot of those things, it's the same thing with like the bot viewing. So you have people who legitimately bot view. They're legitimately doing the bad. You also have stuff that a lot of those platforms that provide view botters will view bot innocent people, because the more they spread that out between the nefarious and the innocent, the makes it harder and harder for Twitch. Because if they only did it for the people who paid, then anytime it happens, you just suspend them and be done with it. But because they do target innocent people as well, you kind of have to figure out, did this person actually do this? Did they pay to view bot? You know, are they a guilty party of this nefarious behavior? Or are they someone that, you know, is being done to muddy it up so you can't just clean sweep ban one? And so it is kind of one of those things. Let's see, Main Simplex saying, auto-suspending streamers in that instance without giving the chance of hearing seems a little strange, concluding that fraud happened, the stream committed fraud. So historically, sure, I would actually agree that just defaulting with the suspend has made sense, because it hasn't really been used against creators in any capacity. So there was very little stuff. Now, obviously, if I sat there and said, hey, I'm innocent, like, and it's a tricky one, because again, people do legitimately do the fraud. And a lot of times, like the stolen cards thing, it is a thing where they get their money, and by the time it comes back around that the card ends up stolen and the charge is reversed and all that kind of stuff, it's too little too late kind of thing on Twitch's side. So Twitch does eat a cost there. I mean, granted, the product they're providing doesn't actually cost them anything, so I guess it's not really they eat a cost. Not like when a stolen credit card's used to buy a good, and once the person takes off with the good, you know, it's gone. So it's more artificial in that regard. But it's a thing. But at this point, now that's being weaponized against people, they're gonna have to figure out something. I think for the fact that subs are a commodity that's free, like it's not a tangible thing, you can't steal it and someone's lost it kind of thing. It's going to be one of those things that they're going to have to allow more of that to sneak through to, you know, avoid hurting innocent people. And I'm not sure that's caught up yet. I don't envy the position, because they're trying to prevent fraud against themselves, but also people are terrible and use it as a thing to attack people as well. In their shoes, it would be one of those things that obviously anything that gets picked up with fraud, you would not get the money from it. And if you catch it after they've gotten the payout, it would be effectively a negative balance, like however much it is. And that's already a thing that happens. If you sub to a channel and then you refute the charge on your credit card, it does like it will on the next one be taken against my next payout. And that's to avoid abuses where like you have someone buy like 500 subs and then you get the payout, and then, you know, sure, they reduce the transaction, you've just effectively gotten money because you could have a family member do it or whatever. Yeah, you heard an old case, a big streamer receiving subs offline. Well, that was the recent one I heard, with the Prime sub bomb thing, was a person wasn't even online when it happened. And it's also those things that the person very well could have bought Prime subs, and then, you know, oh no, I got caught, you know, feign innocence. And for, like, Molly got mad, I 100% do not think that happened. Someone may have done that on behalf thinking they were helping Molly, but that doesn't change anything. Like, Molly was not the guilty party involved. So, there's that whole thing. But we'll move on with that, because I have to be careful how much I say around that. But, the point is, with the Prime Sum Bob thing, that's something Twitch is going to have to change its policies on. I'm honestly pretty upset when it comes to the way Twitch support has been. It seems like they're moving more and more and more in automation. And the statement I've seen is they're like, oh, well, we don't use automation as much as people think, kind of thing. I'm like, I'm sorry. The amount of, like, canned emails I've seen from that, and people even clarify, if it's not automation, and maybe it's not, then you just don't have enough support staff. But it is leading to very visible problems that we didn't have quite as bad before. How's Farm Sim 25 going? It's going great. But that is something I do genuinely feel that, like it or not, they gotta clean up their support. And this isn't to badmouth the people who work at Twitch in support. I feel like they're not allocated enough real resources to do their job effectively. Okay, so we got our water sorted, the sawmill's fine, you're all fine. Which is not a Twitch-only problem. That is just shy of a universal support problem. That support at most companies does not get nearly the funding and support they need to do their jobs. Overworked, underpaid, that whole bit. And now more and more people are leaning on automation and AI, and it's made support that much worse. Yeah, it isn't just listen to Twitch support. It also could be extended to TwitchCon. Yeah, well, I mean, right, you're not wrong. But, like, even then, you can look at, like, ISP's support is notoriously bad over the years. Okay. So neither of these we're looking at doing anything with. We can go down here. Have you done anything with your field? So you don't have anything planted on this field. I do think I am going to buy up field 46, and we're going to plant both those fields today. Because Ben just decided to not bother. Ben said nope on doing stuff with this field today. So that's my field. It belongs to me. Yeah, even if you did hear them, you could suspend them afterwards. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. You see that they don't want to bring the possible fault to the decision process being held responsible, but setting the nominal rule, doing decisions beforehand, only reduce specific sensitivity. Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff around that, though, where it's like, do you err on the side of, like, the caution of making sure the person has actually done what it is that you're trying to prevent, or do you err on the side of, okay, we want to nip this in the bud first and then sort it out later? And there is reasons to do it one way or the other. Like, if you have an account, for example, and they're just DMing a whole bunch of people racist slurs or whatever, you suspend that account. And then you find out that account got hacked or whatever, and then you can deal with it after the fact. And I believe that's the appropriate behavior in that situation because active harm is happening now. With the fraud thing, it is just one of those things I do feel like they're... Like, the danger, the worst case scenario in my mind of what can happen with Twitch there is the fraud happens and the payout goes out before it's detected. So Twitch loses its money and that person, they're not coming back, like they're done streaming or whatever. So Twitch loses that money. I don't think that'd be a significant number of cases. Like, genuinely, I don't. And maybe, like, because that's still true in the scenario I gave. And you could have it be like one of those things that obviously you might wink, wink, nudge, nudge, have an unofficial, this is the maximum number of times this can occur that we tolerate. But yeah, the default of going to suspending people, like, and even if it was the default of suspending someone, like, which I don't agree with, but even if it was the default of suspending someone, the fact, like, the person reports and all that, and whatnot, I don't know. It's unfortunate, and this is a problem that happens well beyond streaming, well beyond this. Like, it happens in a lot of different things out there that very genuinely you run into the case where you're trying to prevent a behavior that is bad. You know, fraud. So you have your policies and practices in place to do that. And then someone else realizes that they can falsely accuse someone else of that behavior. And sometimes it's indistinguishable from the actual bad behavior. You know, but basically, like, framing you. And it is a difficult situation sometimes, especially electronically, where it's easy to do that. Right now, I said the rule of the side of suspicion. It's insulting and unfair to get suspended and not even be able to talk about a rational human being about it. That to me is like, of all the failures there, by all means, like, I don't think, like, you should have an opportunity to defend yourself. Like, obviously, if it's a thing, like, even the reoccurring thing becomes a problem, because someone might, like, people eventually figure out if it occurs a bunch of times, then it still goes through. Now, granted, in that case, because I don't know, like, what's happening in the back end, that, you know, someone's paying someone $100 to fire off that whole thing. I don't know what's going on with that side of thing. But, you know, or using the bot. Because usually, once you do that, all those accounts that use the stolen credit cards or whatever, those are gone. Like, once they've done their damage, they're caught, they're suspended, those accounts are gone, and they'll stay gone. You know, they're bot accounts. So they would need to reoccur it, but yeah. But to me, that's the one thing I will hold against Twitch, is that I do feel they are having failures in support. And I feel that is an overdependence on automation, which, whether it's AI or whatever, and it could be not automation, it could genuinely be that they just have overworked people, so they don't have the time, so they just keep blasting off the canned emails because they just don't have the capacity to give you a proper response. And I would still say it doesn't matter which of those stories are true, the result is still the same, that the quality of support as a result isn't acceptable. Now, as a partner, I get a little bit more flexibility, because I have other connections, I have, like, there's the partner Discord and all that kind of stuff. But that shouldn't be the alternative, like, oh, I can use the fact that I personally can get the support I need. And even that, like, for the record, just going in the Discord doesn't give me a free connection to some staff member, but that is a place of potentially building up visibility. And I do think it is worth, you know, being open about that it's not where it needs to be. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Like, and again, if the person got suspended, because the thing about the one that really upsets me is that the individual, like I said, it happened, they ended their stream, they reported, and they even got, like, the go-ahead that, you know, support's like, you're good, thank you for letting us know, we'll get taken care of. And then it was like a week or two later, they got suspended indefinitely, and they have not, you know, appeal automatically denied, like, nearly instantaneously about putting it in. And even it was like one of those things like, oh, Team A didn't talk to Team B, turn around, hey, are so sorry, we got it sorted. That's still bad enough. But it's like, hey, you know what, you get it. Like, organizational stuff like that, communication is really freaking hard. It takes a lot. Mistakes happen, but it's the fact that, like, they're still suspended, and it's very difficult for like my case, you know, I'm full-time, this is my income, and the idea that someone could get a chip on their shoulder because, you know, they didn't like something I said or just don't like the way I smile or whatever, and they can be like, you know what, F this guy, you know, figure out how to do that, and that's it. And I can't protect myself from it either. I just have to hope no one does it. Hopefully, though, like I said, I brought it up very publicly during one of the partner events at TwitchCon, and where a lot of the questions that people asked, which were really dumb questions, because they're questions we already have the answers for 1,000 times over, and they're, like, literally in the documentation on Twitch, right there, And they kept asking all those things about why lurkers don't count and all this other stuff that is not accurate. That question, when I asked it, like 3 or 4 notepads came out among the staff, and they started like talking to other staff and all that stuff and getting names and all that. Like that was one thing that gave me a lot of promise. And they did say it was going to take at least a couple weeks to get that all sorted, and maybe it takes, or to look into it. I shouldn't say get it sorted, look into it. All that. And so it is one of those things that it does give me hope that they're gonna fix it eventually. It's just, you know, the whole time that people affected are affected. Because I do think, you do have some controversial opinion about Twitch monetization. As a company, they need to make money, and you get that it is hard for everyone wants their service for free. The reviewers whine about watching ads, so they have to cut costs. Personally, you're happy to pay a monthly fee to stream, if it means service is better and you employ good customer service. Yeah. So the idea of me as the streamer paying like a monthly fee, I'm not sure I'm on board with that. Because I know that was, like, that's not something Twitch has floated. That is, there was a discussion on Reddit at one point with that. Like, so I could see the idea is that you'd have, like, your base tier, people who just stream for fun, you do that. And that you'd have the idea that you could be like, well, I'm streamer as a business. The business account. That, you know, I pay $10 a month or whatever it is. I could see that. I do think it's correct with Lurker there. I don't think it would be sufficient unless it was a really high volume of people, and a lot of those people would be the people who really don't need that, because people are hecking expensive. So unless it was just literally everybody had to pay it, and I think that would honestly be kind of a death of the platform kind of situations, because people would complain about, oh, well, you have to pay on Twitch, but you don't have to pay over there. I do agree that Twitch is a business. It does need to make money. These are realities we live in. Like, and that ads are one of the ways it does it. I just don't see a way for having the creators pay that doesn't scale in the same way that, like, ads or subs or Turbo or all that do. Where, you know, each and every viewer is a potential instance of money. Like, don't get me wrong, if I could get, like, a premium service package for $10, I'm guaranteed a human being should I need service. Sure, I would probably actually pay that, even if I never used it, because, again, that situation with, like, the Prime sub thing, at least I know a human pair of eyeballs got on it. I don't think that'd be enough to justify... I don't think enough to get Twitch to hire more people. Yeah. You're just trying to think of how Twitch as a company could cover costs to make money. Yeah, no, and I think that is... I do think it is a good conversation to be like, okay, you know, like, to provide proper support. Twitch needs N number more dollars. Let's just say that. To not go with a full automation thing, to provide better quality support, they need N more dollars. It doesn't quite work like that, but let's just pretend. Like, okay, but what does it take to reach N dollars? You know, granted, that even boils down to just, for Twitch to be a profitable company, it needs N dollars, you know, whatever revenue minus operating expenses, that kind of thing. And there's definitely discussions to be had about that, how Twitch can monetize in a way that they can provide a better quality of service without also, you know, locking people out of the platform by making it too expensive or otherwise ostracizing their user base. And, you know, the answer that's in the perfect world is upsells. That, like, you can get a premium service, you can get an extra thing, you have a thing you can buy that is more better, like additional product, that kind of thing. That's the dream, where you can get more value for your extra dollar. Please no rolling the vehicle. It's fine. Like, that's always the dream, is that you're getting more value for your money. And that's what you hope for. That's hard. it's what you should do if you can, but that's a lot easier than, you know, we're going to cut cost here or whatever. Which is why our support is in the situation it is. They did I had a conversation, and I'm a little sad now that I didn't, like, I kind of held my tongue during it, that I made the comment, since we cut support, that, you know, service has taken a notable hit. And the rebuttal I got was that they didn't cut support, they reallocated resources. That basically the people weren't fired, they were moved. And you know what? That's probably accurate. But ultimately, that wasn't the important detail of the conversation. The important detail of the conversation was there were less resources in support. And I wish in the moment I had pushed back on that. Because that was ignoring the problem and changing the framing. And I don't think that was the individual's intent. And I'm not going to say who the individual was or anything. I don't think that was their intent. But it was kind of a view of like, well, we didn't get rid of this person. We kind of reprioritized. And fair enough. That is the business reason you made that decision. But that doesn't change the consequences of that decision of maybe you're very happy with that move. Maybe that move ultimately for your objectives has achieved the goal you wanted. And that's fair. Like, maybe you improve the quality of the project. Maybe there was stuff with the player that we've had our player improvements, and maybe that was the thing that led to it. And that could even be a justifiable thing. But it doesn't change the fact that the quality of your service of support has been reduced. And that is a consequence of that decision. And maybe, again, you justify it. You think that is a fair trade. And maybe it is, because I don't know where those resources went. Didn't they say they fired the people? Just fewer people in that support area? Right, well that's the implication, is that those individuals weren't let go, they were reallocated. And like, don't get me wrong, there have been layoffs at Twitch, and there's been a significant number of them. So that's the reasons why I kind of wish I had pushed back in that moment. Where it'd be like, okay, right now, are there more people working support than before that? And be like, I don't care what the reasoning or anything around it, which is that statement a truth? As they allowed third-party revenue to the streamer and advertise, takes all the money out of their pockets. Probably profitable, but it would cause immense chaos. They should have done a long time ago because it won't work now. They allow third-party revenue to the streamer. Oh, you're talking about where, like, for stuff like merchandise, that I can, you know, use the third party for merchandise, or, you know, do stuff like Ko-Fi or Patreon, so I can have a subscription thing to me and all that stuff. Yeah, and like I said, I don't think the person was deliberately trying to be cagey to, like, walk around my question. I don't think it was anything nefarious like that, to be clear. I think because this was a situation where multiple questions were coming at them, that they missed the intent, they missed the specifics about the question. Because they were juggling multiple people at the same time. Which, like I said, I wish in the moment I had kind of pushed it. Yeah, they can't disallow Patreon merch, PayPal, other deals now, but they'd be profitable. Yeah, no, I think that genie's out of the bottle, I agree. But they are actually kind of, if you look at a lot of stuff, there is a lot of that stuff they are bringing in-house. Like, look, for example, a lot of third-party applications that we used to have. We used to not have AutoMod be what it was. You had to depend on third-party applications, and then AutoMod and stuff like that have come to be to help bring moderation inside to be less reliant on third-party bots. We now have alerts built in Twitch, where, again, those used to be something you would have to use external to Twitch. So we've got all the alert stuff going on there. And some of that stuff's actually getting pretty slick. I believe there is opportunities to bring merchandise into the platform through Amazon, if I remember correctly. It's not something I've looked into, because I've taken the time to set my own stuff. And it's not that they're trying to, like, grab everything everywhere, but it does seem like they are trying to in-house some of that. That said, the PayPal, Patreon, Ko-Fi, that's still not a thing. So I don't think it's that they disallow the external thing. I think it makes sense for them to make their own implementations of the stuff that they can kind of dip their toes in that. They also been trying a whole bunch of stuff, like we got the combo thing they've introduced, Gigantify, all that stuff. That they are leaning on Twitch interaction kind of things, which I do actually think is a good play for them to do, because that's creating new value. And sure, some of those things have gotten landed and used extensively, and other ones have been pretty minorly utilized, but that's just normal testing new products. Now I have the sponsor section. They thought it was a great idea until you realize it was just Stream Elements crap. Yeah, that's kind of my big thing. When they talked about bringing the sponsor stuff in-house, I know a lot of people are very concerned about it and all that. That, you know, oh, now because everything's going through Twitch, I'm going to get less of a cut because Twitch is going to get its cut, so you're kind of like getting Twitch forced as an agency on you and all that. And then it ended up just being Stream Elements. And then it's like, okay, I can just mostly ignore this. And there's, like, to be fair, Stream Elements every once in a while will have a good sponsorship in there, but it's pretty rare. Most of it's affiliate garbage. And I'm really tired of them reaching out and being like, hey, we've got sponsorship for whatever. I'm sorry. I don't do, like, mobile microtransaction heavy games, and I don't do stuff that does Gen AI. These are hard no's in my book. Okay, we'll note that for the future. And then, you know, not even a week later, it's the exact same campaign I already responded, being like, hey, I'm not interested in this. Please stop sending this to me. They'll be like, okay, we have this mobile microtransaction heavy. It's like, look, man, you're wasting your own time and you're wasting mine. There's a reason I'm taking the time to respond to each of these. I want to waste a human being's time on the other side so that there is a tangible cost to you for doing this. Because it's not a canned email I'm getting back. It is definitely someone is actually seeing the response and responding to it. I'm like, I'm just asking you to kindly be able to have it where, like, just give me a checkbox on your website to be like, hey, this is like an offer I am not interested in. Never show it to me again. It's like Uber sending out a ping to pick up a Taco Bell order going 10 miles away. Oh, yeah. You see a bunch of those mobile sponsorships would tank my interest in the channel. Yeah, like, to be clear, the thing I've said is, and I've joked about this before, I would normally never consider one of those. I've never done one on the channel. But there is a volume of money that I would say yes. Because there is a volume of money where you get, you know, you get sponsored by insert name of predatory mobile game that you're like, okay, they're not going to get their money's worth out of this. And, you know, we talked about the other day, the FU price. With the FU price of things is where someone won't stop harassing you about getting a price for whatever. You know, it could be, you know, a carpenter doing a carpentry job. It could be, you know, in this case, we're talking about like these mobile transaction things or whatever. And the FU price is where you give someone a completely ludicrously high price that is completely unreasonable, that if they offered to it, you would take the job, but the likelihood of them ever accepting is so infinitely small that it's kind of a way of saying, go away. If they took the FU price, I would do it, because the entire time I'd be like, this is a bad spend of their money. It wasn't in their best interest. And it's not just to screw them. I'd probably be open about being like, hey, just so you know, I will accept your cash. I also don't think it's worth spending this. It wouldn't happen. Because most of those same ones that are that way also really nickel and dime the creators too. But yeah, you know, if they offered me $500,000 to stream Raid Shadow Legends for a couple of hours, I'm doing it, chat. I'm sorry, the answer is yes. And we'd probably make fun of it the whole time. But you get the idea. I mean, what I actually want is them to not email me about all that stuff. Yeah, let's just get the bag. Exactly. Off topic, but you notice the angle of your pole has little impact on the distance your line casts. Yeah, no, that's, if you stare straight down at the water, it will reduce the distance it travels, but not the way it actually reflects any sort of physics. You can watch the bobber shoot out horizontally. Yeah, no, I noticed that as well. It's like when I was looking down, it just kind of goes straight out from me. It's like, okay. I am trying to remember, did I already... Okay, so we have... Not weeded. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like that's what I was saying. And thinking, like, and for the record, I would be honest with people because, you know, whatever. Because you don't, like, especially a lot of contracts will be like, you know, everyone here needs to be reasonable and all that about trying to be clear. Like, if someone offered me an amount of money that was not reasonable for what I'm doing, like, I would be like, hey, I don't think this is a good spend in your part, but also, I am willing to take your money. So I'm being transparent that you should not expect to get your return on investment on that sheer volume of cash. But also, if you still want to give it a go, I am here to take it. You probably have some outlier opinions on options too, but to me personally, them earning money is a-okay. You'd watch more ads. The problem is the transparency to you, which Twitch wishes to entice mid-rolls because they pay them more. They could say so, and I'd try my best to have more of them. Likewise with other features, but probably not the typical target. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Well, and that's the thing. I'm in the same camp because low key, I may or may not have a vested interest in the success of this platform. i.e., I'm here streaming right now, and I put a lot of effort into this. So if Twitch goes away, that's real bad for me. That's not a good time. That is a really bad time for Rual. So I do have a very strong vested interest in the success of the platform. Because I've not really made much headway on any other platform. Because the type of content I make generally doesn't do well on any other platform. The you know, the relaxing, chill kind of hangout, talk, vibe, that kind of thing. YouTube is very much get to the point, get to the video, that kind of thing. And TikTok is, you got like 3 seconds to hook me and or I'm out. And so it is one of those things that very genuinely, if Twitch goes away, so does me doing content creation from a realistic standpoint. That isn't me like being like, if Twitch goes away, I screw you all or anything. It's like, no, very genuinely the realistic thing is if Twitch goes away, my likelihood of being able to pivot my content onto another platform with success, at least in the short to midterm, is not good. So from a realistic standpoint, that's the end of me doing content creation like in general. And that is a thing that a lot of us have, which does ultimately mean Twitch, for me, needs to succeed. And for it to do that, it needs to be at least a certain level of profit. Yes, we talked about earlier on the stream, like, the fuzziness where, yes, on paper, Twitch is not profitable. We have no idea where it actually lands. Amazon does get other benefits from Twitch that make Amazon money, but cannot be directly attributed to Twitch and are not directly attributed to Twitch, which does fuzzy the lines a little bit. Do I think Amazon is rolling in money from Twitch? No. Do I think Amazon is hemorrhaging cash like a sieve from Twitch? No, it wouldn't be here anymore if it was. So it's somewhere in between those truths. Where, who knows? But the reality is they gotta make money. They gotta make Daddy Bezos smile in the evening, and to do that, they have to maintain it because servers are expensive. People to run servers are expensive. What support people they do have are expensive. All the administrative staff that run all that stuff over top are expensive. Any of these deals they make with the different licensings are expensive. And we may not agree on the specific licensings or priorities or whatever. That's going to be true of literally everything in existence, that you're not going to agree on everything. Yeah, there's a long ramp-up time on streaming. But the hope would be in a reality where Twitch implodes, that, you know, Daddy Bezos gets on the phone tomorrow and says, you know this Twitch thing? I'm done. Shut it down. You know, the reality that happens, one would hope that the big exodus from what was Twitch to whatever, that you would hopefully convince a number of your audience to follow you wherever you go. That is going to be a very high level of attrition, though. There's going to be a lot of people who don't. But yeah. So it is just kind of one of those things that Twitch does need to make its money for it to continue to run. And I understand that. And it's not even selfishly. I personally don't typically use ad blockers as much as that sounds. I do have a pie hole set up, and it is primarily set up to prevent malware stuff, and it does end up blocking ads. But generally speaking, I do allow list a lot of, like, websites I go to regularly, I do typically allow list. And that's because it is one of those things that I understand another consequence of, as ad blockers become more prevalent, the platforms end up increasing the number of ads they run to offset that loss. And it's a rough thing. And it's not to be like, oh, how dare you all run ad blockers. Ads suck, man. I get why people run them, and I'm not holding against anyone that does run them, because ads suck. But the reality is, with the free internet, we either pay for it with our money, i.e. subs, turbo, whatever, bits, or we pay through it by other means. The classic, if you're not the customer, you're the product. And in that situation, the customer is the ad companies and data brokers. And fortunately for us, thus far, Twitch is stuck to ads. Because the alternative is they go into data broker, which means selling your personal data to the highest bidder kind of thing. Because there's a lot of companies like Facebook that do that. Or operate as a data broker themselves, which is slightly better-ish, kinda, in that they're not spreading the data everywhere, but also they're using the data, which, you know, it's not better, it's differently bad. And so far, Twitch just sells ads. So it is one of those things that's like, you know, we get our 3 minutes of ads per hour, and when you compare that with other platforms, it's actually pretty mild. I know it's infuriating for a lot of people, but you look at YouTube. YouTube, you can literally get a full hour ad. Yes, it is skippable. You aren't wrong. They have ads in excess of 30 minutes. So if you happen to not be at your computer to push skip, or like your hands are messy because you're doing dishes or you're laying tile or whatever you're doing, that you got that going on in the background, you now get to be subjected to a 30-minute ad. They do have non-skippable ads on the platform on YouTube. And what's worse, you actually have a lot of platforms nowadays that you pay for and you get ads, unless you pay even more. And fortunately, Twitch has not done those things. So, like, generally, compared to the rest of the industry, Twitch is relatively benign. You can find individual smaller streaming websites that the ads are not as invasive and all these things, and you're not wrong. And if you're there sitting at YouTube, yeah, a lot of times if you're hitting skip, you can get through the ads faster. You're not wrong. And YouTube, I would argue, does a better job of making those ads relevant most of the time, hit or miss, than Twitch does. Again, you're not wrong, but it is one of those things. It's tough, because it still is obnoxious to get the ads. My recommendation is always Twitch Turbo. Obviously, personally, I benefit the most if you sub to the channel, and I super appreciate that, but I would rather you get Twitch Turbo, you know, and enjoy a bunch of stuff than not be here. Alright, have a good time, Nitro. I hope you have yourself a good day. Like, to me, it's more important. It's one of the reasons, like, and I need to be better about, like, pushing the subs. When I say pushing the subs, I don't mean in being, like, just randomly, like, don't forget to sub the channel. Remember to sub to the channel. Use your Twitch Prime, because you paid for it. So get your Twitch Prime. You paid for it, use that thing. But otherwise, like, you know, Turbo's great. Yeah, no, I've been using Turbo for years since before I started streaming. Yeah, no, I have Turbo, and I do have a couple channels I sub to. I wish I could sub to more. It's just not in the budget. I wish I could support all my friends, but, you know, I can't sub to like 50 people because I would need that many more people to sub to me to pay for it. Yeah, you keep getting horror ads, games, and TVs. You hate horror. You don't know why. Yeah, no, that is, so, it's an A and B. Right now, Twitch, like I've said before, their ads mostly just take into consideration what category you're in and what region you're in. Are you in the US? Are you in Australia? You know, whatever. And then what category you're watching. There are other things they can target. It's got more sophistication around that. But it's not so much targeting you as an individual. It's targeting, like, where are you located? What category are you in? What tags are on the channel you're going on? Like, do I have, you know, maybe I've got the vacation tag on, or maybe I've got, you know, gym tag on, or like whatever. And they can target all that kind of stuff. But as far as you, Twitch doesn't actually hold much data. It doesn't go through and, you know, it doesn't go, this person's talked about lacrosse. They like lacrosse. We now know that individual has lacrosse. There's a thing in the database so that now advertiser can target lacrosse. They don't do anything like that, which is what a lot of platforms, again, like Google do, is they will build up this massive profile about you and try and figure out all your interests, your age, your religious affiliations, your political affiliations. Like, Google gets really down in the weeds of trying to build, like, as clear a picture about you as they can. You know, with some legal limitations where they apply. You know, and Twitch is just like, yep, this person's in Germany, watching Farm Sim. That's what I got. They got the cozy tag. Cool. They're not running any sensitive content tags. So the sophistication Twitch has so far as the advertiser's ability to target us as individuals is significantly less, but that also means it's less invasive. They're not scraping all the messages we fire in chat to look for our personal interests, to then, you know, you say something positive about Star Wars and they, you know, phone up Disney. Not really, that's not how this works. But, you know, to then just deliver tons of Star Wars and Disney ads because clearly you're into their IP. Like, don't do all that stuff. And there's a pro and a con of that. Of one, they don't have that data. It's not as invasive. It's all those are the positives. But on the other hand, it means their ads are less likely to be relevant, which of course makes the advertisers not as happy about it, and then also makes the ads a little bit more obnoxious, because when you get ads that are not even relevant to you, you feel like you're paying the tax of seeing an ad, but you're not even the reason. They might like food or cars in their country, preferably. Yeah, so it's very, very broad umbrella, and for the record, it's better than nothing. But, like, it's definitely something that they're actively working on. That said, I don't believe they have the intention to go into the more invasive thing. I think if they go in the more invasive thing, it's going to require a massive overhaul of their terms of service. There's going to have to be a bunch of communications they're going to have to do. And the moment they start on that path, the PR nightmare will begin. So I don't at least expect in the short term we'll see anything like that. I do think they will continue to advance their advertisement thing, and again, being able to detect stuff like tags, being able to look through that. I could see them having it where it could detect patterns of stuff between, like, you know, you have these titles on your thing, your games are in this category, in this region. I could see them getting more refined on the ability to target specific smaller regions, because that would be a potential place for them to make a bunch of money. You know, being able to work with, like, Little Caesars and target anyone who's got a Little Caesars within, like, 10 miles of where their IP address is associated to run an ad. because that doesn't mean they have to store any information about you. All it be is you connect and they go, do we think there's a Little Caesars nearby? Okay, run the ad. And again, arguably that's a more relevant ad because at least it's a product you could buy potentially. You might be like, Little Caesars sucks and you're not a target customer for them. But at least you have the possibility versus, you know, I imagine there's a lot... I don't know if there's like Little Caesars in Germany. I don't think there are. But, you know, if you're in Germany and there's no Little Caesars at all, and you see a Little Caesar ad, it's like, cool. That doesn't do anything for me. Thanks, man. They also have they have to do it vastly differently every jurisdiction. Also regards the data selection, warehousing, and all that, which is a nightmare its own. Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why Twitch has gone with the route of not storing your data. But instead, like, not that kind of data. I need to get the soil information. I forgot about that. Okay. So you're at a 74. Let's go over here, because I need to check on this field. So, because I didn't do the scanning of the field first, it did not put down the correct amount of fertilizer. So let's double check our fields. Because this field is saying the nitrogen is bad, which is fertilizer. Luckily, the pH is good. It's like, it's an okay to good, which is fine. Versus this one, the nitrogen is literally perfect. Okay, so all that means is I gotta go through and do it past the fertilizer. But yeah, so like I said, I think at this stage, it would be a whole big thing if Twitch decided to profile build. Instead, they're approaching, like I said, they're trying to approach it from like the what are you watching, where are you watching from, the stuff where they don't have to store any data about you, and instead just broadly be like, where are you at, do that. And like I said, there's pros and cons in that. But I do think they're going to try and improve that, make it more sophisticated. They're also going to continue to try and make the platform more advertisement friendly. Whether that is in analytics, whether that is in, you know, making it brand safe. I do think that's going to be a thing. Not that it's going to suddenly be like, swearing is a bannable offense on the platform or anything like that. I don't think we're going to see anything like ridiculous here. But that would not surprise me at all. But Zinaz said, you've been greatly appreciating the environment goals Twitch has been setting as the platform. From a decade, except for streamer moderation. Yeah, I do wish Twitch was better at when someone misbehaves in the platform for something truly egregious, and they suspend them, they're willing to let it stick, even if they're a big name. It does feel like there is different tiers of individuals. Like, if I went on like some big giant racist tirade and, you know, broke a bunch of TOS rules, my channel's gone. It's not coming back. It's done. I don't need to be up this hill. But at the same time, it feels like when you're big enough and you go on a tirade, you're on a different filter. That you might only get a week suspension. And to be fair, there is a business reason for it, very understandably. That person's, you know, making you money, and they kind of learn that they can get away with more. And it shouldn't be that way, and that's not even a Twitch thing. Like, obviously, if someone's like your primary customer, you end up being a little bit more tolerant with them. Not that there isn't limits, and not that it shouldn't be different, but it does suck to feel that. But yeah. Which I would also still put underneath the umbrella of support, moderation, that kind of thing. It's not the same team, but it still feels like the same kind of circumstances. Of just handling all the house cleaning. It wouldn't be surprised if they made swearing a bannable offense. No, it would, like... Oh no, I'm sorry. It would be surprising. Like, that's not a thing I would expect them to do. Like, that would those are the kind of things that if that happened, Twitch is a dead platform at that point. Technically, they could hand over all their files on it to law enforcement, and these are criminal offenses. Yeah, no, in the cases where it was stuff like assault and all that, then yeah, Twitch could, you know, and it would be the appropriate thing for Twitch to just pass it off to law enforcement. But also, you know, at a minimum, that'd be the end of their channel forever. Because at a minimum, they've already broken TOS. None of the other stuff really matters. Because it wouldn't be like oh, you only kind of violated TOS. You would be like, no, this is hard violation. Like, Twitch has a thing in its TOS about basically you're supposed to adhere to the terms of service of anything else related that you're doing related to streaming. So, like, if I'm playing this game and I'm knowingly breaking a bunch of their TOS stuff, technically Twitch could be like, okay, if you're breaking that game's TOS, we can suspend you for doing that. I mean, they also could just suspend you for the heck of it because, you know, it's a business, they're able to do that. But, you know, that is a thing that is explicit. They're like, hey, you know, you start breaking rules, breaking laws, that's enough. We bothered to write it in there. Granted, it's not one of those things that they go, oh, hey, you did this minor offense in this little game, you're suspended. They don't do that. It's more just a catch-all kind of thing where if you're being a naughty kid, they've got themselves set up to deal with it, if they so choose. Yeah. Well, that's one of the things that irked me was the talk about, like, I'm honestly okay with the idea of having a path of forgiveness. I personally feel that when someone does something really crappy, that there should be a path for them to, you know, take corrective action, whatever you want to use for your words, be able to kind of recover themselves from that. Now, that doesn't mean you as an individual are obligated to forgive them or anything like that, but as a platform. But at the same time, there's also severities and all that to be considered and whatnot. So when someone does something like particularly heinous, it's like, yeah, no, that should be it. You're done. Like, you're just gone. I would require you to demonstrate in a meaningful capacity that you have, like, learn from what you're done. It is a pattern that is not repeating. You have done something to, you know, make right whatever it is you did. Like, all these kind of things. Like, basically demonstrate that there is genuine redemption occurring kind of there. Because you'll have people like that. You'll have an individual who makes a mistake, they do something, and it can be truly awful, but it was out of a place of ignorance or whatever, and they go on later in their life to make things right. And well, I mean, as right as they can be. Let's be real. And there's value in permitting that. Not saying that should be one of those things that's like, oh, this person got caught something, they said they're sorry, thumbs up, move on. That's actually kind of the opposite of where I'm going. Because where I was actually trying to go with that is just, at the same time, when you have people who do some pretty awful things on the platform and whatever, and they demonstrate, like, no meaningful change, but, you know, there's money to be made there, so they haven't done it recently. How about the U.S. Sufficient part of the world? That kind of racism or slurs in public are criminal offenses. Yeah, no, using hateful language in the U.S. isn't enough to get you in legal trouble. You could be, you know, really, like, ostracized for it, and you get kicked out of businesses for it and all that. But, like, if you just drop a bunch of racial slurs, you're not going to have to worry about legal ramification. You're going to have to deal with, like, you know, people not wanting to be around you, not being welcome places. Maybe someone breaks the law and gets in a fist fight with you. But as far as the law is concerned, you haven't done anything illegal. You're just a dick. Now, there are exceptions to that. If you are doing things in an official capacity, and you're doing a bunch of hateful stuff, there are things that can get you in trouble about that. A lot of official capacities have rules around those things. if you are a practicing attorney, there are ethical and there's ethical rules and all that you could potentially get in trouble for. Not that it'd be like the judge heard you and that's it. You know, there'd be a complaint and a whole bunch of stuff. If you're working in some capacity, there's definitely going to be consequences if you walk up to your student and you call them a racial slur in elementary school. You're going to get fired. It's not necessarily a legal issue, but it is certainly you're not going to come out ahead on that issue. Now, in the other hand, if you get in a fist fight with someone and you start spouting off racist slurs, that can escalate the crime you are already committing to being considered a hate crime, which adds a severity to it. So it's not really a crime within itself, but it can get a lot of other things that can make it worse. And that's from the legal side of it, it can make it worse. Versus, again, like, obviously, if you're being that kind of a human being, people are going to treat you differently. But the doesn't the attitude, honestly, all considerations. Looking at it at this stage, yeah, looking at the things, yeah. Well, that's part of it. Like, a lot of these things do have to get looked on a case-by-case basis. Both the thing we're just talking about and the Twitch stuff. But again, I think it still boils down to, well, it's not technically support there. It falls kind of in that same, you feel like Twitch is kind of like not keeping up with a lot of those things. Like they're letting stuff fall between the cracks. They're not doing their due diligence. Okay, let me double check. So you should have the proper pH. Why are you still showing nitrogen bad? Because it's definitely not lime, because lime would make the entire ground kind of like... Wait, you love this game? Yeah, that's a good game. I'm not sure why it's still nitrogen bad. We just did a pass with you. With the fertilizer. You've got the sorghum in here. And I'm pretty sure it was using... Is this still at like 12,000? It's still very full on fertilizer. I'm going to choose to ignore it. That's what I'm going to choose to do. Something weird's happening. It might be because we just bought this. Oh yeah, no, I've got tons of hours into it. I've done all sorts of challenge runs and all that. We even have like a YouTube series on it I was doing for a while. It didn't get to a satisfaction conclusion, unfortunately. It's just one of those things that it was a huge amount of effort, and just the number of people tuning into it was just not enough to warrant keeping it up because of the sheer effort, unfortunately. But on streaming on Twitch, we have plenty of people to justify it. Okay, so you still have Castle Stones, which we're out of. Okay, we actually have a problem. Okay, so go here to you. Stop selling those. Huh. Maybe I filled up your entire storage? Luckily, that's not that big of an issue. Oh no, you're good, Infinity. I know, like, you worry about wall of texting, that kind of thing. It happens. It's fine. Like, if it's ever an actual problem, you know, it's kind of the thing that you've probably seen me say to, you know, before, like, hey, could you shrink it down? Like, not to you, I haven't had to say it. Or, like, tone it down. Usually it's when people spam, so it's not even like when you drop a paragraph, but what's like paragraph, 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 paragraph kind of thing, where it's like, hang on, wait, let me breathe. But I haven't had that issue with you. Okay, so we got the water's fine, the wood's fine. Yeah, I mean, chat's usually slow this time of the evening anyways. You know, barring like a big raid or something like that. I tend not to have an excessively active chat anyways. Just the nature of the content I do. I'm just adjusting my seat because it's getting... Oh, it's already set down there? Okay. I'll turn it down a little more, I guess. You also want sweets and ice creams to combat the agitation, but you can't leave your apartment because the heat pump gets maintenance today. Guess you love the vibes? Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, very much, I'm very happy with the nature of my content so far as, like, the tone, the vibes, whatever you want to call them. It is the one negative, though, is, from a viewer engagement kind of thing, it's not strong, which is okay. Like, that's alright. Lurkers gonna lurk. Like, 70-80% of the internet is lurkers so far as Twitch goes. But, you know, it can lead to, like, very quiet chat and all that. Because we got a whole lot of people who, you know, you're here watching, you're playing your own game, or we got people who, they turn it on, they use it kind of like a podcast as they try and, you know, settle in for bed. Or, you know, you got a bunch of people who, you know, they tune in as they work, or tune in as part of their morning routine. A whole bunch of different stuff. All of that is good. But, like, because I go for, like, the relaxing, more chill stuff, it does tend to make things a bit more quieter. It is one of those things that when I do, like, channel redeems and all that, I make it a, you know, a considerate thing to, you know, not have a bunch of noises and a bunch of stuff. Like, and there's no negative there. Like, every channel has to have its own energy, and there's a lot of benefits to having a channel that's got a bit higher energy, a bit more fun, you know, jingly keys, all that stuff. But it is counter to the value I try to offer. Hey, Janicus, thank you so much for the 350 stream streak. Catch that 350 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. And I do hope you enjoy your lurk and all that stuff. But yeah, so, like, very genuinely, 70-80% of the platform is lurkers. It's one of the reasons whenever people are like, you know, it gets to be about that August, September time of year, and everyone's like, lurkers don't count. Lurkers don't count. It's like, that's not true, man. If lurkers ever don't count, the viewership on the platform's dropping by 70%. It's going to be more than a few upset people. It is going to be, you know, a reckoning. It's never been true, and probably, like, it certainly never will be true, because that's even really bad for Twitch in their own numbers to do that. You know, people are like, ah, oh, Twitch won't have to pay me a fistful of nickels, you know, or a couple of bucks or whatever, depending on your size. You know, they won't have to pay me a little bit of money. It's like, yeah, Twitch is going to make no money if they ever do that, because they're going to tell the advertisers that they had an 80% reduction in impressions. Who do you think loses there? Here's a hint. The amount of money that they would be saving on paying out to the creators would be substantially less significant than suddenly just nuking their entire ad revenue from orbit. Okay, so you're gonna drop these logs off, and we did set the castle stones to be available again, because for some reason I wasn't able to drop off more castle stones, and I still need more, but that's fine. We're producing a bunch every day. I've just been selling them because they weren't spaced at the castle. We can go grab those real fast. Top this thing off. We've already almost got another 100,000, which is what we spent to get that field. I think the next purchase is we're going to try and make the oil mill happen. Because if we get the oil mill to happen, one of those fields gets flipped over to sunflowers. I'll go and get the third field. At that point, I will technically have everything I need to make fish food other than the fish food plant itself. So then we buy the fish food plant. And then once we have the fish food plant, we're just going up the list. Just get the fish food plant, get the fish breedery thing, get, you know, the larger fish place. You get the idea. I'll probably have to scale up the operation for the fish food. Honestly, probably not. It doesn't say I have to run any of those businesses well. It just says I have to, you know, get X number of units, which I'm really not sure how they're going to track that. Because in the base game, I can't go back and say I sold 100,000 liters of fish food. It just tracks they sold 100,000 liters of product. And not to, like, be disingenuous with the challenge or whatever. But I mean, I won't even know when it is. To be fair, I think that's 25 pallets of fish food, because most of the pallets in this game are 1,000 liter, 1,000 little KSL, which I don't think is actually liter. I don't know what the units are. I know we looked them up before and it was something, but it was like a really weird not arbitrary, like a really weird unit they just kind of use as a universal. This is not where I'm going. This is a habit drive. What I actually need to do is be on the other side of that river right there, that I've got my mason building, and I should have some castle stone there to get the castle back online. Because right now the castle's idling because I ran out of castle stone. Now what should happen is most days I should get 6 pallets. This is because I just in-game yesterday switched it over to making not selling the stone. I only got half of what I should have, because the rest got sold, which is fine. I like money. Okay. I should also check to see what step I'm on, because that thing has been churning away and has gone through several phases before this finally happened. I'd be surprised if we were not in the mid-40s, and it's like 60 is when it's done. Honestly, for as many stages as the castle's had, it's been one of the easier builds. Because the other ones, they required a lot more like exotic stuff like rope and fabric and a whole bunch of stuff. And the castle's like, man, I just need stone and wood. Stone and wood, a couple bags of cement, and that's all I need. So I just set up 2 production lines. I've just been sell the stuff up there. So that's good news. Yeah, and also exactly as in Pay Simplex, welcome. It's always nice to have new people. For the record, I do play a range of games. Like simulation is one of the categories I play a bunch in. I also do a bunch of like city builders, settlement builders, those kind of games. So we've done like Whiskerwood, Timberborn. We have done Say Skylines in the past, not done that in a while because number 2 did not have a great launch. To understate it greatly. We've done a decent number of like tycoon games over the years. A decent number of like survival crafters. The one game I'm looking forward to the most in the immediate future is we've got the Planet Crafters getting its new DLC, and that's in like 5-ish days. Not playing the Awesome Horse Girl game. Awesome Horse Girl game. Okay, so that's enough stones. So we're on literally step 45. I got enough stones for finishing this entire phase. We're just going to park this up here for right now. And let's go check on all of our stuff here. Okay, so we need more wood. The water is fine. Alright, so let's grab a tractor. It's called Uma Musumi Pretty Derby. Oh man. I don't think it was that one. I do think at one point I got offered a key for like a thing that where you're like just like a horse daycare thing. It was very clearly the target audience was like, 8-year-old girls kind of thing. And I even low-key like debated as like a gag playing it, but this is talking like 2 years ago, maybe even longer. And I was like, nah. How are you gonna be a farmer in what? I have no idea what that means. Are you, like, trying to guess my, like, telephone code or something? I'm assuming that number means something that I'm missing context. Looks like California. I mean, California very genuinely produces more of the food in the United States than literally any other states, almost combined, if I'm not mistaken. The valley between the mountains is kind of the primary food production for the entire United States. Not the only. Like, there's a lot of states in between that do, like, potatoes and wheat and all that stuff. But Cali is huge and has a ridiculously large area of agriculture. Also, not from California. Yeah, no, we're in the Scottish Highlands right now. Honestly, this doesn't look like California to me in the first place. Of the places I've been in California, I have not seen a place that quite looks like this. Maybe Northern California might get this way, but I haven't spent much area up there. A lot of Southern and, you know, Eastern California, like Middle California, is pretty much desert. Or desert-like. May not technically be a desert. Okay, so we got plenty of wood in there for now. But then you go up north, you got like the redwood forests and whatnot. You got a bunch of like really nice rolling hills kind of in central California so far as like north-south, but on the coast. Got a bunch of beach stuff. But kind of like the deep green this looks far more like Oregon, Washington, that. I don't know what these things are. I mean, unless that means Scotland, because, I mean, you know. Okay, we got all that fine. No sales we care about. And honestly, most of the world has some type of agriculture. Most. Falkirk? I have no idea where that is. Sorry. I'm assuming by context, probably Scotland. Yeah. Good gameplay, bro. Keep it up. Thank you. Alright, so as much as I want those, the next thing we're getting is the oil mill. That's where we're going with this. Let's go take a peek really fast at the castle, because that's getting mostly done. Castle stones. Okay, so we ran out of castle stones. On the next phase, because we're like, what, phase 46? Just barely. We'll go grab some castle stones. Now, August is when we harvest our sorghum, so I can keep getting flour. I want to say the oil mill, if I remember, is 240,000 for the big one. You can get a little one for 36,000 if we're planning on producing copious amounts of fish food. I'm gonna need bigger than that. It's not really another way to say it. The tiny little oil mill is not going to be adequate if we're getting, like, the big fish food place. But once we get the oil mill done, we will be buying another field. That'll give me my 3 different crops going for the fish food. Then we buy the fish food place, then we buy the small fish breeding place, then we buy the big fish place. That'll be all the production lines required for the dare drops. After which, we will then need to do a field of onions where we draw something using onions and then harvest them. And then that'll be all the dare drops, and that'll give me, like I said, I think it's 2 keys for the base game to give out. 2 keys plus the Highlands expansion to give out, and 1 key with the base game and the year 1 season pass, which includes the Highland expansion. So we won't have any of that tonight, obviously, but that's the reason why we're pushing these objectives. So my objectives are build a castle, make fish food, breed fish, grow big fish, And then make a drawing with onions. Planting onions. Because I actually low-key got tempted earlier to kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, asterisk our challenge, and just grab a contract that was harvesting onions and draw a picture harvesting it. But it does say in the challenge description that I need to get the stones, not up here, that I did specifically need to plant onions to draw. That was in the details of the challenge. All right. And we were not using autoloader for a good while. We did eventually get it because those things produce about 6 every single day, and it's not my only production line. So we kind of hit that point where it was starting to become forklift simulator with the side of farming. I'm glad we did, because we'd be like a whole stream back so far as our progression. Because of how long I'd be just picking up 1 or 2 pallets. Plus, this means I get to get horrifically unbalanced loads on my truck, and we get to have exciting roll time. Okay. It'll also be nice this season to have the extra field of sorghum, because that'll mean that much more flour to sell, which will mean more money. That should help speed us towards getting the oil mill. Now that said, I will have to buy another piece of equipment for when we go to do... Oh, right, the sunflowers. That's right, I actually do need a bigger harvester. I forgot, our little harvester can't do sunflowers. It doesn't have a header capable. Now granted, technically you can actually buy the header from a different harvester and get away with it. I've done it before. But it would be good to get a bigger one. I forgot that was going to be a hurdle we're going to have to keep up with. Well, that actually throws a monkey wrench in things. That's fine. So I think what the priority then will be to get the third field first. And then the harvester, and then the oil mill. Because at least with the 3 fields going, I can increase my income on the flour to help me get the other things first. And we're getting to the point that in a game year, I'm making well over 100,000 pretty straightforward and easily. No, you're right there. Yeah, there we go. Unbalanced load rolled me, unbalanced load helped me back on my wheels. I'm gonna speed up real fast just to see what the next phase calls for. Because this one only needs like 5 more stone, and wood beams 2,000, and I've already got 4,000 in there. Heck yeah. Alright, so let's take a quick peek at our factories and all that. Everything's fine in that regards. And any sales we care about? Nope. Okay. Man, I've been very happy with this one. I think of all the maps we've gotten for Farm Sim 25, this is probably my favorite. Not only even because of the aesthetics. I think objectively it is a good map. Alright, let's see here. So, we do need to top off water. And this is Harvest Day. But before I get into that, I just want to take a quick peek up here. We're probably got a bunch of projects. So we will need more wood beams. We're at 48 out of 65 steps. Okay. So we got a lot of stuff to work on. Let's start with the harvester. And I think after this year's harvest, we are going to want to stop to repair the harvester, because it does get penalized on its yield the more damaged it gets, and it is getting a bit... Did you... Alright, hang on. We'll just back up real fast over here to avoid where I put that. I need to start putting that someplace else. Get you over here to the edge. Okay, so I'm going to have you bring the trailer over there. We also need to deal with the water. And it's a shame, because I'm actually at the point where I'm like, you know, it would be good to get the big water trailer in a semi. And that would be good. That'd be very helpful for our throughput and yada yada. The big problem is that costs us over 100,000 to get that set up. Getting our next field will cost us about 150,000. Getting the oil mill is about 240,000. Getting the fish food place, I think, is like 300,000. The fish breeding thing is, I want to say, relatively cheap at like 95,000. I could be wrong in that one. But you get the idea. Is it got a lot of spending coming up, and almost none of it needs that stuff. When I say that stuff, almost none of it needs the semi. So where the semi is a really big convenience, everything I spend that is not achieving my goal is a distraction from it. And just being aware that doing 2 or 3 laps to do the water is not that big an inconvenience. Because the alternative, like what that would prevent if I got the semi here, is for 100,000 and some change. I could go up to the pump up top, I could fill it up with water, and I could then drop it off at the greenhouse, and I could fill up the greenhouse in just barely over 1 fill-up. Versus if I let the greenhouse get completely empty, it's 5 fill-ups for me right now. So it is objectively faster. But is it faster as in, you know, 6 months worth of income allocated to something that isn't making more income and or that kind of situation? Okay, and meanwhile, while those two are doing their thing, I've got another vehicle who's got work to do. I'm going to bring you down to grab the castle brick, because I suspect I'm going to need more of that. Honestly, we're well on track that I'll be able to buy the next field in April, which is when I plant the sorghum again. To be able to get that 3rd field, then it'll be a matter of getting the harvester and the oil mill next. The harvester is the curveball there, because the harvester is really expensive. But the oil mill serves no purpose until I can harvest sunflowers. Okay, so zip on down here. We'll grab the stone, switch back over to the tractor. We'll go and refill the water for the tractor. By then, I'll probably have to get the harvester to drop off at that trailer I left at the field. I'm just going to manually deal with that. We're going to use it. I mentioned there's the Mercedes-Benz truck they added to the game that has like the droppable trailers. It's pretty much the way I'm treating it right now. Oh, I know why I'm not getting more of those. That's right. I'm not getting 6 of them per cycle because you are producing roof shingles. Alright, so we still got time to deal with this. And to think, I actually had debated getting a second greenhouse because the money's really good. Which it is, but then be another thing to deal with. Alright, so when you get around this corner, even though, well, I mean, we're going to be 80% full. We're going to drop this off of that trailer and then put the driver back on it. I gotta remember I own 2 fields of sorghum now, not just the one. Get you back into position. Alright, you're almost done. Okay, and from here we'll go ahead and get the stones dropped off. Like I said, I'm kind of expecting now that I end up needing more stones, and besides, I'm still getting paid, and if I'm getting paid, I'm willing to do it. Alright. But yeah, so this has been an interesting one, because this playthrough, unlike when we did the Survivor Man I went really, really hard on the farming early. Which made it pretty rough, because genuinely Farm Sim 22 and 25 production lines are king. So, man, how long did I spend just struggling with these tiny little fields and dragging the tiny little equipment as we slowly upgraded, because I was only getting a couple $1,000s profit each year. And so then you get like the one seeder that's a little bit bigger to be able to go a little bit faster. And like one rotation of the fields would take almost an entire stream. That would do like an 8-9 hour stream, and we'd basically get 1 year done because I'd be doing just 3 fields, and it's just each step would take over an hour because it's sitting there with like the tiny little seeder and the tiny little plow. You know, and then eventually we scaled up and things are great. But, you know, this one, we just beeline to the production lines as soon as we had the money, which we got thanks to the fishing being so powerful. Without that, I mean, if you're willing to do contracts, you get to the production lines super fast. You can also just make good money on contracts. We could have made way more money early game in contracts, except for we were doing a challenge where I don't allow myself loans or leases. Because otherwise I would just bought the equipment to do all the stuff from my own field end to field. And we would have been just producing from day one. But I like the early game slow burn. It means you have reasons to use the really early game tractors. Whereas like loans and leases, you can usually just bypass them entirely. Okay, so we got the stone for today dropped off. Keep the castle castling. There's a very good chance next stream the castle gets done. Because we're going to probably end this stream around it being in the mid to upper 50s. Doesn't the castle need wood beams? It does. We already had the wood beams it needs, so I'm giving it more castle brick because they're paying me, and we ran out of those earlier. I am producing more wood beams, but it has what it needs last I looked. Okay, so you're at 20%, you're still up there. Yeah, so we can check real fast. Yeah, so we have actually... No, we've gone a whole extra step. It is going to need more wood beams. I'm about half a pallet short of wood beams. It's not hit the point it's run out, but it's going to. And I think we do have a pallet of wood beams. But yeah, we're fast approaching the 50th step. So I think that last building is going to be the last section, which is good. It's primarily just going to be probably wood and brick. I've got almost like 12,000 shingles in there. So the moment it gets to doing the roof, it's just going to immediately slap the roof on top of it. So far as my resource, it still takes time to build. We do have some spare cement in there, a couple thousand liters, which it may or may not need, but it's there. If it does, it will just go right through that step. It'll also be weird when the castle's done, and I don't have a reason to drive up this road for, very often. Because we end up driving this road at least every couple days. Multiple times a day some days. I'm also curious of the production lines of fish. So, when you're dealing with like a lot of the animals in the game, I don't believe they can die, if I remember correctly. I believe if you just don't feed them, they stop producing. So with the fish, that's an interesting one. Because, like I said, I don't believe the animals die in Farm Sim if you just straight up neglect them. Like I said, I think they just stop producing entirely. Let's get you back down to the greenhouse to keep dropping this off. But yeah, no, I knew the last step we needed wood. I think we advanced the next step and it needed more wood than I had accounted for. And I figure we're going to need even more wood. I'm just running stuff back and forth trying to do it. So you're at 60%. You'll probably make it down there before the next load. Sawmill does not have more in it. Okay, so we do have one thing of beam, so at least be able to finish this phase. Which then will hopefully switch over to another phase of either putting the roof on or putting the, almost went up. Putting the roof on or, putting more of the wall up. That way we have a little bit of time for the beams to catch up. Why would you stop like that? Okay. Alright. Yeah, so we definitely have at least one more stream left of this. I just have too much money I have to earn to finish the tasks. It would be nice if I could get a task done today so I have a key to give out next time, but that's not looking super likely that we're going to get one done today. Not unless I cheese something. But with that said, I do feel like it's going to be kind of hard and fast in the last tasks. That we will, like, the castle will get built. The only one that's going to be an outlier is the onion. When it comes to the onion, I might literally just lease it for the objective. Because, that will make me money or whatever in a meaningful way. So we'll just do, like, a quick thing to knock out the task since that'll be the last one. And saving up the, 600,000+ to get the equipment just will take a while. Unless, of course, we get a big payout when the castle's done. I honestly don't remember how any of that works. Some of these things do have extra bonuses and perks you get. But we get, like, another unexpected influx of funds. That'd be good. But I'm kind of doubtful. Okay, so you're at 80%. Where are you located? You are nowhere convenient is where you're located. That's fine. I'll deal with that in a second. We drop off the wood first to keep the castle building. Yeah, it definitely looks like we're finishing the main one. With how many steps it's got left, I'm assuming we're going to get, like, a tower of some kind in it. Like off the top, like almost like a steeple, like bell tower, that kind of thing. Okay, so you're working on that. Get you back into position. All right. And pretty soon, I believe that trailer is going to be full and need to be emptied. Come on, get the last percent here. That's perfect. So let's drop you off. Okay. Drop off more wire for the greenhouse, which will hopefully be full very soon. Just because I am going to need this tractor to pick up that trailer soon, because it's going to fill up. And I'm definitely not dragging it behind the harvester. Yeah, I think I got one more harvester fill on that trailer before it's full. Okay, so you did fill that up. How is the quarry doing? The quarry can do without more water. The windmill, the sawmill's fine. So we're good with all that. We can drop this trailer, we can drop this off to start the water picking back up. Get our tractor in position to take over the trailer. And then we'll be good with all that for now. Okay. So yes, we're at 125,000 today. So then we've got October, November, December, January, February, March, April. So we got 7 more months until it's planting time. And if each month I'm taking somewhere in the area of like 10, 12 or so thousand I'm making, give or take. Like I don't know how much the flour's adding because it kind of defers it. Probably another 20. That should put us at over 200,000, which is more than enough for us to buy another field. And honestly, with the extra sorghum, that might actually push us even higher on the income, where we would potentially be able to get the oil mill. But again, the problem is lack of header that can get us sunflowers means that's a no-go. I get to stare at my oil mills that sits there idle. What would it cost for us to make that happen. So let's get down here to our harvesters. Okay, so our harvesters, so the problem here is, if we actually look at this, combinations, there's one header, no sunflowers. Oh, and I forgot, my mouse doesn't show up in exactly the same place for you. So like my mouse right now is on the far left side of the C on class. So yeah. So if it ever looks like I'm clicking on a weird spot, that's what's going on. Okay, if we go one larger, then I do have, this could do sunflowers. That does double the price here. But that does mean if I have the 100,000 here, we sell the old one. By the time we get the money, we can get that sorted. So that's not too bad. That means no sales or anything. We get set back not quite a year of profit. And then that would upgrade the harvest. Now, granted, the upgraded harvester isn't very much better than the one I have. It has the extra header, but it's still 6 meters wide. I want to say its internal storage is just a little bigger. And otherwise, that's kind of it. Yeah, so I think this is the thing I'm debating. I think we buy the extra field. I think that's step one. But the one you looked at yesterday was 305 and had all the options. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Any of the larger harvesters, I can get the other headers. If we get the foraging wagon or the foraging harvester, it can do literally anything because it just chops up the crop and then you pick up the crop and mess with it on the other side. Okay, let you do your thing for a minute. Because we also have to consider the next field I would be buying. Okay, so let's take some considerations here. So all this should be good. You're maxed out, you're high enough, you don't get to get high. That one will have enough. So if we look at our fields, hang on, 46, 47, and 60. 45 would be a potentially strong candidate, because with 45, it's right here with all my other stuff, and it also gives me the land on the other side of the road, over here. And this should be more than enough to fit down the oil mill. We can actually check that real fast. If we go here and construction. Yeah, no, that should fit nicely. Like anywhere along here. I don't have the money for it, obviously. But yes, I could buy that plot. We'd have the oil mill right here. It's one of those ones where we've got the bushes, not the wall, so I don't have to worry about cutting across. So I think that's the move. 45 here costs about 200,000. It's not a cheap field. A decent size field. It's a bit bigger. It's a little smaller than the field on 47, a bit bigger than the field on 46. So that would take care of that, and all of those would be relatively close to me. So that's good news. That's 200,000 for that. 240,000 for the oil mill itself. We wouldn't need anything else with the plants. After that point, we would get the fish food place. And the fish food place costs 270,000. Then we'd have the fish breeding place. The fish breeding place costs, where are you at? There you are. 95,000. And then finally we would have to actually build the last one, I believe. Yeah. The last one you have to build, which is in here somewhere. Yeah, last one we'd have to build this thing. And plunk it on out here in the water. And that costs 125,000. And then we would also need at least this harvester with these headers. So you're talking another 300,000. So you're talking pretty close to $1 million, unfortunately. But there is some stuff we could work around with that. When I finish building the castle, if we wanted to get a sudden influx of money, I could sell the quarry, and it gave me probably 200,000 back. We could sell the stonemason, and it'd probably give me 200,000 back. So it'd give me the instant money, but I would lose the recurring income. The sawmill I could get rid of, it'd give me like 30,000 back. I don't think the greenhouse is worth selling. It'd give me like 15, 20,000 back, and it makes almost that much all the time. And I do need the windmill there. So it could be one of those things that we very genuinely... And the whole time I'm making, 10, 15, 20,000 or whatever. And then plus, as I get each step of the way, the amount of money we make per cycle goes up. Because like this one, I'm going to get a bit more money because we're going to finish harvesting this field, and I got a second field now. And all that's going to become flour. And that's more money. And hey, Serverlord, how's it going? And as I was talking about, the harvester we have is not great. Maybe get a bonus for fishing a castle. That is one of the things I'm not counting on, but is a potential. Is I could potentially get a payout when the castle's done. And it's close. We're at 48 out of 65, and it's honestly finished like 3 steps in the last 2 days. Because if I happen to have all the materials already inside, it just kind of keeps going. The only thing really kind of holding it back is wood beams. The wood beams are the only one that I can't produce very quickly. But it's not really worth me building another building to make it happen. Okay. But yeah, no, as far as harvesters goes, you can get one about 3 times the size of the one I've got, I believe. Which, needless to say, would speed up, but that's a lot of money. Harvesters are easily like the most expensive piece of equipment you get. Alright. And we dropped off what you can carry. And since we're full enough, we're just going to go ahead and run it on home. So it can start becoming flour and giving me more money. Now, the alternative is, instead of buying the big oil mill, I get the little one, which is 36,000. It's probably not going to be able to produce nearly enough oil to run the fish food place. But I think we go for the big one. And all that. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in and all good stuff. Yep, that field straight ahead will be ours too, eventually. The one right there is ours. Get the big, yeah, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna get the big oil mill. Because the thing would happen is I'd get the little one and it just wouldn't be able to keep up. And then my sunflowers would start backing up and it'd just be a lot of potential lost money and the production line would stall. There's a sorghum flour, turn it back on. Did you silly snooze in your hour awake? Yeah, I gotcha. So water's all topped off, the wood's topped off. I'm just gonna keep bringing this. There's also the possibility that as we get all this going, I may end up needing a silo. If I get a point of having too much. Luckily, silos are cheap, relatively speaking. We'll try to do without, but we'll see what happens. Okay, and how is the harvester doing? You're at only 34%. It looks like you have 2.5 passes left. What I'm going to do real fast is I'm going to go ahead and I'll follow you this pass. And that means you should be good for the rest of the field without me emptying after that. Okay. Cool. Yep, so that's good until the field's done. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and have you race on down. You don't need to be up here for any reason. Any idea how you can do straw pellets for a cow? Straw pellets. Oh, you mean like pellets? Usually you do straw bales. But generally speaking, the ways you can do straw for your cows is one, you can, when you're harvesting stuff, you can have it set to your, hay bales. But yeah, there's hay bales, you can also do straw. So straw, like I said, it's when you take something like wheat, a crop like that, like wheat or oats or whatever, and when you harvest it, you can switch your harvester to have the straw swath, and it chucks it all on the ground behind you, and then you use a bale. Like, you can have a whole bunch of machines, but ultimately you bale it up, and then take it over there. There's like an actual baler machine. If you don't want to do that, you can just go and different places on the map will sell stuff. So what I can do here is I can go to my prices, and we can go to straw. Where are you at? Straw. Oh, these are only... Okay. So I can't buy them. I can only sell the straw pellets. So yeah, so I'd have to make them. I haven't done the straw pellets much. Like, genuinely, if someone knows that better. Is that new? That's not new, right? But for storage that, for the straw bales, can you store, in straw, or like bale storage? Honestly, I don't actually know for the straw pellets. That is one I'm not as familiar with, unfortunately. The way to look at it, if it's a bale, it can go in the bale place. If it's not a bale, if it's a pallet, then the pallet can go in warehouses. So it depends on which one it considers it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because, yeah, that's generally when it comes to the storage, it'll boil down to it's either palletized or it's a bale. One or the other. Or it's just loose, which you'd be able to tell because it'd be a big pile of stuff. But depending on which it is, those, you have 3 different buildings you can store it in. Because, like, loose stuff usually goes in a silo. Palletized stuff goes in a warehouse, and then you have the bales goes in, like... I think bales can actually go into the warehouse as well. I'm not 100% on that. But, generally speaking, the warehouse can store the pallets. The bale warehouse thing can store the bales. You could probably actually check on that if you check under construction. There's warehouses. Maybe it's under the silos. So there's a hay lot for hay and straw. Those are all for storing crops. That's more silos. Manure. Covered bunker, so chaff grass and hay. Small bunker, chaff grass and hay. Store bulk material of unspecified type. Chaff grass and hay. Bale and pallet storage. Okay. Oh yeah, here. These two on the very bottom under your silos. They specifically say this building can be used to store bales and pallets, and this one says this building can be used to store straw pellets and hay pellets. So you're looking for the pellet haul crane. 225 down here will definitely do it. There might be other options, but that one does explicitly mention it. Way at the bottom of the silos. Sorry to ask, but are you playing? Do you play multiplayer too? Generally speaking, I don't play multiplayer much. It's not that I've never done it, but most of the time, if you see me streaming or doing videos, most of the time it is going to be solo. I have done Farm Sim streamed multiplayer with some other, some other content creators and all that that I'm friends with and whatnot. But it's usually kind of a one-off special thing. Hey KJ, how's it going? We're going to go ahead and top off the trailer here, and then we need to get our harvester onto the next field. And this is our bigger field. I'm doing pretty good. Just doing some farming, getting our dare drops wrapped up. We're down to the point where I just have to properly get the fish food and the subsequent production line set up and draw a pretty picture using onions. The castle's mostly done at this point. It's like a little over 2/3 done, not quite 5/6. Now as we drive through the middle of town with a harvester with the header on it, and it doesn't go badly, I'm trying to will into existence. Because the last time I tried to go across this bridge and a tour bus came the other way. Or a bus, I guess it's not a tour bus from what I was told yesterday. We can beat the car here. Heck yeah. We got past the bottleneck. Alright, and this is our other field that we just bought this past year. Let's see, you were farming, then decided better get this cable mess sorted as you added a Moza to your setup today. Nice. I've had on the list to actually get some, like a steering wheel setup and all that. It's just kind of for me in my head, if I'm going to spend the time to get that setup, I'm going to get something nicer, but then it's harder for me to justify the spend on the nicer setup. And, hence we're still here without either. Because I've definitely heard from a lot of people who have gotten, like, the steering wheels and all that, that they're like, yeah, the cheap wheels are extra feeling cheap. Like, there's kind of you get the cheap ones and they're pretty awful. You get the medium ones, they're decent. They're not bad. And then you can get, sky's the limit, of course. And so it sounds like to me I'd want at least that middle category. But then it's also a little bit hard to justify because as a content creator, I got this big old mic in my face, I got lights, I got 30,000 things. It's definitely not because my desk is a really big mess and I need to take the time to clean it. That is absolutely certainly not one of the factors that is constraining on my space right now. It is definitely all the other things I said, and not the mess that my desk is right now. Because not like a gross mess, like not like I have like a bunch of empty glasses or plates or whatever. Honestly, actually, most of the mess is not really bad stuff. It's like... I'm gonna dump that controller on the floor. One moment. It's actually stuff like planners and that I got sitting around. And honestly, like this planner I don't need anymore. This planner's old. I was transferring information from it. So I just need to, like, go and, you know, I'm going to save file things, not all the things are files. Some of the things are fun stuff that really just needs to not be cluttering my desk, like I 3D printed, you know, an Elite Knight, that's the one. An Elite Knight from Dark Souls. I got a Pangolin, and I've got a Fertile Ants from Elite Dangerous, and I've got, oh, was it Dark Knight were the ones? Was it Dark or Shadow Knight were the ones down below in Dark Souls 1? Got Tiny Little Python from Elite Dangerous. I had a bunch of crap piling on my desk. There's not really another way of putting it. I got crap on my desk. Okay. Also, I have the fanciest sunglasses ever. The Twitch partner glasses they sent us. Like, behold the incredibly nice things they give us at TwitchCon. These glasses are so cheap. It's fine, it's fun, it's whatever. But they gave us these things, and the only thing that's an indicator that they're anything other than plastic white glasses is it says Twitch partner on the side. And they look cheap, they feel cheap, because they're cheap. Honestly, the bag they came in, the nicest part. I got cleaning to do. I got lots of cleaning to do. You think the bag they came in will probably sell more for the glasses? Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't try and sell it. Like, that's kind of thing. For actual cool things that I got at TwitchCon, from, so the stream team I'm on works with MSF, Doctors Without Borders, to do a charity stream. We're actually doing it around Thanksgiving here in the US, so it is the 24th to the 30th. My segment's on the 28th. But they gave us this. It is a Hot Wheels car. Can I get that lighting to not be terrible? Oh, come on. It is a Hot Wheels car of the actual vehicles they go out and do, like, their stuff with, so it's got, you know, the MSF logo. It's even got, like, the tires on the top, and it's hard to see, but it's got the snorkel here. Like, it's a silly little Hot Wheels car, but it's like, you know what? That's pretty awesome. Like, very, very genuinely, that's really cool. What is this? Well, I'm sorry. I have a second pair of Twitch partner glasses from the year before. Yeah, no, I got a couple Hot Wheels. For me, the reason I got Hot Wheels cars, is when I was older, you know, your parents would be like, "Where's your Christmas list?" You'd be like, "All right, let me get my Christmas list." And, you know, you'd always put, like, your actual items, and as, like, a gag item, you'd be like, a new car or something like that. And yeah, I have somewhere floating around here. It's, like, genuinely, it's a little sentimental to me. I have, like, a little Hot Wheels convertible, which was, of course, my new car. You know, which I wasn't expecting a new car or anything. It's a Christmas list. No one's dumping thousands of... I mean, that's not true, not no one. Reasonably speaking, most people aren't dumping thousands of dollars and being like, "Hey, teenage son, how would you like a new car?" No. Honestly, I think it'd be a bad thing to do for me anyways. Not even because of, like, safety, like, hurting myself or whatever, but genuinely just hucking that kind of thing at you. I wouldn't have taken it seriously compared to me having to buy my first car. Well, and every subsequent car, too. I never had one given to me. Your dad always asked for a backhoe for Christmas? And one year you bought him a toy one? Oh yeah, no, exactly. And it's a fun gag. Like, you know, as long, like, to be clear, it wasn't like Christmas came up, my parents gave me a little Hot Wheels car, and that was my Christmas. They actually had, like, I don't even remember what it was, what my actual gift was, but it was like a gag gift. Hey, Farm Sim Jim, how's it going? Oop, I wasn't expecting you to back up. Could you sort yourself out, friend? You'll get there someday, I got confidence. There you go. Back it off a little bit. Okay. Alright, so I get our sorghum for our flour and our windmill. Doing pretty solid. Castle's mostly done. Let's see, your dad hated Lego, so you wouldn't let us have it. Oh, it's a weird shaped field. I was like, why do you keep turning in? There you go. It was Meccano. You did love Meccano, though. Meccano? I don't know Meccano. I'm assuming that's just like another brand Lego thing. You annoyed with your silos at the moment? I'm gonna guess. Are your silos positioned because of the terrain manipulation that it's a little annoying to deal with? Because that's usually my problem when I'm dealing with that. You try and place, and if things don't go perfect, you can get weird, like, little bump ups and all that, or have a hill you gotta try and dip down in that can make them hard to use. Because we got that problem. We got that problem. Oh, here we go. We got that problem with my greenhouse. I tried to make it work nice, but I don't own the road, so it wasn't quite as nice. Yeah, so we got one of these here. It's usable, but it is a pretty steep runoff on the other side. It's usable, but it ain't elegant. And unfortunately, I can't clean up this edge because I don't own this land. And I always do that. I always try and build them too close to the road, and you'd think I'd learn my lesson after all these years. It's just not gonna happen. Let's see. It's flat sheet metal and bolts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, there's another brand that's very similar to it. But yeah, I know the ones you're talking about. So it's like, you'd have effectively like this thin piece of metal. It'd have like the holes evenly spaced. And you'd have like, I think it was plastic nuts and bolts, if I remember correctly. And so you could build stuff out of it. Yeah, and we had some Lego, we had Constructs, which was, that snapped together plastic. The Constructs, I liked the aesthetic of the Constructs there most. They were definitely the most fragile of all of them. The really long poles would snap, and they get a crack on the end. And then they wouldn't work right. We also had a little bit of Connects. Connects are pretty cool. So you know, you have 10 silos, 2 regular, 4 matching extensions, and 1 multi-fruit, and 3 corn crib dryers. Gotcha. That is a lot. Alright, so it is actually looking like we're getting a pretty bad yield out of this field. We bought the field and it wouldn't let me fertilize it for some reason. Like, we went over and it was just using almost no fertilizer even after we got the field data for precision farming. I'm guessing it's one of those things that falls into the category of the way I would fix it is save, exit the save, reload the save, everything's good. They're all linking together even after removing the extensions and figuring their range might be overlapping them all. Oh, yeah, and every time you go to remove them, you don't get all your money back, and yeah. Yep. Admittedly, I haven't done way too much with that. I've had silos, certainly, and sometimes the occasional extension, but it's usually just enough to keep my grain mill or whatever working. But no, I can definitely imagine as you scale up, you'd run into more headaches around all that. Because I'm usually always doing, like, Survivor Man Challenge, Zero to Hero Challenge, these kind of things. And just because I do stream this, you know, over on Twitch and everything, usually my ability to just slam out a run to that far into the late game is difficult to keep people engaged with, unfortunately. People enjoy the game a tremendous amount, but there's definitely a point when you get to that stage where things are going a little... Well, it's weird. This thing don't even go slower then. They go faster as you get later on. Well, I mean, okay, I take that back. In-game month progression, it's faster. Human hour progression, it can get pretty wild. Let's see. So which the AI on the harvester, is it dumping on the ground or holding it? It's holding it. So if we actually look right over here from me, it says the sorghum. You'll watch that gauge will slowly fill up. And what I'll probably do is around 70-80%. I'm going to jump over back to our tractor and pick it up. Whichever time that the tractor is, or the harvester is going down where the pipe out, which is on the left, is facing away from the crop that's not been harvested yet. That way I can just like scoop up by it, grab a bunch. I don't need to do it every single pass. This is the smallest harvester in the game. I'd like to get the bigger one, but that's going to cost money. And for right now, we're doing the dare drops, so our objectives are not like, it's not oriented towards our objectives to just scale up the farm. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get one more field, which the field we're looking at is just shy of 200,000. That way I can do the soybean, the sorghum, and the sunflowers. I will need to upgrade my harvester to do the sunflowers. This one does not have a header for sunflowers. Technically, with the way Farm Sim works, I can buy the header for the other harvester and shove it on here, and it works. I might actually do that. But then I also need to get the oil mill, the fish farm place, because then I'll have the flour, the soybeans, and the oil for making fish food. We'll then need to get the fish breeding thing. Then we'll need to build one of the things for, you know, banking the bigger fish. And then we've already got the castle mostly done. That should be done by the time we're sorted all that. And then finally, I'm gonna probably, when we get down to it, when I get right to the end, I'll probably just lease the onion thing. With the challenge we started with, I started with $0, no loans, no leases, hard economy, all that stuff. And so I do think for like the last little stretch, I'm probably just going to lease the onion thing, because it's just to plant the onions to make a shape or whatever, and then harvest it, and then that's the last of the challenge, and that'll give me a bunch of keys to give out to everyone when that's done. Let's see, you had a similar setup on another map, but this map isn't liking it for some reason. The joys of farming sim. Yeah, no, I've definitely run into some weird stuff. I haven't run into what you're describing with the silo expansions not cooperating well. Usually the one that gets me is terraforming the map problems. Like, we were trying to put a building, because usually if you want it to work right, you have to flatten it first and then put the building on it. That way you know what it's going to do. Because if you just shove it on there, roll the dice, who knows what you're getting on the other side. But I have run into weirdness. Like, oh man, there's it happens more in modded maps that I find, that some of the modded maps, some of your vehicles, they'll snag on the ground just driving over the ground. Like, you'll be on a flat road and your vehicle keeps snagging, getting stuck. I haven't run into that too much in Farm Sim 25, but I ran into that a lot in Farm Sim 22. But it was only certain vehicles that was a problem, like kind of low clearance vehicles. Okay, so you're at 80%. I'm gonna let you turn around and empty it out in your pass this way. Yeah, see, the most annoying ones that are placeables that unlevel the ground when you place them after you leveled everything. Save silos are notorious for that. Yeah, I haven't done that too much. Sorghum's good in real life, gluten-free for you. Yeah, to my understanding, that's the primary use for sorghum nowadays, so far as a crop, is for your gluten-free breads or gluten-free products that either need flour or bread or whatever. Like, it's good for a bunch of other stuff too. It's just, you know, a lot of other cases you're probably just going to use wheat or, you know, some other grain, most likely wheat. You love the crackers? Yeah, I hadn't even really known what sorghum was used for in general. Like, sorghum was new to me with Farm Sim. People were like, oh yeah, it's one of the oldest agriculturally used grains. Or like, was the oldest agriculturally used grains or whatever. Alright. So we got you sorted there. Sorghum is great for your soil as well? Gotcha. Yeah, no, because remember, I want to say that as well, the negatives with wheat is I want to say wheat was particularly aggressive on the amount of nutrition it draws out of your soil. Spelt is also very old, but it's even less common now. Yeah, no, the spelt, I hadn't seen spelt until Vintage Story, that they had spelt as one of the crops you could do. With these deep roots, they can go as far as 3 feet deep. Drought resistance, as they store their own water and put the nutrients back in. Neat. I wonder if Farm Sim has any of those considerations. I actually never really looked into that. It was more like you just go through and you blast things with fertilizer, because without precision farming, you know, it's too passive fertilizer, you know, unless you're doing slurry or some other source of fertilizer, it's always too passive. We're using precision farming, but I haven't really paid that much attention if, like, crop A, I have to do more fertilizing after it versus crop B in Farm Sim. Because that'd be interesting if that became a meaningful consideration. So, you know, growing stuff like cotton would obliterate the soil, and you'd have to get tons and tons of fertilizer, because that's the way it is in real life. Versus, you know, some of your root crop that's just far more mild. As the amaranth, which most people mostly use as a decorative plant today, is actually a good old grain. I know they use amaranth for animal feed in some places. They use that in, what's the other one? Alfalfa. Because I remember visiting over by where my in-laws live, that they end up having a lot of alfalfa fields and the occasional amaranth feed, and it's all for local animals. Local animal field. Feed. You're still waiting to be able to tile your fields, especially now with realistic weather mod? Tile your fields. Tile your fields. Oh, you're talking about where, like, I could have a field and, like, this square would be one thing, that square, so I could have, like, a grid pattern? Is that what you're talking with tile your fields? Amaranth is a pain to harvest by hand if you want to use it for human consumption. Yeah, no, the place I knew is they were using amaranth for, like I said, animal feed. So I'm assuming it's one of those things that are basically just hacking the thing down with whatever tools. Oh, like almost having like an irrigation thing. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, no, that's, like I said, the places I knew, they were probably, like, I didn't see them harvesting it. They were probably just blasting over with some type of harvesting equipment. Not really, like, just getting it all there and then taking it and mixing in whatever for animal feed. With the realistic weather FOD, your fields will flood in low spots? Gotcha, yeah, no, I don't have that mod. I've never used it. Because it feels like one of those things that, unless the mod makes systems, it feels like you wouldn't have much counterplay. You'd just be like, oh, I guess I just lose my crops. You know, maybe you harvest early, or, I mean, that wouldn't be good, because wet crops don't give you hardly anything, like wear out your machines. You know, you just be like, oh, I guess I just don't get 10% of my crop this year, because it died in flood. Which is realistic, you know, to be fair. It is genuinely realistic that, you know, your field would flood and you're just like, well, sucks to be me. Alright, so the second field's almost done, which is my 2 fields I have right now. We don't plant them to April. And the good news is I actually have the largest planter that is a, you know, drills as well. So when April comes by, putting the sorghum back is really easy. The field fires are a bit annoying with it. Yeah, no, that's always when you talk about, like, realism in video games. You also have to consider, like, the fun factor. So with stuff like that, for me, the thing would be, like, what is my play counterplay? So you've got these disasters, fire. Fair enough. Fire is a very realistic concern to deal with. But as the player, what is the thing that, you know, makes this an interesting experience for the play counterplay? If it's just basically your field burns down, you just go, that's no fun. If you run out there with the hose and start blasting and you ruin your crop, that's the whole thing. Unfortunately, you can turn disasters off. Yeah. But yeah, that's always the thing, like, when we get to the realism thing. Like, there's definitely places where realism can be a benefit to a game, and it can hinder it. The classic, you want a realistic American truck simulator, cool, you show up at the place, you have to wait for them to move the other truck out of the way because they weren't quite ready for you, despite the fact that the schedule they're supposed to be. You go up there, you have to do a whole bunch of paperwork, you then have to wait for them to load your truck. Once everything's gone and they do their checklist on the inventory and everything, they go and you close it, and you put, like, the tamper secure thing to show that, like, no one's been in there. and you sign all your paperwork and you do all your bureaucracy, and then you take several in real life hours to even go not that far, or like multiple days of driving. You're like, you know what? I'd rather just get in the truck and 3-4 hours, like, you know, half hour later, I've reached my destination. I am down for ditching that level of realism. I don't need that. That's like where they've got mods that have added like real-time driving between places in American Truck Simulator or Microsoft Flight Simulator, and you're like, okay, you can drive from California to New York. And you're going, you know that's like 4 days, right? Like if you're really sending it, you know that's like 4 days, right? Hang on. Yeah, you get into a fender bender with a car, and you have to wait till the cop show up, and you have to file a report, and you have to like, report it to your insurance, and you have to go through that whole thing. You don't get properly paid for your delivery because it's late and or damaged. They pull you aside, and you have to have a conversation with your boss about why it happened, and you know all that stuff. Respond to the emails just in the middle of, you have to like get in there and like respond to the email in the night because you're not allowed to drive after a certain hour, so you have to wait multiple hours between instances of driving. Your character has to sleep in real time, so you know you have to make sure your character gets their 8 hours of sleep every night. Some nights the character just doesn't sleep, and then you have to manage it the next day. This is great. You get unachievable deadlines, and have to take simulants to drive 20 hours a day. Well, that's the thing, Leon. Like, at least here in the U.S., if you do that, if you go for a 20-hour drive, you're putting your license at risk. Like, they are pretty strict on the regulation about how many hours you're allowed to drive a day, like all that sort of stuff. Between truck drivers and pilots, they do not play. All right. So that'd be the worst thing, is you'd be looking at your near unachievable deadline. You've driven your allotted, I don't know what the amount is, let's say it's 8 hours a day. You've driven your 8 hours a day that you're legally required to get off the road and stop driving. And you're just watching your deadline tick away. And you're just like, yep, I'm blowing my deadline, but I'm not allowed to get back in my truck. So I'm going to get punished either way, but one of them I just get yelled at. The other one I potentially lose my license. Let's see, like you're going to harvest at 3-4 miles per hour. It's all computerized now. Oh yeah. Like that'd be the thing. Imagine that, you know, Farm Sim is realistic when it comes to the times and everything, where you don't just blast through some, you know, several hectare field, you know, seeding it and everything in, you know, 15, 20, 30 minutes in the game. But it's like real life where you take multiple shifts seeding the field because it takes so long. Or like you'd go to like the harvest day and be like, oh, nope, humidity's too high, you can't harvest, you gotta wait. Gotta wait till that humidity comes down. Oh, nope, crop humidity's still too high. Gotta harvest. Oh, nope, your yields are going down because your crop isn't getting harvested in time, but humidity's still too high. You're gonna have the grade of your crop is gonna be much lower, which means the payout's not gonna go down like 5%, it's gonna go down like 40%, because you'll only have like whatever grade crop. Nah, man. I'm done just to harvest my grain and then just get a slightly altering price day to day based on some random number generator in the back. That the difference between high and low is relatively small. And not, I had to harvest late, we're not going to be able to pay the mortgage. Okay, so it looks like we're good on all that, and all this is good. So we did harvest all our fields, everything is loaded into our giant windmill who is windmilling and making us flour, which is turning into cash. We will advance the day because, of course, we own, like, 2-3 acre, like 2-3 giant fields. We own a windmill. We own a quarry. We own a mason's place. We're most of the way into building a castle, and we sleep in a tent that we probably bought at Walmart. Priorities. Okay. All right, so we're at 50 out of 65 on the building here. And the good news is this step is roof shingles, which I've got 26,000 liters of, or L whatever it is in there, and I only need 5. The sorghum is still going away. Money is still happening. I do have some wood beams and storage there. The water's fine. All that's fine. And sale-wise, this is for the giant $750,000 New Holland harvester, which is well outside my budget. But the things we want to still buy is I want to buy this plot of land, 45, almost 200,000. We need to get at least one size larger harvester to be able to do the sunflower. The one I have, technically I can do it if I buy the header that doesn't go to it, which I might do. But I technically need to get a bigger harvester to be able to do that, because that'll give me my 3 different crops. We need the oil mill. We need the fish food place, the fish breeding place, the bigger place, like the big fish place, and then just to do the onion stuff. That castle's going to be done the next time. We got over 15 levels done now, and I'm honestly expecting most of the remaining parts of it to be like roofing shingles and that. So, with that said though, chat, it is going to be about that time. That what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to save real fast so I don't forget, and we're going to exit the game, because I'm going to be wrapping up for the evening and all that stuff. So if you've enjoyed the content tonight and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and do all that kind of stuff. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready. But thank you so much for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, what's going to happen is I'm going to put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on tonight. I am thinking we're probably down